It is time to kick off the day here at the MSI tournament once again. You know, it's going to be a pretty interesting weekend ahead of us, you know, especially on this particular day. A lot of Dota up for you folks here. It's T-Panda, it's Hades bringing in you all the action here at the MSI Gaming Arena Qualifier Day. Hades, it's so good to see you once again, man. How are you doing, bro?
Likewise, Panda. It's been a long time since we hung out. So it's great, you know, thanks to MSI giving us this opportunity to have this mini reunion. And at the same time, good for you to catch up on some good Southeast Asian Dota here at the MSI Gaming Arena. Well, just a quick question to you before you throw the questions over to me. How much do you know about the teams?
How much do I know about the teams? I'm going to dive into those rosters in a moment, but I have to say, I looked some of those rosters through. I was like, there's some DPC color in there, so I'm not completely out of the gray. I'm familiar with some of the guys out there, but I'm also happy to see, you know, up and rising names potentially, you know. There's always somebody who might surprise. Do you feel like we're on the same page here? There's going to be a surprise, right?
Exactly. And, you know, even for me, there's some names that I don't recognize, which, you know, it's good to know that even in this dead region, we see a lot of new upcoming talent, or, you know, players who are just very eager to start their Dota careers. So this is where, you know, tournaments like the MSI Gaming Arena are ever so crucial. Alright, so one more thing as well, about the match schedule. We are no longer at the BO1 stages. We are now officially at the BO3s, where these teams all vie for their slots at the LAN in Thailand. So our first series of the day will be, you know, Myth Avenue Gaming from Malaysia versus Ipman and Friends from Vietnam, followed by the second BO3, Carsten's Esports versus Team Essence, the Indonesia standoff, and the final series, Titans versus Team Whoops, you know, the beloved Indian face-off.
So two series of Southeast Asia and one series of South Asia. All best of threes, as you mentioned. So get yourselves buckled in. Hope you guys have brought all the refreshments that you need for this day, because there's going to be a plenty good amount of games to watch today. And I think it might be a good idea to just dive into it right away. Look at that Southeast Asia qualifier. What does it look like? What kind of teams have been participating in there? How have they fared? How do you feel like this bracket's been going along? Has it been going with, you know, the best of ones, of course, all according to plan, or maybe an upset here or there?
I would say, at least for the Southeast Asian qualifier, you know, these teams, we had a couple of upsets. Like Manta Esports was arguably one of the favorites, supposedly one of the favorites. But, you know, like everybody says this, every caster has said this 1,000 times. Like, you know, anything can happen in a BO1. You have to play disciplined. You have to play to win. And in yesterday's cast, I said this too. Manta Esports did not play to win. They were playing extremely weird, a bit too cocky, just because of an amazing laning phase. Iman and Friends, you know, I think you'll be very impressed with their carry play later on. So hopefully the Vietnamese viewers will come in and they'll, you know, share that love for Tobio. But if you look over at the bottom side, you know, very unfortunate. I am a little bit biased to the Thai teams, like, you know, Toy Slayer, because I genuinely think that, you know, there are some Thai players who are still very underrated. If you look at Q, for an example, before he began his, you know, climb to fame and talent. But hey, it looks like, you know, Indonesia's screaming at me through the bracket saying that, hey, we also want that chance to shine. But the South Asia qualifier, that one was a bit interesting, because I didn't even know that, you know, there were like many like India players for Dota still, like even more or less even like Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. But to find out that they had qualified specifically for the regions, and the Dota was actually pretty cohesive. It actually felt like they did practice a lot. And fun fact, some of these South Asian teams, which unfortunately not in the finals, they are representing their national countries on national teams, you know, like for example at the Global Esports Games.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was like 5 years back or something when India was bringing in a lot of players. They were making their own tournaments happen on their soil, trying to, you know, increase the exposure for players, for people to get interested in esports and in general just Dota. And people, they were like, we've got a lot of players in here, let's bring them all under the same roof. And now these two teams, Titans versus Team Whoops, of course this is in this tournament, they have a shot at representing their region in that final event, as you mentioned, on the 19th and on the 20th of October, so only just a couple weeks away. But this one best of three is going to decide fates between these two teams. Who's going to be that representative in the end. But of course, we're going to be talking about our first matchup here. Myth Avenue Gaming, also familiarly known as MAG. Talk to me about this roster here. I know MAG has got like, I know we've covered MAG Garuda. We've had another MAG roster. It's like a community over an organization. I'm not entirely sure where you distinctively draw the line, but they definitely got a bunch of players.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they're basically like the new Tottenham Hotspurs of the Southeast Asian region. You know, they're like a stepping stone for like talented upcoming players. They play on this team, and then they move on to better teams. You know, this team, I'm not sure how they are scouting talent, but they must have very good scout out there. And I'm pretty sure, like, okay, you can't really tell who's on this roster based on these in-game names, but once you get into the in-game client, you're gonna actually recognize some of the names. One of their players is actually the brother of the carry player, Ghost. I think you might have heard of him when Ghost played in China.
Yep.
Yeah, so now Ghost is on Boom. His younger brother is playing on MAG at the moment. So, you know, maybe DOTA runs in the family.
Oh, maybe it does. Maybe it does. I mean, Myth Avenue Gaming, of course, the results will talk for itself. You know, it is a best of 3 that they're going into now. You've got a bit of a taste from their performance before. What do you feel like this team is going to perform today? You know, it is a long series. It's going to be a bit different than those best of 1s. You said anybody can beat in a BO1, but a BO3 is a whole different hurdle. How did they fare in their games before?
Well, it was very one-sided. There's no other way to phrase it. They played it really, really good. I like the way they pressured the map, and also it's worth noting that this is a team that has actually scrimmed like pretty consistently for the past month. So this is a team that's taking each qualifier seriously, no matter what tier of the tournament it is. So I was very impressed with Aryat's Snapfire, because I talked about how Filipino, they're rather like just in general, maybe for like the pause 4 role. You have like Snapfire players, some who are very proficient, and then you have the signature heroes. I feel like this guy is like Jing. He can play a really good Snapfire. The mid player is pretty good too.
Yeah, it's always good when it fits the current meta, especially when you look at like if there's a specialist player in the team. And this is a team that potentially has that flavor. Ipman and Friends. I love the team name though. It's it's giving a bit of that. We're not like a super serious name. We're the Crushers or, something like that. But Ipman and Friends, bringing in that OG type of friendship flavor in this team. And those specialist players, you talked about they have a really talented carry player and potentially maybe stretching out to the other core roles as well.
Hopefully. I mean, we also want to hope that, Ipman doesn't have random deaths again. So yes, Ipman and Friends, they actually upset Manta Esports, but the game was also very clowny. Like, Tobio died to a creep as a Morphling, and I think the second wave, he morphed too low and the creep just hit him and he died. And then he killed his wonderful captain Ipman at the Tormentor with the Morphling.
Yeah, that can happen. We've seen in big level tournaments when kobolds just suddenly hit a 1 HP Morphling and oh dear, that happened. It's just part of the game.
Actually, I would like to confirm from the production which guy is Ipman. Is it player 3, the player 3 cam? See, they always have these smiles like, hey, they want to smile, but they're too shy to smile. The third guy is the one with the show like him fist bumping yesterday towards the end of the game.
Oh yeah, definitely. We're hopefully we're going to get some of those player reactions as well caught on camera, because those are the special spice that we get from time to time from these players. Getting hyped up, getting into that zone, into that vibe of playing a tournament and getting to that land. It's not too far away now at this point, so it's just this one series you got to hurdle, and you can get to that spot, get to play in Thailand. So. When we pit these two teams together, maybe a good moment to just discuss the head-to-head matchup here between the two. So maybe one team had a bit of a clownier path to this phase, if you want to put it that way. But a win is a win.
Exactly. I mean, plus 25 is plus 25. Getting closer to that nice bag at the MSI Gaming Arena LAN. I'll take it any day. Doesn't matter.
Also, I think we do have some pretty cool stuff also available for you folks watching at home. If you're participating in the stream, there might be some pop-ups showing up here and then. And then you also want to listen to maybe me or maybe Hades' voice, because they could be calling out something cool like right now on our screens. If you're reading that correctly, I'll read it for you out loud as well. There is one MSI monitor up for grabs by the looks of it. If you scan that QR code on your screens right now, get your phones up there. You probably have phones, right? You know, okay, this is not a Blizzard joke, you know, but get that QR code active. Might end up winning something cool.
Yep, don't forget as well, you guys, skip the ads. The QR code does work. We confirmed the production earlier on. And depending on the region that you're from, you know, you will get a monitor regardless. And the MSI monitors are very, very good. You know, UHD, not say 4K, but they're very, very good monitors. So good luck to all of you guys participating. Share with your friends, get them into the stream, or don't get them into the stream if you don't want your friends to win. But you should definitely sign up for the giveaway.
You should at least
right
definitely do that.
Yeah, like right now.
There's also some cool stuff happening, not only on just this stream, but keep your eyes open in 2 weeks when we have that Thailand LAN, because there's going to be more prizes. We'll talk about those prizes later on, because I think we do have a draft starting here for our first best of 3 between Myth Avenue Gaming and Ibman and Friends. So if we want to look at the meta, we can talk about the meta. Now, honestly, I want to take a little bit of a clean slate here. I want to see what these guys can do here at the SEA region. I've covered a ton of SEA tournaments throughout this year, and it's been very meta heavy. We see a lot of copycatting from region to region, and SEA seems to be doing the same thing as well. But I want to see something different come out of this, because, you know, teams are different, players are different. The preparation is different, and you're coming in from best of ones. It's pretty hard to target specific heroes that a team is good with, unless he has like 4,000 games Chen or something.
Yeah, and I mean, straight off the bat, they're betting out the signature Ipman Dark Willow, the suspicious Dark Willow that was victim of his carry's tormentor damage. And surprisingly, this is the hero which I didn't expect they would let through, was the Morphling, because I mentioned that Tobio, he did have a very, very good Morphling game yesterday. But it looks like they opt to go, you know, with your typical Doom, Shadow Demon, Furion bans. Not so sure why Ibman and Friends are still banning out the Omni Knight, though. I think they're like one of the only 2 teams that actually banned out Omni Knight.
Yeah, I mean, Omni Knight is still fairly picked up in the first phase. I see him more and more commonly picked up in the second phase as a pick, but they left Sand King open. I mean, the hero didn't really get nerfed that hard. Gleipnir is still as good as it used to be. It's just the bracers and stuff that are gone that might impact our picks here. Why I'm particularly looking at this Zeus, right? Because he's been a hero that has been completely neglected because of the aura meta, but mostly targets are too high HP for Zeus to do anything, and in a prolonged fight, he doesn't have the damage that other core heroes bring into the meta right now. This might be a change with the bracer nerfs that Zeus might be rising up. I was literally thinking it throughout this entire night. I didn't sleep a single hour thinking about Zeus is going to start getting picked, and I get it right away. So my thoughts have been answered.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay. Any other prediction picks you would like to lay out? Anybody else you were thinking of in particular that you think is going to show up today?
I mean, I still want to see that Sand King pop up from time to time. I don't think that hero has really been nerfed to the ground. Maybe Pango is another I might be looking for. There's your Morphling ban, by the way, which I was thinking probably not first phase, but here it makes a whole lot more sense, because you look at Zeus, you look at Nyx, you've got pretty much everything still open on the board. But Sand King is one I'm looking at. Pango's another I'm probably might be seeing now that I see Primal Beast banned out. Clockwork doesn't feel as great as he used to before, because his cogs were way too strong.
Yeah, but I do expect that Clockwork could be a highly contested support pick here in the pos 5 role, at least when all the C teams in general. Yep. It's just been such a popular pick. Like, it's either picked or banned. Sand King, yeah, that's also the surprising one. Like, do any of these teams want to pick it up? But I think, okay, they actually do opt to go for the Mars instead. This actually will be our first Mars game, at least the first one that I'm casting in this entire qualifier.
All right. I mean, this is a pretty solid all-rounder, right? Like, pretty good in the laning stage. It does give you that comfort and protection, especially now that you have the Zeus on board. You have a way to kill people inside that arena. Spear into the wall, have your Zeus nukes in. Pretty, I mean, I would say somewhat cooldown dependent to get yourself a pick off, but I think there's just a solid duo all over. All they really need is just someone who hits buildings or keeps them alive, but that's up to what Ibman and Friends want to start picking here. Do they force the Zeus into a position where he needs protection? Do they need a save on the side of Myth Avenue? Because then again, this could be like support Zeus, right? You don't usually start with 2 cores in your draft.
Yeah. I mean, it could also be a flex pick. You never know what's happening. Maybe they, maybe they decide to disrespect Ipman and friends and just test the waters. The quality of their opponent at this point. Because I did mention that even though Ipman and friends won the game, their laning phase was a little tiny bit questionable. So I think it's actually going to boil down between like these two teams. Like, can Ipman and friends actually survive beyond the laning phase against MAG? Because I think anybody knows. Like, if you're scrimming against like professional teams or tier 2 teams consistently compared to playing ranked games, there's going to be a significant disparity in the level of gameplay, which has shown very, very like glaringly in this tournament. So okay, the Centaur comes out. We do see a lot of Centaurs here because it is the most stable, pause 3 pick that you can get at the moment. Mars feels like a very 50-50 pick currently in this current meta. Yes, on paper it provides you a lot of things. You've got great nuke, you've got control, everything, team fight, but I would say there's something about him. It's just his laning presence is just not as strong as it was before. And now with the enchanters in the mix, he has to be a little bit worried.
Yeah, I think the bracer nerfs might hurt this Mars quite a lot because he was one of the heroes that wanted to build those early. Centaur, of course, is another, but Centaur's toolkit already is it's built off of Burst. Burst is great in the early game. You bring out a stun that is reliable, low mana cost, and it also does a lot of damage. For Mars, yeah, a bit unreliable here and there. Doesn't seem to do great against most of these matchups. It comes through your pause 4 where this Mars's potential really starts to shine. And if that is a Zeus Mars lane, you've got a damage dealer, doesn't really crowd control, and then you have a core that maybe needs a bit of crowd control to get that spear off and put your opponent's position in a spot where you can actually look for kills. But now that I look at Rubik, maybe they are releasing that flex off of the Zeus. We might be looking at a core Zeus. We'll still have to wait and see.
Not sure why the Rubik pick comes out here. I mean, this could just be like one of the comfort picks, because it doesn't really show too much on the table yet, right? Like, yeah, for sure it's going to be a Rubik Mars, but the spells that you have on the table are not exactly like something premium that screams like, hey, pick me, pick the Rubik now. So, maybe just buying themselves a bit more time. MAG don't look very troubled. This is actually a very fast draft coming out from them if you think about it. Like the TA coming out, this is definitely going to be that safe lane TA against a Centaur. It's
double
okay.
melee lane by the looks of it.
Yeah, but the question is, who is going to be his laning partner? Is it going to be the Zeus, or are they just going to like pop the Zeus mid?
Yeah, I think that's still what they're thinking about here. Is do they put that Zeus mid? What is the Mars going to do? Do they put Mars mid instead? Have an offlane last pick, put Zeus as support? You have a couple options there on the side of Myth Avenue Gaming. When I look at Ibman, I look at Centaur Nyx. Doesn't feel like the strongest lane. If they want to shuffle things up, they could play Cent Ench. Now they have Nyx and they pick a range 1. So then you always have the melee range pair-ups instead of double melee, which just never feels like a great idea. What does Nyx Assassin giving you in the laning stage? He gives you a stun. But that stun doesn't really do a lot of damage on top of it. His right clicks suck. Nyx is one of the worst laning heroes there is, and has been for quite some time. Centaur backs up with that with the whole toolkit that he has. We already talked about that. But I would be happy if they pick their carry now, because they see the TA. You could pick yourself. The Luna's still pretty capable here versus the TA in the matchup. Lina's also still a very formidable carry, another range hitter versus the TA, plus durable enough. You have the stun, breakthrough refraction. What do you think?
Well, okay, back to the TA here first specifically. I think it's okay, but one thing that MAG draft is definitely screaming right now is that they are playing on the clock. Like, you look at the TA, you look at the Mars, these heroes synergize very well together what they want to accomplish, and they have very strong Roche potential in the TA alone. So I am kind of anticipating that these guys, they just want to play very, very high tempo. And now that I look at things, I also starting to lean a little bit more to the Zeus mid. You see, that's why they even left the Queen of Pain open, because so far, Ibman and friends haven't really shown that they like to play the Spirits, for example. Or like, something unconventional, like your Sniper Huskar. And because you can actually see it right now, like if you know for sure that this corp is going mid, you don't have to worry about like any other special bit picks. You can just play it as it is. And I also want to go back to your earlier point. You mentioned that with the Zeus being very bad against utility heroes, the Centaur is their utility. He can build into a pipe. Yeah. But MAG on the other hand, they cannot play with utility on a Mars. It's you can to a certain extent, but he's not a hero that really wants to build too much utility. Maybe like a pipe, but never like the full.
Yeah,
like,
you want
the
to have
roster.
a mix of items on this Mars, right? If you go one or the other, you go full damage, then your team is weak. If you go auras, then you're missing a damage dealer in your team. And a lot of that weight falls on top of the TA. And if they play core Zeus, then Zeus would have to also back up on that. So I agree with you. It doesn't feel great that Mars has to take that route. But it looks like Mars is going into the offlane with that Monkey King ban. I like the Puck and the MK bans coming out from both sides because it makes Quap's game a bit easier. It makes the Mars's laning stage a bit easier because it takes away two of these worst matchups that they would go up against that counter them throughout the game. But Ipman, you've got your carry option open here. I still think the Luna Lina, something between that Axel would be good, but have they played something specific? Well,
oh wow.
I'm going to say I don't like this pick. I'm just going to be brutally honest here. Spectre is probably in my bottom 3 of carry heroes with the Juggernaut and Arc Warden. Spectre is probably my 3rd that I just don't like as a carry pick right now.
You may now select
Okay, we get to see another Ember Spirit game. So this will be that Zeus 5, I think. I mean, I lean towards the same direction as you are. Itman and Friends, their draft doesn't really scream amazing laning phase. It also doesn't have, it's not perfectly balanced, like MAG, you have somewhat a utility hero, you've got a nice spirit hero.
I mean, you've got Ember Spirit who literally says balance in all things.
Exactly, but Itman and Friends, they have no nuke besides the Queen of Pain, and you're putting a lot of stress on Insanity to sort of like carry this game out. And actually, to your Spectre point, there has been an increase in Spectre picks over the past week. They're playing a lot of that Orchid Matter style build more than the Radiance build, but he can always go for that first and then end up going backwards towards the Radiance, and this way the TA doesn't have such a good game with the refractions anymore. But no, it is what it is. I still stand by my point. Can Itman and Friends survive beyond the laning phase against MAG?
You're going to have the 2 different timings based on these teams. Myth Avenue Gaming would love to snowball early, and not only just love to snowball early, I feel like they're kind of forced to that position too. Ember needs to get the game rolling. TA wants to live on a specific time to really utilize that power spike on this hero. If you go past that, Ember is still going to be great in late game, but TA has her limits. She just stops growing at some point, and it comes pretty early into the game. We talk about 30 to 35 minutes is when you have your last item, maybe your 25 talent if the game has been going somewhat okay. But Spectre usually takes the game from there. And then you have this Queen of Pain. Oh boy. My boys in Finland have been molding over this hero for quite a bit now. That's like, this is the pub killer. That Sonic Wave with Masochist, that damage is just insane.
This is a hero that, I don't know, I feel like in this current meta, it's the kind of hero that you either really love it or you really hate it. But, it doesn't make it like a S-tier mid-hero pick as compared to the Spirits, for that matter. I still stand by that the Spirits will always remain like, your top pick, just because of how much they offer beyond the laning phase. And yeah, there we go. I really hope that we get a good show from both these teams. Insanity, despite losing his laning phase yesterday, he was able to provide so much impact. That very sacrificial mid that we don't see as much anymore.
Yep. Well, we got ourselves a game here. So, ladies and gents, let's kick off the day here at the MSI Gaming Arena. Our best of 3s kickoff here for the Southeast Asia qualifiers. The winner gets to take a spot and a step forward to that Thailand Bangkok LAN that's going to be played in a couple weeks from now. 2 weeks to be completely accurate on that here. It all starts with potentially an early brawl. I mean, I wouldn't really say early brawl, but when I look at these lineups, I don't see a lot of early kill potential.
I mean, maybe on the side of MAG, depends on what the Zeus goes for, right? Like, he does go for the Arc Lightning. If they group up in a nice choke zone, coming up the contest, the rune, enough lightning strikes will kill you, land you maybe a kill too, but I like how nowadays you see like the pause falls. They don't use that observer ward for the lane anymore. They use it more to try and secure like info around the bounty rune.
The battle begins.
Also a bit curious about a point that you mentioned because Spectre is actually maybe in a bit of trouble here. The top half jungle, he's dropping low. Is that going to be enough for first blood? Now you can see it on your screens as well. He is very low on HP, and there we go. The Fate Bolt to finish him off. Ayad will take the first blood for the side of Mag.
Well, just as I was praising him, but this has happened. He has to die in a clowny way at least once in the laning phase for him to have a good game later on, you know.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a false sense of security type of thing, right?
Exactly. It's all part of the mental mind game. We're just you know, too dumb to comprehend this.
You know, can't give out all the spoilers, right? We're only in the first game, right? So we've got to leave a bit of those gaps open for the viewer to interpret here. Packet loss being called by Ibmon, so quick a disconnect here. Hopefully we'll get the boys back up and running.
How do you feel, Panda? This is the Southeast Asian experience. You cannot play a pub or like do any games of Dota without at least one pause.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if SEA or SA, and I'm not talking about South Asia, I'm talking about South America, which has quite a lot of pauses, but you've probably heard about the SA servers, you know, the Argentinas, the Perus. They're not always acting kind with the players. Yeah, it's been like that for years. It's been improved. It's improved in the course of time, but I don't know.
Maybe we need to give them like a different name instead of SA, South America or like South Asia, because you know that's something they have in common. I did the South Asia qualifiers too. That was a very
SNA,
nice breakdown.
South North America. Okay, maybe I'm going a bit too deep here.
We need like a more fancy name, you know, like for example, like in other titles they call it like EU, like LATAM or something like Latin America or something like that.
LATAM, yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, you know, we got to give like some, we got to come on, we got to step up, man. Come on, some super fancy name.
There was the first time there was a MESWA region qualifier.
All right, very recently, right, with the Nigma one.
Very recently, yes. Out of 13 games, they played only 5.
Oh, that's a feels good moment. Yeah. Hi guys, you know, me and Panda are looking for our sponsors so that we can bring a team to the MESWA qualifiers as well. Nah, no flame. You know, you still have to win the finals anyways. Don't tell me the opponent forfeited the finals too.
It's a pretty cool Spectre set in a way. Like, I know it comes out of like all these individual pieces, but it feels like it's a very metallic, a lot of blades everywhere in this here. I mean, you're already throwing out a spectral dagger, but come on.
I'm always biased to that Iron Man, you know, the crimson red chest.
Ooh.
Yeah, that one is very expensive. I will like that one day.
Have you actually taken a look at the new sets?
Oh, the recent cash? Yes. I like it, but you know, I'm at the age where like do I keep the money to feed the dog or do I buy Dota sets? So I gotta choose one.
Because this Rubik, I have to say, this is I don't know what to say. I think this is a bit too much in my opinion. You know, he looks like a different hero now. He's got these 2 telekinetic arms.
It's never too much. It's always, you know, you always want more. Because you'll get bored of the set sooner or later. Maybe like you get bored of like playing a hero a certain way. And new set comes out, you're like, hey, I'm a new Rubik player now.
Yeah, I guess you could put it that way. I feel like there has to be a limit to when is it too much. Some simple things are really beautiful in life.
Oh, Tobio. Oh no.
They missed a spear. Okay, that's a pretty important spell to miss there.
Hey, this guy's cosplaying my Mars.
Or mine. I mean, my Mars is horrible. Like, that's just one of the offlane heroes that I never bothered to learn when the hero was actually good. When I'm forced to play it, just doesn't feel great.
That's okay. You miss all the shots that you don't take, right?
Yeah, exactly. But hey, what's happening here in this laning stage? I mean, both Scent and the Spectre not doing so great on the CS department. At least the Spectre is still keeping up with the rest. Reese has been diving under the tower, and do they finally punish for him? Yes, they do. Mango Rose, though, might be a second kill if only they had a stun to follow up on him. Nyx is completely drained, and of course the cooldowns there. But I've been watching this bot lane for a bit while we've been talking, and Reese has just been behind the T1 tower, on the side to the secret shop, and it's like, you're next to a Nyx assassin, right? Oh dear, Mango Rose. Oh boy. this old guy is just yapping and yapping, and all the action's happening. The TA going down with his Zeus before, and a double for the Centaur in the laning stage. That's amazing for him.
Admin, can we check the Manta Esports log into the MAG accounts? Because that looked like a very, very Manta Esports play right there, not gonna lie. But you're too cocky. Like, you know, we're only like 3 minutes in. At that time, it was 2 minutes and a half. But like, you know, playing all the way behind the enemy tier 1, a little bit aggressive. Just to zone 1 hero out, considering the Centaur is still last hitting. Very, very cocky. But this is what I mean by, like, you know, MAG. They want to play very, very fast on this, you know, on their current draft. Well, there's nothing too much happening in the lanes, you know, like regardless of that tiny hiccup in the bottom lane, MAG are still leading in the CS charts. Ember's having a good time against the Queen of Pain. More denies as well. He's going to have the level advantage eventually.
Yeah, level advantage now is the CS advantage. The First Blood. These have been going pretty well. I mean, the First Blood went for the Rubik, meaning that he's going to get his mana boots faster. Still has the recipe listed up, but he's going to have that fairly soon. But this landing stage has, I mean, this offlane for the Radiant side has actually worked out really nicely. Them picking that Rubik. You were a bit afraid about it as Domio. Ooh. If that spear connected on a tree, Chucky.
Oh, Ariad might have died here.
Potentially he does. All right, he's trying to go for the deny, but it doesn't work out. So, he's going to get that kill.
Yeah, I like how you committed to that. Oh, they're actually going here on the Centaur in the bottom lane. He might actually end up dying here. Oh, what a
pretty good
ravage
stun
from the
there.
Nyx.
They do got the level 2 arc lightning, but is it going to be enough damage? Doesn't look like it. They turn their attention towards Ipman, but he's also going to live here. So very low on both sides, at least the southpaw for the Centaur. And top lane, and look at Quap's Inspector's HP as well. Not
Everybody's
feeling
low.
healthy.
Everybody's low. Like MAG, they are bringing like these heroes on the enemy side so low, and they're just dominating it. This is just the way they're playing. So the kill score is not really an accurate representation of what's actually happening in this laning phase. And you know, Centaur getting it, you know, punishing another over-aggressive play over the bottom lane.
Zeus is really deep in the lane. Like, this is, both of their deaths have happened under the T1 tower. This one too.
What is happening?
Well, at least, you know, it's a calculated death. He TP's mid, he refills Ember's bottle, who has been kicking Quap quite hard. Insanity was so low on HP that he had to back all the way under his tier 2 to regenerate there.
I actually think you're spot on there. I think that was an intentional feat to refill the Ember's bottle so that he can maintain, like, sustaining in the lane.
Maybe it is. Ayat was also able to live in the top lane, battling it out a bit as well, but that Rubik's still going to be alright. He's got his Mars back in. Still working on those phase boots, though. Did go for that one bracer into Soul Ring. I feel like, yeah, with the bracer nerfs, I feel like Soul Ring's going to get more and more popular. They're going to fight for the Lotus here, but you're really fighting without stuns?
I don't think they can kill the Spectre anymore now that he has the level 2 dispersion. This is
fighting in the river, though. That's going to be a kill onto the Rubik. Can they finish off the Quap?
Oh,
that's a nice jump
hit.
away from Insanity, but Eris comes out of nowhere and just saps that lightning straight into the face of the Quap. Nyx does get the stun onto 2. It looks like he is eventually going to drop here. Yona goes in for the jump in, and with Eris dropping the lightning bolt on top of him. Give him a bit of friendly tip there as well.
The tip to the, you know, the main character of this entire series, Ip Man.
Yep.
But just like the movies, man, he has to get beaten up first so that he can shine later on, you know.
But is he the hero or the villain?
It has to be the hero, right? Like, he's gonna come up with some sick, like, you know, Nyx Assassin play. Another 5-man Ravage, maybe. Oh, Mars!
Oh, the Sonic Wave. We talked about the damage output that this spell has. It's already like, you know, you look at 350 on the tooltip, but it's actually 402 damage, pure damage. So that's more than Kunkka Boat at level 6. Kunkka Boat is like the highest damage ability you have at level 6, but because it's pure and because of the spell amp from the Masochist.
Oh, middle lane, they're trying. If you got the chains, maybe that would have been a good poke. I mean, but this is what I mean about the Queen of Pain, right? You see, even when you can never tell, she likes to rotate so much.
Chain's ready. Gonna drop it pretty early. Do they have the stun lock on Insanity? It doesn't look like it. And Centaur TP's in. Drops the Stampede as well. And Reese is gonna get trampled under the hooves of this Centaur and Ibman. Also drop a casual mind flare in
Top
between
lane
and
as
steal
well.
that kill.
Mars actually in trouble.
Gets the spear off. It goes straight into the raindrops. And we got this Ench who's going to be a bit annoying here for Chucky. But Chucky's going to get the distance and run away. They got the chains on the Nyx in the river, though. Yona with Ayat.
Dire's middle
Again,
He doesn't have mana.
Two-man impale. Yona doesn't want to go for it. I'll let this Nyx walk away.
Doesn't want to take the risk. But okay.
Also with no bottle refill rune either, and probably the Nyx would have taken it anyway. Probably not the best
Yeah.
chase.
It looks like Iman and friends, they're putting a lot more emphasis now on contesting the runes, trying to avoid letting this Ember Spirit, make all these big rotations around the map so that Queen of Pain can have her game. So I think she's going to be very appreciative of that. Wow, look at the Centaur, preemptively putting the illusions to go and stack the camps. Oh, Quap again!
Gotta watch if he can pull it off. Insanity able to get out just in time. Luckily, that Zeus isn't level 6 yet. But in the top lane,
lane.
Mars, he drops the arena to protect himself, but the Nyx
What a
is coming
stun.
out of nowhere.
The
And
savior.
drops in the sun for the Mars, and Tobio will get his first kill. Pretty important to get any kill for the Spectre in a laning stage, because that money's gonna take you far.
I mean, what can I say? He is the main character of the series. What a stun.
Yeah, maybe he is the hero and not the villain.
Yeah.
Sanity, though, he's being pressured once again. Ari spotted deep in here. The Zeus does end up taking a stun. There's a Sonic Wave ready for Insanity. Does he get to drop it on multiple heroes? He's going to drop it connecting only
that's not
onto
gonna do
one.
much.
So
He
it's a
might
bit of
die
a
here.
dud. I got to get dove under the tower. Insanity's got no way out of this one. He didn't use his 14 sticks charge either. Oh, that would have been a
That's
big
like-
heal.
That's going to be so painful for them. They lose the tier 1 tower. Now both the triangle and the jungle are vulnerable. And while all of this has been happening, don't forget, there is a TA in the game. Already has the Dragonlance on the way, making a way towards the Blink or the Deso, whichever he chooses. Free farm. And Ember Spirit is now in the second in the net worth. So this is only going to start to explode in another 10 more minutes, maybe even less.
Let's see how long they can hold this game. Again, they get to play their lineup with the Spectre later on. That's going to be the question to answer. Only time will tell. He's got a lot of items listed up. It's going to be the Radiant Spectre. We're talking about this game.
Oh, after the Blade Mail, right? Yeah,
After the Blade Mail, but yeah, it is going to be a Radiant Spectre. Can't go without it. So I've seen builds where they're like Orchid, Diffusal into Disperser with Manta and stuff like that. Then you have the Ags and stuff. You can just teleport on top of a target, silence them up, and with Diffusal or Disperser, they can't run away. They burn their mana. They do extra damage. It's just pain.
Yeah, and you don't even have to be there all the time. People just basically play it like, it's kind of like that very old morph thing. We can just like go back across the map. It's
Yeah.
super,
Oh, we're going
super
to fight
annoying.
for the portal, by the way. Mango Rose TP's top. Enchantress goes through the portal. They're going to drop the Spectre ulti on top of the Mars. He drops another protective Arena of Blood.
This time he's
TP out
fine.
on the edge of it. But yeah. Ipman, he's trying to get in there for that stun.
Mars
he's
is
gonna
thinking,
find us a couple.
nobody kills me the same way like that twice. Nobody.
Yeah. And I like how he drops the ult, he walks to the far end of it before he starts teleporting, because he doesn't want to see that happen again.
Bottom lane.
Now they're going to be fighting on top of the bottom T1 tower. Insanity gets that wave out, but oh, that's going to be reflected.
Oh my god, Arya.
Arya steals it, drops it right in the face of the Queen of Pain. Aris for the kill, and Centaur is dropping very, very low here. Yona's going to be right next to him. He drops the stuns for the Zeus, takes him down, but that tower is going to finish
That's a
off the
dead
Centaur, as Yona's going to burn him down. And now also beating this Enchantress onto. Doesn't really have anywhere to go
No
here,
way.
but you've got the overprotective wisp, so Yona's not gonna. He's like, you're not worth my time.
Top tower is under attack.
I don't think that would have been a kill, even if it committed like all of his spells, including the 11 one charge. Oh no. Oh yeah, you have to have seen that. It's daytime. He wasn't
Uh-oh.
looking at the map.
Ruh-roh.
Tower is under attack.
An easy assist
no.
there for the Spectre. He's finished his blade mail now. Still, net worth is tied. What do you think about that? Well, we'll take a look at that replay from the bot fight. Trying to really burn through that Centaur. It's like, do you stun the Ember? But they're like, well, the Zeus is a guaranteed kill. Let's go for him. This Ember could still wiggle-waggle his way out with his ulti, so secure the kills that you can get. Now, actually, jumping onto the Spectre is that namely Ember, and with his buddies, it will take down Tobio.
I mean, being that low, it's actually a blessing in disguise that you just choose to die there, so that you can go back to the base and come back to the lane with like full health and everything. It's nice that both teams have decided to start, take a break from the fighting. We've had a bit too many skirmishes. Start playing around the objectives a little bit more, and the tier 1 has officially fallen in the bottom lane.
But my question is, can you get back into the lane anymore? You've lost your T1, your opponents are slightly snowballing at this point. We don't have a blink on the Mars, which I think is when Chucky has that, Spectre can't show in a lane anymore. He just has to full-on jungle with that blade mail.
Yeah, I think he's okay with that, because anyways, he's going to be so active. As long as the team is going around the map making things happen, Shadow Step, he will always get assist goal or even kill goal. MAG, they're the ones you talked about. Can they stay in the lane? They have already flipped the map. They want to go pop the Stampede over on Chucky. This guy is... They really don't like this guy, do they?
He's an architect at this point. He loves building stuff, but he's not really giving a threat with all these structures that he's bringing. But there's a chance for retaliation as they're going to take down 1 and 2. Tobio and DH will all fall, and maybe this time the Enchantress has nowhere to go. Chains already in Yona, does get them to connect. Mango Rose here going to apply that extra damage. The Melt Strike will melt down the Enchantress. So that's a 3-for-1 trade. So whatever Chucky does, drop an arena or not, they've all been good so far.
That was also the debut of Mango's Blink Dagger on the TA. So he's going to be very happy getting, 2 kills and an assist from that. He's satisfied.
What kind of grade are you going to give for that debut?
Top 8, like 10 out of 10. Yeah, 8 tier.
Right.
Full value, dude. This guy, he's going to pop off the charts. Now he's already halfway for the Deso. He had 0 gold, and now he's like at 1300 gold for his first Meteor Hammer.
Hell yeah. That was also the Centaur Blade Mail pretty much used at that point, so wasn't really reflecting much damage back to the refraction on the TA. Mango Rose could just happily throw out these big melt strikes, and connecting onto 2 heroes, always the dream.
Profit. So, at the same, Ember Spirit as well is a hero who is doing very well. But his build is always a bit special. He likes to go for the Mage Slayer first before he builds into anything else. But I think it's only because it's a necessity against like the Queen of Pain. Just making sure she does a little bit lesser damage. Let's see where Itman is going for his next Vendetta kill.
Chucky, you got another arena.
Chucky,
You're gonna
what are you
drop it
doing,
again.
Chucky?
You're still surviving, turning around for the Bulwark, but that last scream is going to be a bit too much for him. No team around, doesn't drop his ulti.
Oh, Ivan may have found somebody.
And Insanity actually chasing a Reese here.
Oh,
They could go for another blink and slow him down. They might just fight this one, but that might just be a bait, as they're going to be fighting it back. They got the Stampede coming out already. Centaur in the river. He got silenced by the TA trap. That shard pickup on the TA, he couldn't actually land a stun on anybody. Yona, he might just fall, but the Centaur trying to give it a chase, but 50 HP is all he needs, and he's out of that one. Insanity, he will drop in the river. Mango Rose for that kill, and they don't lose a single soul.
That tip, because Insanity, ever so low, still daringly walking in for that Arcane Rune, paying for his life with it. Very, very unfortunate. But hey, now we're seeing the kill score even out a little bit, and we're starting to see a little bit more of an accurate representation on the kill score. But the way MAG is playing the map is still a little bit more superior. You can see that tiny line that they're drawing. So, like you said, Spectre's still forced into the jungle. Centaur can't really show in the lane.
Yeah, I think this really hurts the Spectre more because he doesn't have his tower anymore. He hasn't really been... I mean, he's been a part of a lot of assists, sure.
Oh, Enchantress.
But he's been killed so many times. Well, they're going to find the Enchantress taking a bit of a stroll inside her own jungle, but that's not exactly a safe place to be in anymore. And I just want to highlight one quick thing, how well this Rubik's been playing so far. Ayat, he got the first blood. He's been part of a couple crucial fights. Stealing Sonic Wave. Now he stole the Stampede, which is going to be up in 13 seconds once again. So they want to play aggressive. They don't even need a Mars Blink to drop that arena. Plus, even though Chucky, we've yet to see an aggressive arena coming out from him yet.
I mean, he has been using all of his arenas to be very defensive, just because he's been playing the dangerous areas of the map.
I could just...
Wait, what? Why?
Oh my god!
Wait, what?
That is a robbery. Somebody stole Enchantress's life.
This guy he's learning from Chucky. The Chucky effect is spilling over to the Enchantress. I don't know. That's very, very weird. Like, you see the wave pushing in. You saw heroes as well. Why were you there?
Yeah,
Oh,
maybe,
top lane, they know what's up.
And that's a fresh blink reveal from Chucky. Goes in for
There
the Arena
we
Spear
go.
combo. Takes down Tobio. Gets the kill as well. Insanity able to get the blink out before the trap silence comes
they're
out
still
from
chasing.
Mango Rose. But they still see what the Quap is.
Oh, the
There's the
trap.
silence coming in. Chucky Spear is ready. Will connect onto the Quap. And now they just need to nuke her down. And they will do exactly that. That's all it takes to kill you.
Never underestimate the Psionic Trap, the Egg Shard, Silence, and you're gonna have the Deso and another 250 gold on the TA. That
It's
timing?
such a good pickup, man.
It's come.
15-minute shard on TA carry. Damn. That is... A lot of carry players would be like, I need my blink, I need my Deso, I need my blink and my Deso.
Well, he has the Blink and the Deso and the Shard.
Yeah, I mean, now he's got everything, right?
Yeah, he has everything he needs. It's the perfect TA
Enchantress,
game.
he's getting onto it here in the jungle. Once again, specked in the face by Chucky. And Mango Rose gets that one. He's now on a dominating spree. So if TA died at the start of the game, now it's 4 straight back-to-back kills.
What can you do? Main character, you have to step up. If there was a time for you to Bankai, it is now.
Yep.
But it's so hard for you to approach. Look at all the sentries on the map, even in the middle lane. Okay, cool, you get a courier. Are we gonna get the bug? No?
Hey.
Gets the range creep? Okay,
Now
cool.
he's got the creep wave that he's going to have some trouble killing, and Aris might just think about going on him. All right, he turns around. They're like, we've got a bigger target in mind. It's Insanity once
Oh my
again.
God.
They're going to do it without the TA traps this time. They don't even need it.
And they take the tier 2 tower. With this, they can actually just go back to the gate and just prepare for the Roshan on the bottom side. They do need to reclaim the map. There are 3 enemy heroes over in their side of the jungle. But hey, maybe not. Maybe they decide, let's just screw it. We just go high ground.
I mean, it's quite hard stopping them now, right?
Just force heroes
He's in
back.
top form. Chucky with his blink. If he sees somebody or they hear the Stampede coming in, they can just either steal Stampede, run away themselves, or... Well, looks like they want to fight mid. They spotted the main character. Unless that was it. Hitmon.
That was it.
Yona's still on the chase. 2 seconds for Chains. But they're fighting in top. They did get intercepted here, but the Centaur, he manages to get out, but the damage is too much from Mango Rose, and Aya lives with 100 HP. And they're just giving tips for every move that the Dire side is making. Chucky misses the spear on
Nice try.
Antu. And just able to walk far away, but is she going to walk and live?
Woo!
Well, Strike does a decent amount, but not enough.
MAG, they're just playing the map ever so well. And the scary thing about this is that the game may actually be over, even though Tobio is just about to get his Radiance in like 600 gold. Like, I'm not even sure if this is going to be like a game-winning
Yeah,
item
I mean-
or game-changing item for that matter.
Radiance and damage compared to the damage TA has, just not enough. And you only got 1200 HP to work with. Still a glass cannon with a blade mail. They're going to be fighting in the river here a bit. They caught Aya, but he's able to get away with it. Vendetta stolen, breaks the Nyx Assassin with the range attack. He gives him a tip. This Rubik's too good.
He is. You should see his Snapfire as well. Ooh, free couriers, Mango.
Sniping some couriers.
Oh, Mango actually played in the DPC tier, like the Division 2.
His name sounds familiar.
Yeah. He was on that team Atlantis.
Oh, yeah, Atlantis. Yeah, that's the one.
Okay. So, you know, tier 2s are falling.
Also,
Only
he
one left.
played with this, I don't know, CEC qualifier team for representing Malaysia.
Oh, yeah.
WS
That was
Amponio.
wow. Yeah. So this guy, you know, maybe he's motivated after seeing his, you know, former teammate shine at TI. And he's like, I'm gonna get there too. Malaysian as well, I believe. So, you know, Malaysia pride. Malaysia Dota. A lot of new upcoming talent, by the way.
Never count them out. This 11K lead, I think you might have to start looking at this game. Not counting for the
Insanity.
Dire side.
Is he trying to steal the
Taking
ancient
some
stack?
stacks here. Yeah,
Or they'll
I
actually
mean,
get it?
A decent
But they
amount of
know.
money here, but the TA trap just reveals everything, and Chucky walks in. They smack down Insanity. They'll take down the Centaur. I don't know how much of a beating they can take, but they're still hoping that the Spectre can carry this game for them. But right now, everybody else is just dying on the map, and the net worth difference between the cores. Look at the top 4. It's no longer an even game.
I mean, for the way that Idman and friends want to play, you know, the Quap being the sacrificial and pseudo pause 3, I don't think Centaur was the pick for them here. He's just not able to provide the impact that they need. But then again, they haven't had the chance to even take a 5-man fight for that matter. We have not seen a single 5-man group up from the side of Idman.
Yeah, I mean, you really need to see the team fight potential of this lineup, because we're yet to see that. Spectre getting caught. It is Ayad setting up with the stolen Centaur
no,
hoof stop,
the
and they will
silence.
just delete the Spectre. He is so
Where's the damage?
squishy. Now with this
There's no
Centaur, he's
damage.
like, well, my damage dealers are kind of gone. My Queen of Pain can't just jump in and help out and save the day, so they're just going to sack 3 heroes and siege towards the high ground.
That is so sad. You know, you popped the Stampede, you were hoping your team was going to disengage, go in for a 2-man stomp, and there was just no follow-up. You just stood there looking silly. And now the tier 3 tower is getting banged down in the middle lane.
And with that Desolator, it doesn't take them too long to delete that. Enchantress going to get jumped on with the Spear. They'll follow up with the damage. The lift from the Rubik. They'll take down Anthu. And a lane of rack secured as well. I wonder if they still have one more fight in them. Maybe like a smoke attempt. Because that's a Daedalus ready on the TA. Like, if you don't kill the TA, I don't think you're winning anymore.
They can try. They can try their best. I mean, right now, you know, if you're playing this game,
He's
to
getting
basically,
caught
like,
one after the other. Spectre gets thrown all the way down to the low ground by Chucky.
4-man
Chucky
Sonic
pops his
Wave.
BKB. The Sonic Wave is decent, but
Rubik
you're gonna need
stole
a
it,
bit more
Rubik
than
stole
that.
it.
Mango Rose is low on HP, gets the refraction off, and Ayat! This Rubik. I'm impressed by what I'm watching right now, you know?
Oh,
the deny! Oh, they won't even get the satisfaction of killing the Rubik that killed their teammates, because he's I don't know.
Yeah, this is brutal.
This is brutal.
I mean,
GG, well played. That's game one over.
This has to count as cyberbullying at some point.
Yeah, I mean, that was a point. Started talking about like how much of a beating can they still take in this game? Do they get to play this Spectre lineup at some point? Well, it looks like they're not gonna get to that. Mango Rose learning Dota again. Oof. Dropping in a bit of salt there, but hey, you know, you might have communication, you might get karma at some point. Hopefully, it doesn't end up there for Myth Avenue Gaming. But hey, this game one. If we take a quick recap, a bit wrap of what happened in this game. Laning phase was all right for Idman. The guys were doing pretty good. The offlane especially, they punished Ares for being overly aggressive, killing him under the T1 a couple times. Things were looking pretty good, but what do you think?
I mean, I called it right. I said that it's not about the laning phase. You have to survive beyond the laning phase. And MAG, you know, even though the net worth was relatively even, we saw it was always constantly going back and forth, never crossing like 1,000. But the issue is MAG just has more experience, the way they pressured the map. They actually, you know, they were able to execute their game plan. TA was not even in the picture for a very long time. But the thing is, once you started to flip the map for like Idman and friends, that's when everything properly went down south. You know, MAG just were able to respond. They could just counter flip the map, and next thing you know, whatever you tried to do, they were just like 3 steps ahead all the way at the very least. And I mean, you know, Queen of Pain not having the game she wanted. I'm very surprised as well at how well Ariad played on that Rubik.
Oh yeah, like that has to be my MVP of the game. Absolutely, this Rubik was the real threat on the map. He got all the right spells at the right time, played it amazingly. Connected for a second. All right. Well, we're gonna take a tiny break and see what happens in game 2 with Myth Avenue Gaming versus Idman and friends. We'll be right back.
Oh, not yet. Yeah, but I mean, just to emphasize a little bit more, you know, I do think that how Hitman and friends would have to regroup for like game 2. You know, maybe you just think a little bit more beyond the laning phase, because you know that these guys are running at you. Do you run back at them, or are you just like sacking one person? You know, and it feels very weird to be putting this Queen of Pain to like take all the ganks. It felt like she was the pause 3 playing with the mid lane, which means that the like you know, we saw the Doom, maybe like the Konka, the Sankey. The Sankey was wide open. We never saw it banned at all, if I recall correctly. So that's something that could continue. Actually, fun fact for you. I just saw into the lobby, by the way. They're saying, "Hey, please stop taking my off laner. He's choking." Oh, I love it when people trash talk. It's always fun. That's how C players grow. Oh yeah, same here. But you know, they're showing us the highlights. It looks like, yeah, we see all these tiny players. But it's basically all the skirmishes which were happening in the middle lane. You know, we saw like all that root control. Yeah, our
Centaur is dropping very, very low here. Yona's gonna be right next to him. He drops the stun for the Zeus, takes him down, but that tower is gonna finish us. So secure the kills you can get. Now actually jumping onto the Spectre.
It's the
They might just fight this one.
yeah.
That might just be a
Oh no, there's the V. It's the V mid. It's just lagging up a little bit. So sorry about that, guys. As we face these tiny technical issues on the caster side, that's not on you. Hopefully you guys get to see everything. Hopefully you guys get to see the QR code too for the giveaway. I've been told as well that you know, if you do end up going to Thailand for the LAN event, there are some even better prizes to be won. You know, you got a nice monitor, full QD OLED MPG 341 CQ-RX monitor, nice gaming laptop as well for RTX 4080, and I've been told that this is a Switch apparently, the One Claw AIM A1M. I'll wait for production to confirm that. So
I hope so. Still having some freezing issues, but all right. Well, I'm gonna have to look forward to what happens in game number 2. I don't even know actually. Are we still? Are we just going straight into game number 2, or what's the plan? What's the play for games? Alright, still rolling out the highlights here. Some of those clips. That's a cool. Pretty tough in general, I guess, to maybe bounce back from such a beating you took for the last, I would say, 10-15 minutes in that game number 1, but you can never know. Never know what comes up out of this one. As Ayad, well, rightfully the MVP coming out of that game. I think this guy really... Him getting all those crucial big spells, it kind of hurts to have your own weapons being used against you.
yes, I like how he used the Sonic Wave as well to like, you know, perfectly reposition the enemy team. It was so sad, you know, when you think he's gonna die, he's like, you know what, I'll bring you with me, I'll scream back at you, and then boom, Queen of Pain just dies. And you could tell he was just left a little bit speechless, a bit like flabbergasted at what just happened over at the bottom lane. So yeah, I'm not surprised. MVP here very easily for the Rubik, even though, you know, his teammates were also performing very, very well. I mean, Mango, we're using the Psionic Traps, you know, for the silence and for the you know, that, not say global, but like very, very wide map control. I really appreciate that. Oh, I should never doubt. I should never doubt. Aryad God easily at the MSI tournament here. Dude's playing very, very well. I am very excited because at this rate, I don't want to jinx it, but I'm saying at this rate, you know, his chances of getting to the LAN looking very good. So I'm just hoping right now that Itman and friends, you know, for the sake of the Vietnamese fans, they're able to pull off a very nice comeback. And, you know, obviously, let's see if they can try to force this to a game 3.
All right, well, we're going to... with Avenue Gaming and Ipman and Friends.
Can we what?
Oh, all right.
Yes, yes,
So,
Oh, as in like he did. Okay, so
with Myth Avenue Gaming versus Ipman and Friends, game number 2. We'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. Folks, we are returning back here to the MGA CA qualifiers, and our first best of 3 heading over to game number 2 with Myth Avenue Gaming versus Ibmon and friends. And if you didn't watch the action unfold in that game number 1, well, I'm going to tell you, didn't miss out on a whole lot, except if you looked at the first few minutes, you went to the fridge and you're like, yeah, Ibmon and friends, they've got this one in the bag. They come back and they're like, what the hell just happened? The game just blown wide apart. That's pretty much what it was. An unkilled Ember, TA snowballing pretty hard. All they got was, you know, a Mars shut down, but he's not the issue. He wasn't the issue that game, was he, 80s?
I don't think so. I mean, you know who else was blown out, you know, wide apart? Iman and friends, their gameplay. I don't think they expected like MAG to play such a high tempo, you know, draft. I don't think they expected them to be in places where they shouldn't be. Very, very invasive. You never felt like you had any privacy or that you were in control of the game at any point if you're on, you know, on Iman and friends side. Like, look at it, insanity. Poor guy. Poor guy is just like, you know, chilling around. And okay, hold that thought. You guys want to win an MSI monitor? Do it now. Scan the QR code. Fill in your predictions, answer the questions. The QR code works for those of you. There's going to be at least 1 or 2 of you. I know, I'm calling you out on it. You're going to say that it doesn't work. Skip the ads, you will be fine. The QR code works. And yes, depending on which region you're from, if you are the winner, you will win a monitor, but we're not sure which model because it differs. So test your luck. And MSI monitors are very, very good. All right. Back to the draft.
You heard the man, but let's start talking about Dota here on the side here while you are filling in all the QR code stuff. We are going straight with the Clockwork ban on the side of Ibmon and friends, so maybe this is giving us an indicator. We hear that they probably want to pick here in the first phase. Otherwise, Clockwork, it's more appealing as... 1, I don't like to see this year being banned. 2, if you do have to ban it, it's second phase. Only a very few amount of teams actually ban the the Clockwork in the first phase because, at least with the talent we've been talking with, it's not a good ban.
10 seconds.
Okay, because I was just thinking, like, I'm still trying to put myself into like Iman and friends' shoes, right? In this very crucial game, and you are trying to push
are they
for
small
that
shoes or
game
big shoes?
Medium-sized shoes, I'm Asian.
Dire
Not,
team
because you know,
Alright.
big is very subjective here. I know EU sizing is bigger, even the portions of food and stuff. But I do love.
Yeah,
I miss it.
I don't actually know, like, do
Radiant
you know the European shoe size numbers?
Which one? Oh wait, no, UK's not part.
So
of
we
the
talk
Europe
about
anymore.
like 37 to like 37, 38 would be like your ladylike feet. Then you have like the 40, 41, 42 is like your regular,
Dire team
something
back.
like around that area. I've got a 47, so I got a big foot. I'm a real Yeti.
It's the Finnish blood in you. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's
No contest. I'm
inner
very,
Viking, right?
Yeah, I'm Asian sized all around. I still remember when you had the
10
very funky
seconds
hair as well,
remaining.
the Viking hair.
Oh yeah, the funky hair. Yeah, that was.
That one was cool.
5 seconds
It
remaining.
was, it was nice. It was nice. I have to get back to that at some point. Right now, I'm just rocking the smooth, relaxed turtleneck and all businessman like
Radiant
and all.
team back.
Can't relate to wearing a turtleneck. You know, Southeast Asia is too hot. Like for example, in Thailand, if you guys end up going to the LAN event for the MSI Gaming Arena tournament, I understand that they are doing some amazing giveaways. There's a difference as well, online and the offline. But of course, the offline prizes are a lot
10
better.
seconds
They're
remaining.
giving away, a couple of MPG 341 CQRX QD OLED monitors, a nice gaming laptop with a GeForce, RTX 4080, and of course the MSI Switch, the Claw AIM. Is it AIM or A1M? Production, get back to me. But yeah, you see, I would want one of those too, but unfortunately, me and my brother Panda here, we have been officially banned from the giveaways. I'm not sure why. We did nothing wrong. Justice for us. Thank you very much. But for you viewers, you should definitely want to get a piece of those giveaways. And now back to Dota. As I was saying, Hitman and friends. It's just a time where we want to cheese, but MAG, they're just like, you know what? Let's just go to Zeus Mars. It worked before. Let's just do it again. But Hitman and friends, what do we do?
Let's just repeat draft game number 1 all over again because it is exactly the same order of picks on both sides.
Not the band.
And
10
it's just,
seconds
it's just without the Nyx Assassin, right? Like Nyx was the opener last time around, and they banned it in the second phase. It's like either we play it or we hate playing against it. So you're not getting it. But they go for the edge again, so
Dire team
another support. Hey, it's a snap. You've been talking about this hero quite a bit.
Yes, taking it away from Mr. Aryad. Do they want to like respect ban his Rubik? And just in case some of the viewers you guys didn't hear it, just now as we were starting up the game 2 lobby, I like a bit of friendly
10
banter.
seconds
Iman and friends, they're like, hey guys, please stop tipping my offlaner. He's choking. Like I don't get it. How is he choking? I believe Seb at one point he said that even if a player, no matter how PMA he is, he claims that he's not affected by it, it's gonna affect you to a certain level. Do you agree with this?
Yeah, I mean, your performance is going to take a hit the more the game matters to you. And if your opponent is disrespecting the game that you're playing, it's going to have an impact on you. It's just psychology.
Are you one who personally gets affected if someone starts like mass tipping you?
It depends on the mood, honestly. If it's like, say if it's a tournament game, I'm playing a game where I'm taking it super seriously. I wanna achieve everything. I wanna succeed in everything. Then I get 4-man rotations to the lane I'm at, and then they tip me after. Maybe that's gonna start. I'm not gonna be unhinged. I'm gonna start feeling that effect a little bit because it's like I can't get my game rolling because they absolutely hate me. They're doing it on purpose. Why are they targeting me? Then I start overthinking. I'm an overthinker. I'm not sure if you are, but I am. So that is gonna start hurting.
Oh, it's fine. As long as you're a Dota player, you're definitely prone to overthinking. Like, oh my god, these guys, they're gonna gank me anytime. Oh my god, do I need a BKB this game? But of course, there are the special people out there, who are not overthinkers. They don't buy BKB. Wink, wink. It's my friend out there who's watching the stream. You know who I'm talking about.
All right.
Yeah, the special
color
people.
on that. But hey, we got the Morphling and the Kunkka. You were talking about the Kunkka shortly in the post-game studio, but then most importantly, the Morphling goes through. There's not actually anything that is countering the Morphling right now in terms of gameplay or in terms of mechanics. There's no room for supports that would usually be your targets for the Morphling. You're gonna have to look at the core section to do that. So I feel like maybe this Kunkka feels like it falls into a void of we're preparing for anything that's going to happen. But at the same time, we gave the upper hand to our opponent's draft. And I'm really liking what Myth Avenue Gaming are bringing into the table right now. The Morphling of the Lion and the Mars. This looks really good. And no, not this hero.
Oh no.
Why are they always picking the heroes? That's like, all right. Spectre was in the bottom 3. Anti-Mage is in my bottom 4. So this is the next one on the list.
Is like in my bottom, like it's just the bottom of the hero pool. Like honestly, right now, I would rather lane with like someone who couldn't play Meepo than someone who plays Anti-Mage, because at least the Meepo would try and do stuff. Anti-Mage just doesn't do anything at all. You can have 3 items, but you're still going to be like non-existent. You're not going to be a factor in the game, and there's a reason for this. Like recently, like the team I was helping out, even the scrims they were talking about Anti-Mage, and like, what happened to this hero? Like, it's just bad. Overall, it's just bad for the meta. You want a hero that carry the safe lane is all about being active right now, isn't it?
Yeah, there's not a whole lot going with this hero right now. Like you said, the items that you need to get to those items, your farming pace isn't as fast as the other heroes are. You're squishy in the lane, pretty easy to counter. Even from the pause 3 roll, you can already start countering the anti-mage. He does find some solace if the hero is a brawler, right? Maybe play off-lane anti-mage. In that case, all right, he's a harasser. He doesn't feel too afraid to maybe give his life away. He can build into a Vanguard Crimson Guard, which looks pretty good in the current meta. So the itemization works for the hero, but the hero doesn't work for the itemization. That's the problem that anti-mage players suffer right now in this meta.
Yep. But on paper, like even if not for this current meta, like Anti-Mage versus Mars is actually a pretty good matchup if you think about it. Like Mars already has mana issues, like you mentioned in game 1. I mean, you can imagine that this Mars is not gonna have a good time. Yeah, sure, take a line into the mix, but what's he really gonna do? You've got the spell shield. And I want to go back to your point when you said like his items don't really work for him. Are you thinking maybe he should also start picking up like a Gleipnir, for example, like AM, that battle mage?
I mean, the items work for the hero, but the hero doesn't work for the items, right? You could pick another hero that just makes those items look so much better, and the other way around. I think you have to start looking at different types of. I think you have a point there when you're saying like Gleipnir or something like that. Just taking a different approach to how you play the anti-mage. You cannot farm, so be a brawler. How do you brawl? You pick a lineup that enables you to do that. You have Snapfire. who already helps you at level 2. Great level 2 timing. Kunkka, one of the best level 6 timings. Great at rotating. That helps. So how does the anti-mage fall into that picture? Itemize so that you can join with your team, more of a corrosion type of stuff. Power treads into a cheap stat item that allows you to fight. Build a diffusal blade on this hero. That might make it work. But hey! You know, you picked a tiny, but we insta-lock in the Meepo for Yona. Look at this guy's face, by the way. Like, he's absolutely enjoying this Meepo pick. Why are you giving me that face, Hades?
What do you mean Yona's face? You mean my face?
Why are you making that face?
I mean, you know, the last thing you want to see as an anti-mage is a Meepo pick. This guy is going to be in your face. You do not have good heroes to deal with Meepo. Actually, maybe you kind of do, like the Kunkka and Tiny, but they have so much to do. Like, the win condition list is so long as compared to MAG, where their win condition list is very simple. And, you know, they have team fight and all that. I want to point out as well that, you know, Ipman and friends, they don't have natural Spirit Vessel carriers. Like, you want to force a Spirit Vessel on a Kunkka? Very unlikely. You know, you on a Snapfire, not ideal. It's possible, but not ideal. And you will definitely not see it on an anti-mage or a Tiny. So, how do you deal with the Morphling? Like you said, how do any of these heroes fit in to deal with Morphling? But then you follow up to the secondary part of the conversation, which is, how are you going to deal with the Meepo?
Yeah, you've got too many questions and not enough answers here in this Ipman draft versus Smith Avenue Gaming. That's where I think it started to maybe fall apart a bit with that Kunkka pick, not because it is specifically Kunkka that they picked, but you don't have an upper hand in the draft, and you let your opponent take over that initiative, and they just went away, you know? They're 3 steps ahead with this draft on the side of Myth Avenue Gaming, which is why I really like what they brought on the board. But it also puts a pretty awkward situation for Ipman and friends. And how do we reply to all of these heroes that they have? They picked the Tiny, but they insta-locked in the Meepo. I totally agree with you. This is a hard counter for the anti-mage, the Meepo, because he doesn't have any single target spells. He has AoE, he has right-click, he has more damage than the anti-mage, he has faster timings than the anti-mage. There's just... I don't see how Ipman's going to make this draft work.
I mean, to be honest, another way that we could really see this AM come out. Maybe it's not like the Orb of Corrosion. I think that item is actually horrible right now in this patch. It needs a little bit more love. But you know that Diffusal Blade, the Diffusal Vanguard build, I like it. Or even like, you know, Diffusal like Manta style. I feel like that build is very underrated as an anti-mage.
Well, let's see what comes out of this one. As we're already fighting here, they're going to send the Lion into the air. He gets a nice 4-man Ravage. And the Enchantress going to get hit by the Blood Grenade as well. Yona does get the web to connect and just needs another hit. And Reese will get this one. Maybe even more heroes are going to fall. Insanity. Oh, poor little mid-tiny. Going to drop as well. 2 kills already for Mag, and could be even more. The bonk connects, but that's a really good torrent thrown out by the Kunkka. Will at least let the Snapfire walk away. But with all heroes up on the side of Mag, I don't know if they can actually invade, because the heroes are respawned already and they're making their way towards the runes. But they're looking to protect this one. Aya, Chucky, Tobio, Ipman. Well, they're going to get onto in the area, so it's going to turn into a 3v2.
They have to protect Tobio. The last time we saw this happen in game 1, by the way, dude, Tobio died.
Yeah. But it's going to be 3 bounties, 4-1 on the side of Ipman and friends. And of course, the first blood for a Reese, a kill for the mid Meatball. Never a good thing in your mid 1v1 when your opponent starts off with a kill.
Okay, so we avoid any more casualties. I was going to say any casualties, for that matter.
That Ravage was beautiful there, by the way.
Arya MVP, dude. It's gonna happen again, you know, just because of this stun, and then production's gonna be like, hey, you know, we already know who's the MVP, and then I'm gonna disagree, and you're gonna prove me wrong again. Yes, production, calling you out, Bea. But there we go, Tobio. This guy does not love laning against these two. He has always suffered.
Reese, well, he's also been struggling in the laning stage there, chasing the Zeus, but he drops to 100 HP, doesn't have to force out his Fairy Fire. But already giving a lot of harass here in the level 1s. Talking about level 2 on the Snapfire being really scary in the lane.
Top lane, first blood. Oh, no, first blood, another one.
Oh, you're going for a first blood? What, did you miss the last 1.5 minutes of action, Hades?
I think so. Sorry, I'm watching from the basement. There's like a huge delay.
Oh no! Well, we're gonna get a 4th kill by the looks of it as Tobio is going to get bonked in the face by the Mars.
This is the beginning of a disaster. Oh,
Is this the moment where they're just like, GG? No, they're not going to do that. Yeah, we got a bit of disconnect issues at the start of the game. We had the anti-mage out as the game started. Now we got the Tiny dropping out momentarily as well. We'll get Insanity back on the server. He's got the superior right-click damage in the lane, which helps this Tiny a lot versus Meepo. Already 6-1 to the 3-0. But how far is this gonna carry you, right? Because Tiny's a snowballing hero. He needs to control the runes. Yona doesn't want to allow him to have that luxury of just getting free action runes 6 minutes onwards. Like, this Meepo's already off to a strong start.
yeah, he completed his Wraith Band before the creeps even clashed. So I'm thinking that the supports are really going to be the game changer here. You know, Snapfire and Enchantress, they're okay. I wouldn't call it like a super amazing rotating support duo. But they also have to remember that MAG, they have matched whatever support rotation has come out from their end back in game 1. You're gonna need to be there earlier and be more cohesive in positioning around the rune and just really pray to Ice Frog that the rune spawns on your side of the map. And also hope that Tobio doesn't die, because he's not having a good lane at all as an anti-mage. He has one last hit to his name from the 2 waves.
Yeah, he's not having a good day either. Wasn't able to carry that last game with the Spectre. I'm just a bit curious, our observers going around looking at these skins and stuff. I'm looking at that Tiny. You gotta have one hell of a claw grip with that crab hand that he has to hold onto a tree like that.
Where's this coming from? Is that a crab hand?
I mean, that's a pincer, right?
No, there's too many prongs. Like, I think it's a coral reef.
A coral reef? A coral reef that looks like a claw?
A part of it.
That's a claw.
It's not a claw.
That's a pincer.
It's not. Like, I'm sure of it. Like, I am very, very sure of it. That's not a claw.
I'm gonna send you a picture, and you tell me that this is coral reef.
This is not, guys. That's not a
Oh
quote.
no! Okay, don't open that. I'll send you a text.
Yeah. He is trying to. He's trying to send me.
I'm not trying to fish you.
Yeah, he is. He's sending me weird stuff. Admin help. And my
look at that. Look at that and compare it to that claw. That is a crab claw.
It's the tree of the sea. It's a coral. You see, okay, this is where the production and us are having this internal debate, right? It's not a claw, dude. It's coral.
How is that coral?
It's coral.
The tree is coral, yes, but how is that claw? Thank you. Thank you, production. I love you.
Yo, what is this? Do Kunka provide Morphling code session? I want to sign up. Oomph. So don't tip, but trash talk. Yes, more trash talk.
Yeah, they're trying to upset their opponents. Well, I mean, it doesn't really work if they're also taking it with humor. If it's only humor on humor, then where do you get? Humor times 2. Okay, now they're trying to compliment. If you compliment your opponents enough, is that gonna upset you?
Mango Idol so good. Hold on, is this a compliment? I feel like it's sarcasm.
No, he said no, bro. He's good.
Mango Idol so good. He can coach maybe. I'm a fan for now. Learning Dota again is fun since born. Ooh, against wait what?
Hi,
learning. I don't understand that. Learning Dota against fans since. Am I brain farting?
Yes, you are, Hades. Yes, you are.
No, you guys are just messing in my head right now.
This is why nobody likes you.
I agree.
Okay, that was maybe a bit too harsh. I've been around too many BM casters.
Nice. We're too wholesome here in Southeast Asia. I appreciate the banter. I'm rusty. I obviously need to catch up. Oh, now we've got
Alright.
the double meepo. He's gonna get double team now.
And I'm actually curious about him going for the more meepo above the what was the other one? The pack rat, where you get any item into your neutral slot.
Oh, I have not seen a single meepo at all in the meta. Like, so I've never, like, I actually don't know anything about the meepo facets. I'm not a meepo player as well.
All right, all right. Well, I mean, we did some theory crafting. We did some discussions about, like, is there a good item on the pack rat to actually wear it? And there are meepo players who do it. So according to ProTracker, 67% still pick more meepo with a 50% win rate. But the 32% who do pick pack rat have a 3.4% higher win rate in average. So there's something.
I don't trust the. Okay, we have to see, like, also, like, obviously the amount of matches played, right? Like, you want to see the rating, you know, because sometimes, you know, are we getting, like, those games, like, in the actual, like, high, like, say the 9 to 10K and above range? Or are we getting these, like, in the 6 to 7K range? There's a very, very huge difference as well. So there's always more to, like, analyze with that, because you never know. Like, the match quality will definitely determine the match win rate as well.
Well, looking at the pros only, everyone is picking more meepo.
Really? Oh,
Yeah, so it's still of course, the more useful one. It's just straight up damage, right? Pack rat, you gotta have the right draft. You gotta have the right itemization in mind. You need to look at your opponent's draft, and then your pack rat might be like, oh, this item's gonna be like S tier if I get it into my neutral slot, because, you know, you get a philosopher's
bottom
stone.
lane.
No? We'll get to that in a moment, as DH is going to be taken down in the bottom lane, losing the
Tip?
Kunkka.
Tip? No tip? Disappointing. Where's the trash talk when you need it?
I mean, they already started doing compliments. I think we're done with trash talk. We might get back to the tips in a couple minutes, but I think we're at
Compliments,
the
you mean?
moment where they are ineffective.
You mean that kill your opponents with love, kind of? Like,
Yeah. I mean, just play the game for a bit, and, you know, you got to let things simmer down. And then when the timing is right, take, for example, a good rotation. Somebody makes a mistake. A Roshan gets, you know, stolen under their eyes or something like that. Those are the moments when you start throwing tips again. So now you just kind of, like, let the game go on its own wheels, if the game has wheels. Meepo
Where's the fun
rotating
in
top,
that?
by the way, coming in straight for the
no.
anti-mage. Tobio, oh, he's going to be in a world of hurt. That might be the time for a bit of a tip or a bit of chat, you know, question mark in chat or something, but no.
you mean like the typical C banter where they're like, counter pick more, and then all the random, like, you know, profanities come out in all the multiple languages.
Oh, yeah. Start putting those Panzerwagens in the shopping centers.
Yes, for sure.
Yes,
You
that's the
also
one.
got to remember all the different countries.
Yeah.
Lots of different
Again,
countries. with
anti-mage, you
profanities.
know, is just teleported
my
straight to the
God,
lane, and they
bro.
don't even need the
Hey, back
support
up.
rotation, but it is a counter rotation. Ipman throwing in the stun onto the Lion. Chucky fighting all the way to the end, hoping that this Lion can finish off the job, but Ayad looks like he's just going to try and juke around the trees, try to get, okay, breaks the salve off of the anti-mage with that blood grenade. But they're ready to give him some tango so he can live a bit longer. So 2
can
kills
watch the
there. Kunkka getting pressured under the tower. Ares, he's again super aggressively placed with the Zeus. But knowing that that Snapfire made his move to the top lane, they can easily make these moves. They force out the Admiral's Rum. But that's a 1-minute weakness period. Mars. No tree to hit on the anti-mage, though.
I feel so bad to be this anti-mage, dude. I'm just waiting for, like, the Twitch or YouTube chat to be like, hey, support anti-mage, new meta.
I mean, that is one of the things to look at.
Oh, they might get it, man. 2 supports versus 1.
The snap is quite low. He's got a big stick if you can just get it off. But looks like the burst damage is going to be too much to deal with. So he's using every last bit of mana that he has for this kill. It's a 3k net worth lead at 6 minutes already.
Oh, I guess his stick wasn't
That
big
is
enough. He still
pretty
died.
brutal.
Oop. 7-minute runes coming up in 30 seconds. I don't know how to feel about this Kunkka Morphling matchup.
It's not great.
I feel like the Kunkka should be doing better. Like Morphling is level 6. This feels like a nightmare.
I mean, he doesn't really do that great in this lane. Every time you
Like-
try to throw Tidebringer, he just starts shifting.
I mean, 1v1, sure, but like the first 3 levels, that was a very crucial period that they just didn't get to abuse. And okay,
Yeah.
Tobio's down again.
The thing is, they keep sending their supports into the top lane, and their mids rotating into the top lane because Anti-Mage needs help, so the Kunkka's getting nothing.
Blah.
Aya's gonna die to the top. Oh, indeed. That was the key phrase right there. Chucky
why did he cancel
canceled his
his
TP. He wants to fight this
More?
one. He's got his full set ready. They could kill the Snapfire here. They jump in from the Zeus. They got him, and now Insanity,
Soul Ring, bro.
one toss into the
Don't
air.
Soul Ring,
Mars
bro.
could die to a right-click. The Siege shot. I was about to say the Acorn shot, but there's no hoodwink in this game. Reese can't run away from the Anti-Mage. He's got that perma slow. Oh! The Ava missed.
Oh,
Now
it's not
Aya-
over. It's not over. Meeple's
It's not
coming to
over. The
top. It's not
wraparound.
over. Round like
Lion
round
coming
4
in
at
from the
this point.
side. They've got Yona here as well. There's the Hex on the Anti-Mage. Tiny turns around. He's going to
Hello?
come and help out. But that Ava has such a long cooldown. Yona will finish off the Anti-Mage. Almost taking down
Hey,
the
Enchantress is
Meepo.
back.
And can he get it down? He can't get it out in time. They're going to give the tips now to the Anti-Mage. And now I think is the time to return your tip to Yona.
Radiant's middle tower
No. Okay. They're not gonna. They're not gonna. They got under their skin.
You know something, Panda? If TPs didn't have cooldowns, this fight would just be permanently top.
Yep.
Oh, Mango!
Give that Morphling a bit of a spank.
Oh my god, I was waiting for that to happen. I saw the Invis run and I was thinking like, nah, there's no way that's gonna happen. Is it? And I saw him walk up. Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, he's been saying that this Kunkka has got to be some kind of, coach or something that he wants to get coached by. He's playing really well. Well, there's another indicator of it. Kunkka really needed that kill. That was almost worth 500 gold for him. Hey, we've got a slow motion replay. Mango's like, I'm out of here. And denied. Top lane, though, Aya dropping low here. We
Yes,
already
a
got
finger.
17 kills in 9 minutes, but the brawling never stops. As DHDH has got no X mark. Aya gets the stun off onto the Anti-Mage, but the Tidebringer is going to be more than enough damage. Chucky has got nowhere to go. He's going to drop as well.
Yeah, this is a very weird game. We have like 20 or like 19 kills now at 9 minutes in. Like,
Yep, it's a pretty fun game.
it's brawl. Is this turbo? Did we get into the right lobby?
I'm starting to pick up some turbo vibes, where it's like, farming creeps is meh. Farming heroes is awesome.
Farming heroes is awesome. You mean like, yeah, we need the Morphling to mess up a little bit more and for Kunkka to get a little bit more lucky. I don't want to see like a one-sided game. I want to see something like
I just want to see
very, very
non-stop
close team
fighting.
fights. Yeah, I mean we're gonna get it soon. The break is already over. The 10-minute runes are coming up. You can see. Okay,
Yep.
instead of bringing one support, you can bring neutral creeps as well.
And Zeus needs 9 experience. There we
got it.
go. He's got his Thunder Gods online.
Dude, are you serious? Amplify damage rune?
Well, at least the net worth has stayed the same in the last 4 minutes. It was a 3k lead at 6 minutes. It is still a 3k lead. Thanks to those couple kills that Ibman and friends were able to pick up. And if they have lost some core heroes here, the Anti-Mage has had an absolutely abysmal start to the game. Only 3,500 net worth in the first 10 minutes. It could be worse, let's point that out. It could be even worse, but it is not felt enjoyable.
Oh, hold on. They're bringing the whole party top lane. Look at
Everyone,
this.
let's fight, let's fight. We're
let's go,
getting it,
let's go.
80s. We're getting
Kunkka.
it. Mango Rose ready to get out of there, though. The Mortimer's
Bang,
Kisses
bang.
flying in. Chucky is burning to death. Drops the ulti. Tiny goes down, though. And now the Kunkka going to take a couple nasty hits from the Morphling. Another Tidebringer to
Ravage.
connect as well onto them. But he's got the high tide
Hey.
facet. So he'll get that
Zeus.
coming off cooldown really quickly, though. But will drop down. Mango Rose. Well, thinking about that waveform in, but you'd love to get a connection with it. That is still 300 damage. Oh yeah, and not only talking about like those Kunkka snipes, but you got the full bore Snapfire, which you also got to be careful about.
Or,
Dire's top tower
that was really good that he
is
got the
under
full
attack.
Mortimer's Kisses off. I kind of wish it was a little bit more synchronized, you know, like a bit more like cohesive or like coordinated. We haven't seen any of that because things have been just so chaotic. It's not even just like one team in particular, like both teams, they've been taking turns to just like bring the whole party to the top lane. Like right now, what's this?
That's just a good old-fashioned bait right there. Why would a Lion be farming this lane this deep in if he didn't have friends?
And
Mango Rose under the tower though, but
cool.
I don't think they're killing this Morphling. I think they might just lose their Kunkka. They lose their Anti-Mage. They're gonna lose their Tiny. And it's a rampage at 12 minutes. Come on, Mango Rose, give it to us. Yona, don't do it. Yona, god damn it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That should be a tip by the enemy team to the Meepo for taking Mango Rose's rampage.
Oh, what is this game even? I don't even know what is this game, dude. This is so clowny.
We could have had the first rampage in
Like-
the entire tournament, but no. Here's a
This is a
recap
very-
of that fight, though.
I really hope that we have the replay of this game and we can tell people, say, see, guys, Dota is not a slow-paced game. You just have to get into these kind of games. And this is a high-level game. It's not a low-rank game. See, it's happening. You guys just got to play more.
Just gotta
Okay,
pick the right
stun.
heroes and play accordingly. Live action. There's the snap
Yona might
ulti,
die
but the
again.
Zeus ulti finishes off one.
Woof.
And they got the
X-Bow.
trade off of Yona.
X-Bow.
While the replay still showing that rampage that gets stolen right there by Yona. But nice turnaround. Chucky gets to play these aggressive arenas as well, which he didn't get to use quite a lot in game number 1. But now he does lead into a kill on Ibma. They got the boat to connect onto the Lion. Aya's going to be dropping low, another Ravage onto 2. And the Lion's going to be able to walk away. And Chucky, he's also feeling pretty good. Damn, 30 minutes. This Lion has a blink already. And Mango Rose for the solo kill.
Offlane's gonna be tipped again. I can feel it.
Kunkka,
No?
is he also dead here? Spear's ready.
Oh,
Yeah, he's got that one. Will connect. And now
How's Zeus
onto the
alive?
next target. This is the Enchantress. He's down to 33 kills in 14 minutes. Can we get to the 3 kills per minute average, Hades?
I think we can. You know, it's 23 to 10. It's a 12k gold lead. It's only 14 minutes in. This actually feels like a turbo game at this point.
Yep.
No.
Radiant's middle tower is
So to
under
get
Cool.
there, we need to have 42 kills at 14 minutes. Then we need 45 kills, and then 48. You get the maths. Even you know that maths.
Dire's middle tower is under
Is it because I'm Asian? Good talk, good talk, good talk.
Good talk.
Uh,
middle tower is under
all right.
I never said I'm good at maths.
Oh no, okay, nice. Oh, that was almost a reverse Uno. Hey, meanwhile, you know, Tiny is close to a Blink Dagger, but you even need the Blink Dagger at this point. You know, you've been brawling. They're in your face. I don't think you need a Blink
Yeah.
Dagger. Just get, like,
I
any other
mean-
item.
Dire's middle
The way
tower
that they're running at them, sure.
You do realize that Morphling is almost,
has fallen.
like, the entire net worth of, like, the Kunkka and Tiny combined. AM is
Pretty
basically
much.
a support. The Zeus has, like, almost his net worth.
It's not pretty. That's for sure. Meepo,
Ooh,
it's like point booster away from Ags, so
whiff.
that's another
Or not.
threat out there. Mango, Rose, and Ayat and the boys, they'll finish off onto. Comes with the help of the Arena of Blood. Used for an Enchantress support, but kill is a kill. That's the one that counts. Ow, they caught the Tiny in the mid lane as well. Yona's going to be right there, just throwing one Earthbind after the other.
Oi.
And then there comes a Reese and just waltzes in, snipes that kill. Chucky takes down Ipman.
Dire's bottom
Yo,
tower
yo,
is
yo.
under
Report the Zeus. Report the Meepo. Like, Meepo for stealing Rampage, and now report Zeus for KSing. Oh no, AM. Oh no.
Yeah,
Oh,
how
no.
does the Zeus have the cleanest stats on the board? 409.
Has a mech. You know, I talked about how they don't have utility, and then this guy just proves me wrong. And earlier on, he was like saying apparently Zeus is the new
Yep.
OP support.
Dire's bottom
Yona
Like, look at this, they-
bringing
they
in the
just smoked
Meepos
up.
here onto this Kunkka. Reese, is he going to kill steal this one too? All right, he's just going to drop his spells right away. Nope, Yona gets this one.
So as that was happening, I'm not sure why. MAG they literally just smoked up behind the enemy, like in between the enemy tier 2 and tier 3, and goodbye Enchantress.
How confusing is this though for you? I know
mean, this
it
game?
must be confusing sometimes, but you got MAG and MGA.
Sorry, there was a glitch in the brain for a while. Like I just froze. I had lag.
That's all right. We got packet loss in the head sometimes.
Yeah, we do it all the time.
He's getting chased around here. Mango Rose uses his own tools against him with that toss, but that is already a godlike spree up on this
And they found the
Morphling.
anti-mage. Hello.
Yeah, and he's got no way out. Good night, Tobio. Death number 8. Just doesn't get to play this game.
He needs to do an Arctorian, man. He needs to
Yeah.
be like classic RTZ, farm and let the team die.
Ipman goes down to Yona. They can't kill the Enchantress because of the overprotective Wisps. Chucky has to wait for another Blink Spear, but the Ench is already away. So Antua's his way. Oh, they call it. We're done.
Wait, that's
They're
it?
out. And Mag advances forward. So it's fair enough to point. Like, what is there left to play in this game? If we're brutally honest, like you're playing a lineup like this, you're supposed to be ahead or at least tied to some extent, but it's understandable. But Myth Avenue Gaming, Hell march onward. We will see them in Thailand.
I don't even know. Is there a match MVP? You know, production. Do we have a match MVP? Like,
Well, once we get there, they're gonna. I mean, I think they're just having a bit of a meeting right now, discussing is there a potential MVP for this game once we get there. But I mean, if you ask me, this was a team performance, but we only had one team on the server. Let's
give the MVP
let's
to the
not
Morphling.
sugarcoat it.
Let's give it to the Morphling. Let's just leave it at that. Report them, like I said, report the
For
Meepo for
dying
taking.
to a Kunkka.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know if you can really do that. That's like a tip of its own, right? Just giving the MVP. Oh, look at this
I
guy's
mean, he
face.
had the
He's so
highest-
smug about it.
He had the highest net worth, the highest KD and everything, but I'm pretty sure production's gonna prove me wrong. They're gonna put the Snapfire, the Lion for that 4-man stun at the first blood. And you know, like I said, report the Zeus for KSing the Meepo, report the Meepo for KSing the Rampage, you know, Justice the Mango for an old Rampage.
Yeah.
Alright, there we go, the
I'm
highlights
just
are coming.
looking at all the, like, the amount of damage is nicely split between the entire team. Got 11.1 on the Mars, 11.5 on the Lion, 11.7 on the Morphling. Then you got the Meepo, the 12Ks, and Zeus, of course, naturally topping DPS because you just can't keep up with the damage output the Zeus has. But on the other side, not a whole lot of damage coming out from Ipman and friends. Like, the biggest source of damage, it's either the tiny burst, the Snapfire using his entire mana pool in like a 60-second fight, or the Enchantress just existing.
I mean, you know, despite all these points, I don't even know if any analysis is gonna come any good out of this game because of how clowny it was. But there was
It was clowny, but it was fun.
there was one thing that we did predict from the get-go from the draft, which was, you know what, guys? Anti-Mage, worst game for any game. The worst hero for any game. That's what I meant. Like, he didn't even get to complete the Battle Fury, dude.
I mean, 8 deaths doesn't really credit to you towards any item that you want to build in this game. Like, it was it was actually since minute 1, they've had 4 heroes on top of net worth until the next Ipman and Friends player comes in, and it took them quite some time until the Tiny was able to sneak into the top 3. He was the one who was having an alright game, but your side lanes were in shambles. The Kunkka wasn't having a good time, the Anti-Mage was having a horrible time. And they're starting to get like 13-minute blink timers on the side of Myth Avenue Gaming. Not fun. But hey, who's the MVP? It's Yona! And Hades is like, why?
You know,
Why?
it's like when I say something, production's just messing with me at this point. I'm pretty sure Baya's just messing with me at this point. Like, if I say this, it's gonna come out this. If I say this, it's gonna come out as like step 3. Yeah, they're just screwing with me at this point.
Possibly they are, but you'll get your time, Hades. You will shine right? Like a diamond at some point. But that wraps up our first series. Myth Avenue Gaming, they go onward. They will advance to the event as the number 1 team from Southeast Asia. And we've got one more series coming up after this. What do you think? What do you think is going to happen in our second series? We get like a quick glimpse onto that next one.
I mean, before I answer that question, I just wanted to say, really, nice try to Itman and friends. I hope they had fun. Thanks for participating in the MSI Gaming Arena. It's good to know Vietnam Dota is still alive. You guys just need to catch up, a bit more experience, and I think we're good to go. Never forget. Yeah, DH, Idol. Apparently he does coaching, so we could all learn something. Yeah. And to answer your question, what to expect in the next series, it's going to be an Indonesia standoff. Indo fans, it's time to gather, it's time to go, and I expect a very close series. We both talked about how there are a lot of familiar names going into the next series as well. Some with experience from the DPC, and a lot of young upcoming talent, the prodigy who never lived up to the expectations. There's a lot at stake.
Definitely some, is it sirloin steak or is it something really good that we're going to be getting in this next series?
It's going to be a good
also looked
ribeye.
at those rosters. It's definitely going to be a great series. Some really good players, some players that I've been watching for a couple of years play already have been very capable, and I think they're going to be a challenge for any team that they go up against. But that is after the break, our next series. We'll be talking more about that here. It's T-Panda and Hades. We're going to be casting you these best of threes here today. I'm not sure. Production whispered something in my ear. I'm not sure if you call that one Hades.
I didn't catch that one. Sorry, production. Can you lovely whisper into our ear again? Good talk.
We're listening. Yeah, we're
Hello.
hoping for a word. But if everyone is all right.
Oh
yes,
interview.
absolutely. We have the interview before we get to talk about that next matchup. So let's roll it up here. I wonder who we have here for interview, but at least from the winning side, Myth Avenue Gaming. Hey, congratulations, guys. You made it to the final event. You're going to be playing in Bangkok in a couple of weeks. How does it feel to get into another LAN?
We feel good because can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
We feel good because actually we are quite a new team. It's I think it's our second or third LAN for our team, so we feel quite good. And then we already top 4 because the LAN is only 4 teams, so we are quite happy. But we just try to get ready for the LAN.
I see you're going with the political talk here. You guys were throwing in some in-game banter there with your opponents. You guys were having a lot of fun. You want to throw in some of your player perspective against your opponents? You have a lot of respect to Ipman and friends and the guys, but was there something going on, from your pubs against them or in some scrims before you played against this team that you had this kind of friendly banter going on in chat with your opponents?
Okay. I think we met some of the players from their team in ranks, so we just have a friendly chat on our all chat. But we didn't underestimate them because they did quite good against Lanka Esport. So we respect them, but at the same time, we're just having fun.
All right.
Okay,
Looks pretty good. Hades, I'll let you take it.
Okay, so just 2 questions for you. Just number one, how have you guys been preparing, in the build up to this qualifier into the LAN?
We play a lot of scrims, and then we did a lot of research on the teams because we know what teams are playing. So we didn't know much about just now the team, the Iban and friends. So we have a lot of respect for them because we did a lot of research on Manta Esport, and they won against them. So we were quite nervous fighting against them, but we did quite well, so it's okay.
Okay. Then the last question: any expectations when you guys, get to Thailand?
Any expectation? I think we will try to win, but we didn't know the other teams yet. But we will try to win. Maybe try not to get the last place, and try to have some fun.
Okay.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time here at the interview. Congrats on your win, and we'll see you in Bangkok.
Thank you.
All right, so there we heard from the side of Myth Avenue Gaming. It looked like very political talk at the start, you know, taking things seriously, respect their opponents. That's good stuff. I was hoping to get a bit more about that in-game banter. I know you and I love to see a bit of deep dive, but he was a gentleman. He was a scholar. He didn't want to go too deep into it.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I think that was as you know, as much banter as we could have expected, or like how much insight we could have potentially gotten it anyways. Because you know, like I said, it's just like a rank game. They were just having a bit of trash talk just for fun because they tune into each other, and it's all about fun games, especially in Dota. And you know, I think more importantly, it's nice to know like you know, if they have expectations to not be last place, which is a good start. You know, I would say he's a bit of a realistic guy. He didn't seem too nervous as well. He was calm and composed. I'm very excited to see how this guy's gonna go. You know, how he's gonna perform at the LAN. You know, I'm not sure if there are any expectations on him because of his brother, or will he follow in his brother's footsteps? But he is playing a different role after all, or like what expectations he has for himself. So, we'll find out in due time. Ooh,
Yeah, so
winner.
let's get to see the winner graphic here as well. We have our first person winning an MSI monitor winner. Congratulations. Hopefully I don't absolutely butcher this name. Tanzi Ian from Malaysia. Congratulations. We're going to be sending one monitor your way. And, you know, he's one of the guys who didn't tell his friends to tune in into the stream because he won that prize for himself. But hey, anybody from you watching this broadcast today, we're going to have a couple more of some spicy prizes coming in later today. So don't miss out on those opportunities. Keep your eyes open when we're on screen or when we guys are talking. There might be something coming up. But now's a good time to go for a bit of a break, get yourself some new refreshments, go to the toilet, whatever you need to do. Because next one, it's going to be an absolute barn burner. It's going to be a great series. We will see you in a few minutes for the next series.
How long break do we have?
All right, welcome back, folks. We are returning from our break here at the MSI Gaming Arena SCA qualifiers. Our first best of 3 is now out of the way, and time to look forward to this next one. I talked about this being a barn burner. Wow, that was almost a tongue twister. This is going to be a really tough series because the level of play just got this much higher. There are some great players out there, some that have been playing in the DPC, have been playing in other big tournaments as well. So I'm at least looking forward to this one, Hades. I hope you are as well.
I am. You know, I have a soft spot for Indonesian teams, you know, because I began my career in Indonesia. So I'm very excited to see like some of these names that I sort of like grew in Dota with, like not closely, but like I at least got to watch them when they were like in academy teams. So it's nice to see like now they are like, you know, it's like they've left the nest. These guys are just trying to make it to the big stage. And I like I do agree with you when you say that this is the level of gameplay is gonna be a lot higher. But my question is how high? Because, you know, it's not like these teams are like organizations, you know, are these guys scrimming like tier 2, tier 1 teams? You know, how much have they improved compared to their previous teams? I know you meant, you know, when we were talking a bit before the day started, you said that you recognize some of the names from Army Geniuses. These are guys that performed extremely well in the DPC, coming that close to the major. But, you know, how are they now?
Well, I mean, at least a couple players maybe on the side of Karstens might be the ones that you got to look out for, like how well are they going to play. I know on the side of Team Essence, you know, some of the guys like, for example, DB or Bota 2, these guys, I mean, the two of them have been playing together for quite some time. We had another third-party tournament that they played in as well. Varish, the same thing as well. Like this guy, I feel like he has been very consistent with his performance, but mostly Pota 2 and DB. They played with Outcast. That was with Russman, with Varish playing the Pods 5 in that team. They came second in a tournament, only losing to Team Tough. That was on a big roll. This was after the TI qualifiers and also before the TI qualifiers, when Team Tough, they signed Bob, who used to play with Execration, if I remember correct. Yeah, Execration and Geek Fam. This, I think, is a really capable roster of beating even some of the top teams from SCA.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure about, say, beating the top teams in SCA, but I think they could give them a good run for their money. There's just something holding them back, team. You know, like maybe not just Team Essence, but like Indonesian players as a whole. They've always come really close, like, you know, up to the second place. It's like a second place curse that has haunted their region, and I'm not sure why. There we go now. Okay, yeah, thank you, Edmund, for letting them know of our you know, presence and that they're being shown. Don't deafen the camera, guys. If only we could hear them say hi to the cameras. Look at Barish. He's studying the stats. He's looking deep. I'm not sure what he's looking down, or did his cam freeze? I think his cam froze. Yeah, there we go. Now he's back.
He's just a deep thinker, you know? He's got such a big brain that the cameras might freeze because they just can't withstand the capability this man's thinking on. But their opponents, Karstens Esports, you might notice names like Ifrit, Azura, at least I do. What else about this roster? I mean, Karstens, they went under Karstens when Ifrit was the carry player. They had Fufufie, Deco, Leon Baby. The other guys were just like, I don't know who they are, but Ifrit is someone you should definitely know.
I mean, this guy at one point, this was an Indonesian carry, like talking about, or like Indonesian carry. I mean, this is the very, very beginning of photo hide, talk about like in your dream. It's the point you want to go to next one, but I'm not sure what happened during that period. So that's why you know, maybe he's just taking a break, or maybe something to hit him. But I'm very excited to see how, you know, he's gonna progress to the next stage. Oh wait, who's the dude with the long hair? Sick, man. Is it not hot?
Couple hair gods out there, at least, you know. Only just handsome fellas, but also ready to take on the challenge versus their opponents, because, you know, this is a tight matchup. I would maybe say Team Essence, in my books, maybe a bit favored here. But would you say Karstens is close to Team Essence?
I like to think in terms of team play, yes. Individually, maybe not like all of them. You know, some of them are still obviously lagging a little bit behind. When you look, you have to compare it to like Team Essence, where you have players who have competed on the DPC at Division 1 level, and they actually almost made it to the major. Compared to a team of like who was barely broken into Tier 2, but they are still strong enough that they can be a very, very huge threat to these experienced players. So
yeah,
it's hard to say. I think all of it's going to come down today in this best of 3 to how fast you can adapt. Game 1 is going to be obviously a very huge test, as usual. It's going to be getting a feel of each other out. And as the series progresses, hopefully, because if it does go to a Game 3, then we get to see how talented these guys really are.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you say Game 1 is a test, but there are also like so many ways to look at this game. Like, do you start on a roll? Do you just take advantage over your opponents in the first minutes and then completely drop the ball in game number 2, getting out drafted? Like, there are these very, very small, minute details about like the drafting. Like, phase 1 could already tell you so much about it, but we can talk about the draft in a moment. What I want you guys to pay attention to is that QR code at the bottom of the screen right now. You can see, well, I mean on the side, more my fingers are pointing in the wrong direction. I'm pointing at Hades right now, but make sure you scan that QR code and answer a couple questions, and you might just end up winning one of those monitors. We already gave one away. It's closer to Hades' fingers. You are right there on the spot. We already gave one monitor away. We're giving another one at the end of this series, so pay attention if you're one of those lucky winners potentially.
Exactly. And I do want to point out that someone from Indonesia did win yesterday during the Indonesian games. So, spoiler alert, someone from Indonesia is gonna win. Whether it's winning the game or winning a monitor, somebody's gonna win. It's gonna happen.
Someone's definitely going to win one. But hey, the draft is about to start. We're going to dive into the draft in just mere moments. We've talked a lot about, like, with other broadcasts and other co-casters about, like, Sand King first phase through, it's like you made this draft impossible to beat anymore. Is there any other hero that you keep in high regard that is such a strong hero that it makes your draft almost impossible?
Actually, I wanted to get your. I was just thinking about how I wanted to get your insight on something specifically regarding the draft for the Indo teams. So, how familiar are you with like the Indo playstyle?
With the playstyle?
Yes.
I mean, it's a bit all over the place, right? Maybe I'm more familiar with the Philippines playstyle than the Indo style.
10 seconds remaining.
Because especially when you talked about the draft a little bit, because of how it linked in my head is that I noticed like these guys, if you have to like say grade on a scale of like 1 to 10, I've always found like Indonesian core players specifically are the ones that they tend to be a little bit more static. It's usually down the supports who love to rotate a little bit more. It's still that kind of thing has not really. We don't see like selfish Indonesian supports, if you've noticed. Like, they're not the ones that are very farm intensive. These are the guys that like to really try to make things happen around the map a little bit more. So in that sense, it's very different to where like you look at Filipino players, they're a little bit more flexible for, they like to do this, maybe Tims, if you talk about Tims, a guy who's able to scale. Indonesian supports, there are very few of them that actually scale. A lot of them, they like to play this very sustained kind of role. That's where you saw, like, if you look in the past, like 5 years, that some of the most successful supports are the ones who are very, very good with like these saving supports. Yeah.
And also comes to like when you look at the pause ones in general. In today's meta, you can't really afford to play the 4 protect 1 strat. It doesn't take you far enough. If your opponent's playstyle is aggressive moves, if they want to rotate through the twin gates, if they want to send 3 heroes into the opposing carry's lane, try to get a quick kill off of them, for example. You kill them once, they teleport in, you kill them again. It punishes you so hard. You get that T1 out of the way, you choke out the map, you force a hero that needs to farm the lane and cannot only do the jungle. Take Luna, for example. Luna that needs Mask of Madness, or at least the Morbid Mask, to somewhat safely farm the jungle, because they still need that lane for themselves. A lot of carry players rotating through that twin gate to look for a kill, to take the tower, to take some of that farming space that is now safe for you to play, is the way to go in today's Dota. It has worked the best out of all the other carries that I've seen. Very few teams can make that 4 protect 1 work.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't think 4 Protect 1 is even a thing anymore. It's just outdated.
Exactly.
Especially with I love what you said, especially with twin gates, like the rotations thing. Like, you know, especially with like the active carry being such a thing now. I feel that is where some C players in general have just struggled. So actually, okay, now back to the draft. Carsten's Esports. I did see that one of the Chen
10
games yesterday.
seconds remaining.
I wasn't super impressed by it because the thing is, I also feel like Chen, like players have just
5
learned how to
seconds
they've just learned how to play around it. You know, it forces you to play a very weird style, and not to mention because of the way Chen functions, to a certain extent, you could also be like depriving cores of resources, which they might need in case of a losing lane.
Radiant team banned.
And even at a certain extent, you know, like every time you die, you just take so long to reset as a Chen. It's not about cooldowns, it's more about like getting the neutral creeps back and stuff.
Yeah. The hero does
Sniper.
give you a nice level of balance into the lane. You get the push early if you get your levels, kind of like with the
10
Enchantress. You can
seconds
start
remaining.
looking at tower push on your
Radiant
own,
team
split
pick.
push around the map. And just in general, we talk about the aura meta. Chen aura creeps are still one really good way to look at, like if you want to reinforce your team, if you want to play a more aggressive offlaner, for example, that doesn't want to build auras, then Chen can back you up on that. So
10
it's still a
seconds
very good hero in the right hands, though
5 seconds remaining.
I feel like there are a lot of these pause 4s and pause 5s that need to focus on winning the lane, and if Chen doesn't get the right creeps, I feel like his capabilities are wearing off a bit unless you are like an absolute world tier, world-class Chen player.
I feel that's because the bar for this hero to what passes off as tier 1 or even like tier 2, it's so
Dire
high.
team pick.
And also with, you know, how active laning has become, especially it's no longer like, you know, like we talk about 1v1 matchups. Never. Like you also want like supports that have a high likelihood to rotate, or you've committed to hardcore like super I will win lane kind of laning heroes. Chen fits into neither of those categories.
10 seconds
Like he's not a
remaining.
specialist. Neither is he like a brawler. So I think that's why he struggled to be picked in this
5
meta. But you know,
seconds
Carsten's Esports, the fact that they're picking him up, it does imply a plan. We'll have to see. And you know, combine it with Doom, kind of bit of anti-synergy there to a certain extent. But if it works out, it really works out. So it's almost like a high risk, high reward kind of like a draft. We're starting it right now for Carstens. But Team Essence, I like the sniper pick. It's the first sniper that I've seen so far in any of the games I've casted in the MGA. But the question is which facet is he going for, especially if he's a core. But I think this should be that pause for support. I know pause for like support with that facet, super good. I love it. I hate playing against it.
Dire team pick.
I don't know what I feel about this Doom. I'm not getting any very positive vibes about it, because Doom is usually picked as a hero to an answer to something, and it's picked quite late into the draft. Now that you're picking Doom to open your second phase without actually targeting this hero
10
towards
seconds
anything,
remaining.
except for Sniper potentially having lifesteal. Snipers
5
don't
seconds
build
remaining.
lifesteal these days. I feel like this is, you say high risk, high reward, I say high risk, low reward, maybe, in the case of how they pair up with the Chen and the Doom. So I was hoping to see this hero later, because now it's like Team Essence, they could pick up something like Medusa, go completely unpunished in the laning stage. You could pick Lina with the Clockwork, still be good with that,
Radiant
because you get
team
yourself a very strong lane versus the Doom. But they're going to leave their carry option open for now. Do they want to put the sniper in there? Do they want to put their something else out there? Because it could be support sniper, could be your mid invoker, could, for example, still be like carry sniper, could be your 5. Like
10
you
seconds
have
remaining.
options here with this draft.
I think this is still a pause for sniper. The
5
safe lane
seconds
sniper doesn't
remaining.
do as well, and the last thing you want to do is like enter a farm race with the Doom.
Radiant
And even
team
like,
pick.
you know, if you play that safe lane sniper, it's still unsure which facet really suits the hero at the moment. So I'm still leaning towards it's being a pause for, and I think there's very high kill potential depending on which off lane
Yeah.
they go for. Oh,
It
snap,
does-
another Snapfire game.
Yeah, it does bring
10
quite a lot
seconds
from
remaining.
the mid lane position. Sniper is really difficult to lane against with the
5
damage output he
seconds
has with his scatter shot. Oh, scatter shot. Was that the one I was looking for? Shrapnel facet. But I think you might just have to put it into the support position, because the invoker's out there. Unless this Team Essence is like, we can play a support invoker or an offlane invoker, which I think would be maybe Not probably the right hero pick here, but Doom Snapfire, I think this is reinforcing the laning stage already. It's already looking a lot better. But I'm just looking at Team Essence's carries. Like, they have so many good options versus this Doom.
I like the Lycan ban. I know this is the first time that we're seeing it today, but after watching the game yesterday for Team Essence, it was very clear that they have practiced with the Lycan. It's not something that works out a lot for, at least I'm not sure about the other regions, but you see this a bit in the Chinese and the Sea regions. Like Lycan is just a hero, like, during the 33 heydays, hot topic, and it's picked up by, I say, a very, very like a minority bunch here in the Southeast Asian region. And the ones who can actually play it, it's very annoying. It accelerates timing so fast, and it shuts down cores as well, which is very, very annoying. So it's a good ban, especially now that you come off the Morphling as well.
Yeah, that protects the Morphling pick at least, and there's no Doom on your opposing side, so at least the Morphling is protected here in this draft. But let's see what Team Essence wants to bring up. You cannot pick the Gyro into this one because of the Doom. I'm not worried about the Gyro versus Morphling, even if the Morphling can steal that flat cannon. But the Doom just taking away the lifesteal, that's the biggest tool that the Gyrocopter can have in those team fights. Otherwise, you just die to the burst that's on your opposing side. But this Medusa still looks good. Though, if they pick their offlane now, that would be an easy ban for Carstens to get rid of. They go for the Slark instead, which is a very slowly building up hero here. Team Essence, they've got some burst and some control, but how do you feel about the Slark hero right now? I haven't seen quite a lot of the Slark, except that no one really wants to play this hero outside of pubs.
Yeah, because it is a pub hero. Like, straight out. Like, think about it. Right now, from a level 1 perspective,
10 seconds remaining.
none of the spells do well into, a Snapfire and Doom. And Dooms don't go for that Doom, like some of the Devour. They don't go for the Devour up to at least level 3. Like, I've even seen Dooms, like, if they don't get a good neutral creep, they just like, screw it. I'm just gonna go put another point into the Scorched stuff. And then this way, as a Slark, how are you going to approach the lane? And not to mention, it's a Slark and Clockwork. There is no nuke damage in here, and it's going to take a very long time to kill anybody. So it's going to be like very positioning based, like how much you can bait, the Snap Doom lane in, and it's just going to be a lot of trading. And I don't feel like his economy is going to do that well as well, with how much consumables he probably has to buy. A lot of this is going to boil down right now to the offlane hero pool, which is why you can see Essence, they have prioritized that offlane hero.
Ban out. The Timbersaw would have been a great pick, and also the Centaur. I mean, you could still consider Beastmaster as an option, but then again, you're like, what are we really using this this Morphling for? Like, is this Slark ever going to beat the Morphling in who wins the fight in the end? The other can just burst. The other one needs time to build up. You either need another source of damage that activates early, unless you're putting that sniper into a core position, which I don't think is going to happen anymore with these two. It's not a whole lot of offlaners outside of Beastmaster that has a timing that poses a threat.
There's Kunkka and Viper as well, or unless they decide to put the Slark into the Morphling lane, which honestly is not too bad at the sniper, and they can always come up with like a safe lane, say like a Drow, Luna. You still have Murata Wind Ranger open, but for some reason these two heroes have not been touched. But okay, they're gonna go into something a bit more classic. It's gonna be the Darkseer.
Alright, I mean, and yeah, I was thinking about a couple of those offlaners, like what really fits into the picture here, but that Darkseer, I mean, paired up with the sniper, they've got some pretty deadly damage into the lane.
We might be seeing like the support lanes kind of like move around a little bit, because Slark and Sniper, then yes, there's a lot more kill potential. Darkseer, Clockwork has a lot more synergy as well. So I feel like that would probably be the lanes. The Invoker and Ember matchup. I mean, if this is a cross-vex Invoker, then, Ember is not going to have too easy of a time to rotate. And with a bit of support help to contest the runes, probably the case. But one thing to note is I feel like, the support rotations really will be the game breaker here to decide which mid player will have a better time that actually breaks open the mid game.
I'm looking at some pretty interesting facet choices here as well. Pota 2 did have the agnostic locked in for quite a long time, but he changes it to the elitist, so I'm no longer amazed by that one. And of course, the Devil's Bargain now on the Doom could have been a potential game to pick up Gluttony, but maybe the Devil's Bargain will help you out in multiple situations. Whose draft do you favor more, though? I think, like, when you're looking at some of these timings, you'd think that Carson's always has the upper hand versus Team Essence, but instead of who has the better draft, I'm actually going to rephrase that question. Who has the better exit from the laning stage?
It's too hard to say. It's really going to be 50-50 for me. They all have their own fair share of like power picks, and that's why the laning phase is really not going to be too big of a factor in this game. It's just going to boil down to, like, you know, like I said, the mid game and the mid heroes. Like, who's going to be able to have as much impact? You know, if this guy goes into the Cross Exalt Invoker, I'm not too convinced about Cross Exalt Invokers rotating around, because you have to be really good at it, and often it backfires. Unlike an Ember Spirit, where he can, you know, you just get one rune. It's so easy to rotate, and it's so easy to sustain in the lane. Or we might see some 5-on-5 action very early on.
I like the fact that you're not going too heavily onto the laning stage, because I also think that that's not necessarily going to tell us a whole lot. Maybe for Pota 2's Invoker's sake, we see usually these double Wraith Band Invokers, no Vessels, no Urns, just the Wraith Bands into Witchblade and bring that right-click damage onto the board. You are playing pretty early mid-game focused, but so is the Ember. I think the mid laners will have quite a lot to say and how this game is going to start building up, but you've got a Morphling that's just going to disappear from the lane at some point. You've got the Slark that also needs to just, you know, flash farm through these camps as fast as possible and try to hit a similar timing.
Dalol, intimidating, breaking the smoke. Very nicely done. So it looks like we're just going to have a very, peaceful fight for the bounty rune. Not even a fight.
The Mind Stealer already in the river. Nobody's going to get that first last hit out, but Ember taking a pretty annoying amount of damage early on there from Varus, dropping that shrapnel. But the scatter shot will help out with that. I don't know. I had a brain fart. I thought it was something else. I was talking about scatter shot, and I was like, what am I talking about? Shrapnel. But yeah, it is scatter shot.
Oh, but the fact that it's called scatter shot, so nothing. Because I did call it scatter shot just now. That's why.
Yeah. So I was like, what was wrong with me? It was like talking about the shrapnel facet. That is the shrapnel facet. So, but just wanted to correct myself that I didn't even need to correct myself.
I mean, I feel like in about the earlier point, about not emphasizing too much in the laning phase. Within C teams in general, there are a majority that focus too much on the laning phase, but the deciding one is always about what happens after. That's what I've noticed at least. Whether it's talking about the twin gates, whether it's talking about when to play around the runes. That's just the biggest difference often.
Yeah.
And yeah, there we have it. It's the Sniper Slark lane with the Clockwork and the Darkseer. So Sniper
almost dying in mid. Ooh.
He's gonna have a good time actually, the Sniper. Woof.
Yeah, Pota 2 was down to like 20 HP there from Leon Baby.
I mean,
double
Ember
impact
things, right?
slight really hurts.
I don't like this facet. Like when it first came out, Ember Spirit was picked every game. Like you had to ban it. If it wasn't banned, you first picked it no matter what.
Yeah. People have at least now in time learned how to play against it, but you get the occasional chain gang from time to time. I actually really enjoy watching chain gang Ember Spirits because I feel like they break the game a bit too, because it's like one guy against the world.
That is very true. Facets. It's some people have their opinions that they don't like it, but I like it because it just opens up the way, all the options that you can play.
Entitled to opinions?
Yeah.
We're only human.
Oof, I don't feel good if I'm this Invoker.
There is, talking about inits and facets, there's one init that I have made clear that what I absolutely despise, what I absolutely hate, it's the Enchantress.
Why?
It's garbage. Every other hero has some that does something. Oracle shows where is the rune gonna be. Dawnbreaker, even if it is an every 10 minutes, shows you vision on the map They will get the first kill in top and maybe even a second Varish. Does he? No, he doesn't have another shrapnel available, so this Doom should be all right. No pounce available. But like I'm saying, every other hero in this game, there are 124 good inits in this game, and Enchantress is not in that list. Well, Leon Baby, did he see that?
Yeah.
Getting a kill with a blood grenade, you know?
It's
kinda brutal.
Tower is under attack.
And all this action happening around the map. Everyone, they're just trying to assert dominance at this point. Ember Spirit, you're gonna feel so good. I don't feel good if I'm this Invoker at all. As a Cosmex Invoker playing from behind, it's rough. And I'm not even an Invoker player. It's just like, it's just rough. You'll always see this.
At least they're not fully dependent on that Midas anymore, which they sometimes were.
Cool. Bottom
Alright.
lane. The creep wave is coming in.
Kill. The Lul does drop low. The tower, okay, the wand keeps him alive. Still has a Lotus. Throws in the blood grenade. Tries to help out his buddy. Darkseer burning them down. Chen probably dead here. Maybe Azura as well if he tries to go for it, but Morphling is trying to push that wave out. Delul making another appearance. Trying to get to this Morphling here. Morphling goes for the right clicks, but now with that big wave, the battery assault, there's the range creep and the glyph. So it was going to hit one or two other targets and not get the max damage out. Ember, though, can he get to the water rune? Yes, he can. Dota 2 unable to get the kill.
And he gets the bounty rune as well. So not the... Actually, that's really good for him. He still maintains the level advantage.
Yep.
Oh, top lane, actually. This might be
I'm
something.
looking at this fight like as another shrapnel coming out from Varish and just needs that Dark Pact and a bit of extra damage, and the snap will go down. Varish with the sniper for the kill. AOMQ also chasing the Doom a bit here, but the pounce is still on cooldown. Doom's just going to have to stare, but here comes Leon Baby. Sniper, you might have overextended a bit here. Wants to die to the tower, rather. Hope for a split kill.
You know, times like this, I can imagine the comps is like, it's okay, nice kill, nice kill. And then Invoker, on the other hand, he's just like, now my lane's harder. Dude's gonna be level 6 before 6 minutes in.
At least nobody's under level 3 at this point. Otherwise, you'd be like a sad support level 2. Hiya.
Hiya, you again disappointment to the family. Like, why you feed like that?
Oh, I need an announcer like that telling me every time like I'm doing something wrong.
No problem, just have Asian parents.
Why you do not
always...
build a BKB?
Oh, the rotation from
Azura.
Barish. But the immediate TP from the Ember.
The Ember is just loving these rotations, but they run the wrong way. They spot
mana.
Marish though, hoping for the sniper, but he goes through the portal. No mana for a Searing Chain. That second Ember jump was a bit too much. Going on the
Maybe
Slark
hit
in
the
the
top
top
of
lane though, getting the cookie stun, but Xeno can't get there in time to instantly
He's
follow up
fine.
on Slark.
He has 18 1 charges. I like how he went for the Bracer as well. Just to, you know, help a bit of his economy, the stats and the regen. This is the most annoying, like, neutral creep spell in the entire game. Chain Lightning. I hate the damage on this thing. And because of that Ember Spirit TP to the bottom lane, Invoker has managed to catch up. Now he's basically above in CS compared to the Ember Spirit. He's caught up in levels.
Yep, caught up
He's
in net
actually
worth.
he's actually overtaken in levels. So he's very, very happy now.
Yeah. Everything that the Invoker needs. Just a solid start. I know he'll be good to go. Just needs to finish upgrading his boots, and these will start to happen. Maybe they can time it with a level 6 on the Doom to get Doom.
But he doesn't have mana, even with the Mango. I don't think it's enough to use the Doom. So they will try to push the advantage and maybe like kind of zone him out a little bit. They even put an Observer Ward at the triangle. But you know, Doom, he has to buy this time. And he still wants to build into the Midas build as well. Ooh, not sure how I feel about that.
Can use it once and then sell it, still have a profit.
Alright, only Doom players can do that. Ah, that's so annoying.
Yep. The devil's bargain. Kind of
Okay,
like
but
you think about the experience that you get from it, which is pretty huge.
that's very true. But okay, so this game very, very even out. The Danes have stabilized. The supports have pretty much done their thing. So let's see whether my prediction comes true about whether the supports will start making their way to the middle lane. Because, you know, Stark at some point, he's not going to care so much
or
about
even
the
carries through the portal. I was thinking the Morphling would like to do, but Delol is pressuring the Morphling. Azura has to go back under the tower. They're going to dive here with NTP. They drop the wall, and Morphling Illusion gets to work. DP coming up with the teleport, does get the shotgun to connect on to the Darkseer. But at the same time, you know, you've kind of used all of your spells. You're only level 4 in the Snapfire. There's nowhere to go. There's nothing else that you can do. And bring in the Sniper just in case and get a kill. And now start working on that T1 tower.
They want to chase the Morphling. They even brought the Stark down for this. He actually might get it. Oh!
I mean, this Morphling at least didn't go 1 HP.
Yeah, he has waveform. He's fine. But this opens up the room for the Doom to try and pressure the top lane. Oh.
Yeah, battling
Did he
out
get
for
the bounty?
the
Oh, no,
banner
Ember
room.
got
Leon
it.
Baby is going to be able to pick that one up. Like he's also
This is
gonna
a kill
get
for the
to
Ember.
Kill Delol too. Gonna have to save it for the Chen creep for the skill steal. But Pota 2 coming out of Invis, catching the Chen. The Ember was already able to jump away. They will get themselves a trade. The Invoker will also get his first of the game.
Yeah, battle between the mid laners now for dominance. The carries are just going to do their thing. But Morphling will scale better than the Slark.
All right, that looked a bit
Oh,
worse
beautiful
than
cookie.
it probably might just be if they can just get this kill, just a bit more damage. Pota 2, he goes down again, the double impact finish him off. He would have actually survived from just one slight. The second one was too much.
Yeah. I think it's very hard for a Morphling to rotate because, you know, when you have a Darkseer in your lane, like, he's just because of the Iron Shell. He's going to be keeping the lane pushed in, and you have to keep your farming rotation to try and at least, like, making sure the creeps don't bash into the tower, like the tier 2 tower.
Yep.
The tier 1 tower is definitely going down. Then from this, you know, they have the room, like, on the side of Essence to, like, rotate to the top and try to pressure the Doom. They also have the, you know, the bandwidth now to watch, like, if the Ember wants to try to make a move. Question is, what Carstens is, how are they going to react to this? You know, are they going to bring in the numbers? Or are they just going to, like, you know, play the farm game?
Does Carstens actually mean something?
No, I mean, they're not on the clock. I feel like neither of these teams are on the clock. It's just that they talk about an early timing.
No, I mean the team name.
The team name? Carstens?
Yeah, not the draft. Carstens, yeah. Does it mean
Wait.
something?
I don't know. I don't even know if that's like an Indonesian word.
That'd be
Maybe it's
curious
just cool.
where the name comes out.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures
Alright,
are
TP coming in from behind.
Got the numbers coming into the top lane. Doom already caught Delol, almost finishing him off by himself. Chen
Ooh,
dropping
that's
the
not
ult,
good.
but it does nothing for him. And now the Snapfire also rotating in, does get the shotgun
Invoker.
to connect onto the clockwork. The wall misses from NTP. Can't even get to vacuum him in. So they're going to have to get the cold snap, the tornado, and dive him under the tower. But this is really unsafe territory right now. They do get the surge for the clockwork, get him out of there. And the deafening blast did connect onto the Morphling. By the looks of it, also onto the Ember. So they'll get away with that dive. Invo though, Slark's coming in. Right on top of that Ember Spirit. Nowhere to go except for that one quick remnant away. But that means a trip to the fountain.
I'll take that.
It looks like Essence are about to hit their timings a bit sooner. You got a Slark, you know, Diffusal Blade on the way. You already have the mech on the Darkseer. He's going to a pipe next. It's going to be very difficult for the Doom to actually get any Doom pickoffs at the moment because Essence are reading their moves like very, very well. Morphling is basically like confined to the triangle, the ancient area, seeing as how they flip the map. I don't know, it feels weird. They need to like get maybe go for a smoke kill and try to catch that, you know, that breather.
Well, production just confirmed Carstens doesn't actually mean anything, but Pota 2 tanking a momentary Mortimer's Kisses. That was cancelled out by the tornado and the cold snap. So Snap ulti is out for 100 seconds. There might be a moment for Essence to use that timing for
He's got an
themselves.
Arcane Rune. He's actually gonna have his spells off cooldown. They could defend this and potentially get a kill. What the heck?
All right, he catches a Snapfire at the back, hoping that maybe they can get maybe one, maybe two.
Slug was thinking of flanking, but hesitates, goes back to farm. What's his next item gonna be? Does he want to go for the Aghanim's?
He's ready to hook shot.
Oh, this is very risky. The Hand of God is ready at the standby, and don't forget, Doom has a TP with his ultimate.
Dire are scanning.
Looks like they're gonna call off the invasion for now.
Calm before the storm. It's called map awareness as well. I like what they're doing. It's good that they backed off and not, committing to this aggression, so that they continue to scale. Not a call. Oh, Dalul?
Catching
Yes, hook
Dalul
shot.
in the river. He's just able to walk out of this one, but the high ground still going to be an eternal enemy for him. He can't get all the way. Vac wall onto two cores, Morphling and the Ember Spirit, both making a run for it. Ember can only afford one jump out, so he'll commit for now. Doom drop onto NTP. Xeno will help him get that kill. Double for Azura.
That steal was actually so good. The cold snap and the EMP. Look at Invoker not having any mana to cast any spells. And Doom coming in. He's like, you know what? Better now than never, right? Gets the Darkseer Doom kill. And he will stall the pipe timing a little bit. And he'll be happy for the kill. He has a Blink Dagger up very, very soon.
Just want to take some time until we get the Manta up on the Morphling. Drums for the Chen, Ember. And he also needs his first farming item, which is the Maelstrom.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, it's not easy to take these team skirmishes at the moment. You want to play around with the Hand of God so that you have the ultimate sustain. And Essence gonna put a lot of pressure into this tier 1 mid. Well, I think the only way Carstens gets killed here is if they catch someone out of position. Like this Clockwork, who's playing overly aggressive right now.
Chen army is on its way too. They already get the penetrance to connect onto Dalul, and he's just getting stun locked on the high ground position. Maybe they can trade off with the Chen kill. They'll get 1 for 1. Here comes the Slark, starting to build up and eat and chew through the Snapfire. Another Tornado connected onto 2. Doom trying to make a run for it, but he's gonna get taken down. Arish will drop to the Doom, but Darkseer will find himself a trade-off there with the ink, not the Inkswell, the Iron Shell. Ember also gets to jump away, but that does leave their mid tower defenseless. So that should be our first T1 mid off the game.
Middle tower has fallen.
Looks like the map aggression will continue. Team Essence are playing very, very strong, 60% of the map control. So this will only continue to expand unless they can make something happen with Doom that is about to come off cooldown. But still, very, very nice, invasion into the triangle. And I like the way that Carstens just went straight to the backline, taking out the annoying heroes like the Sniper, which means he basically doesn't have a chance to even get his shrapnels off.
Still, the net worth continues to be tied. Kills are pretty much tied as well. 9 to 10.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
We've seen this before, at least I have. This Morphling, now he,
They're
after
going to dive the Doom at the bottom lane. Hook shot connected onto Xeno. Vacuum to close him, pull him a bit closer. DOTA 2 will get this kill on the Invoker.
all in on the Morphling train. It's really all in on the Morphling train. But Slark, he's thinking about going in. Oh my god, they're connected.
The Morphling, that is. Does get the leash to connect the Sniper ulti, though. It is limited. It is lacking damage. Same for the Stark. They also actually dropped the Mortimer's Kisses.
Yeah, they tried to go on the Invoker.
They have dropped to half HP, but they're willing to go for another try. AOMQ is also here. Gonna get the jump here onto the Chen. They'll get the Chen out of the way. Now the Snapfire falls as well. Xeno does get the Doom off onto DOTA 2. As Invoker, well, looks like he's going to be all right because they finished off Xeno as well. And suddenly, Essence pushed themselves into a 3K net worth lead.
I love this voice line. Subdiff, what can you do?
Yeah.
He's not wrong though. Like the support difference is, it's really showing. It's very glaring, and maybe helping the mid
Radiant's
explode
bottom tower is under attack.
was not what I had in mind exactly, but it is still showing because you can
Not
see
on
this
your bingo
Invoker.
card.
Yeah, I mean the Invoker is still shutting down this Ember. Like Ember, he's so distracted that he can't do anything, and it's hard for him to open up the map now. Nice
Third
rotation.
shot connected onto the snap as well. Leon Baby is right there, but the sniper and Pota 2 will help them take down the snap. Quick little sunstrike, maybe a bit too deep there. No connection.
Radiant's
There is a
top
Mantis
tower
Tile
is
on the
under
Morphling,
attack.
but this is not the hero that split pushes lanes. Oh no.
Oh, he's got 3 points in shift, but I was about
Does it
to
matter?
say the really important he does not. I mean, if you had that 4th point up
Radiant's
there in
top
phase
tower
shift, that
is under attack.
probably, or the attribute shift that is, maybe things look a bit different. Still gets out of that one. 4-man smoke as
Wow,
well.
this is fast.
They are crossing straight through mid, but I think they just revealed themselves there with the Hadouken flying in.
I think it's okay. You sweep the map, check back a bit just in case there was a straggler, and they'll probably find a Chen.
Yeah, well, now he walks in. MKN, like he kind of admits to his fate. Are gonna look for a bit of a fight. Snapfire also there, tried to save the life of the Chen.
Oh no, at
Gets
the
caught
tip.
himself, gets rolled over by a molten boulder.
This game is starting to explode in a very bad way for Carstens. Not much that they can do. They will try to regroup over at the bottom side. Ember did leave a remnant behind just in case, but they found the Morphling. Sir? Hello? There we go. Oh, they used the wall.
Does look
Guys?
like they have to
Oh, they
let
found
that
the Doom.
Morphling slide through, but now getting that Doom isolated from all of his friends. Carstens to lose another. Essence now 6,000 gold ahead. And continuing to build that lead.
Yeah, this will continue to grow. It's very hard. And the fact that the Chen is playing from behind, he's had no progression. It's hard for him to, have any impact on the map or rotate for that matter. And not to mention,
Radiant
there is
are
a support level difference. At least 2 to 3 levels
Dire's middle
per
tower
support.
is under attack.
Like, what do you do? None of these heroes can also play like a sacrificial role like you could if you were a clock.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll try for a smoke Hail Mary play, but the Roche has already gone down. This is, clear all the other towers kind of Roshan. So, I don't know. You have to feel very claustrophobic right now if you're Carstens.
All right, you think this is going to be a farming Aegis here in the Slark?
Not farming Aegis. I think it's to clear out all the other towers Aegis, and then you see what happens from there.
Radiant are scanning.
Well, let's see how aggressive they get to play. They're going to have to take their own Tormentor. Their opponents yet have taken theirs.
Oh, this is good for the clockwork. The shard.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But very significant gold lead. I mean,
Yeah, it sure is.
Maybe looking at the items, like if Morphling can get a BKB by the time like they hit the tier 2s, or like at least before they hit high ground, I think that is a window of opportunity because as much as Essence are in the lead, Carstens has very good high ground defense, and
Radiant's middle
Essence has
tower is
very
under
bad high ground push.
Oh, yeah.
Like none of their heroes hit towers. If this was a sniper like core, cool, yes, totally. Maybe you can siege safely. But this is a sniper support. He has a solar crest. He is not hitting towers.
He's trying to fight his best versus multiple targets.
Oh, the hook?
is under attack.
He doesn't have mana for the remnant. He doesn't even have
Now
one
that
at all.
Emperor is going to go down in the river. Chen ulti once again dropped, but just
They wanna
not on
press.
time.
Radiant's middle tower
Ooh, and the
Continuing
dodge.
to chase, trying to get to the Morphling, but Pota 2 gonna wait for him to
Positioning.
turn around and head over to the triangle, but that ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, they have to watch their positioning. There's no way you go into that. Like, they still have the Doom available. Now, meanwhile, Chen is just committed to, like, farming in the super deep end of the dire side so that he can try and get some sort of, like, itemization progression.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Like, maybe he gets the drums, but I don't even think that's a game-changing item. Maybe like a Solar Crest, a pipe, anything, any utility. I don't think the drums is the best pick this game.
I also see the Lincoln soon coming up on the Slark, so make it one step harder here for the Doom on the side of Carson's and his connections. Low.
Also, side note for the viewers, don't forget, scan that QR code for a chance to win an MSI monitor.
Yeah, we'll
Tier one's
find
down.
out the victor of that monitor at the end of the series. But do put your registries in right now if you haven't yet.
Nice attempt from the Chen to use the Satyr to, Hadouken the creeps out, but very, very unlikely. I feel like Essence are
Under attack.
trying their best to sweep, but they're also like just chasing ghosts at this point. Carstens have done quite well at splitting the map and like trying to stem the bleeding of what's happening at the moment. They will even take the Tormentor. So a bit of respite. They even get the shot. The Fire Snap Cookie is pretty good, a bit of healing.
Yeah. But right now it is pretty much just a waiting game.
Chen's going to Arcane Boots now. That means he implies he might want to complete the Greaves maybe, but I don't know. This is a sad game. He did get the drums and the Ghost Scepter, so maybe he can set in the middle of things a little bit more. But I'm not convinced. This is not an easy Chen game.
That certainly hasn't proven to be one.
I mean, the smoke play, they might find something very tasty. They do see it. Oh no!
Oh, the hook shot. That's a bit of a miss. That was an opportunity to
but Slug is
potentially
still
jump
smoked
to the
up.
side of Carson's.
He's still smoked up. He could find something. He has a pounce. Chen, find somebody. Oh my god! What the heck?
He sees the cut down tree, and it's a perfect connection onto DP. AOMQ. Fighting all the way to the end.
How sad would it be
Love
if the
the
sniper
cat
just
there,
snapped it?
but,
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, while we talk about that, they'll find a kill and maybe even more. Vacuum onto 2. It doesn't pull them down to the low ground. They'll lose the Darkseer. Maybe even the Invoker as well. Pota 2 has to make a run for it.
No more BKB.
Turn.
Slark is here.
Oh dear. What do we do here? Got Q jumping at the Alacrity on him as well. Morphling dropping dangerously low under the tier 2 tower. And they will get themselves the Morphling kill. Level 17 Slark already. Starting to become a real threat on the map.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower
Looking like a
is under
disaster.
attack.
That was the perfect fight. There was no Slark.
Radiant structures
And somehow,
are fortified.
somehow,
Dire's bottom tower is under
they just
attack.
end up losing 3 heroes. They lost 2 cores. The Doom was already used. Yes, you got the Darkseer, but
Radiant's middle
he
tower
got
is
off the
under
pipe,
attack.
so he survived for a very, very long time. And there we go. Dalul also going down.
Yep.
Actually,
Getting
maybe
a response on the other side of the map here. Yeah, that takes a while. Unfortunate for him, the hook shot does fly out, but it's not the one that leads him to safety. So they get a tier 2 tower as a trade-off here, losing their clockwork.
They do get the tier 3 tower, so that's always very nice. And on top
Oh,
of that,
tier 3, yeah.
yeah,
My
that was a
bad.
tier 3 tower, so that's very, very good for them. They they're really not on the clock. Like, Essence just continue to play the map right, maybe even open up the top lane.
Dire's
The
top
amount of
tower
resources
is under attack.
that Karstens need to get back into this game is only going to continue to grow, because now he's going for a Daedalus. Maybe if he gets to the Daedalus, then Azure, if he get a good pick, then the game will swing. But otherwise, this game is still very much in the favor of Team Essence.
Dire are
Oh yeah,
Sniper
it's
as well
definitely
is
on
very
a
fat.
knife's edge.
Like, look at the Sniper. He has a 4-staff, a Solar Crest. He's a happy pause 5. This doesn't even feel like a pause 5 because of his damage output.
I just need a Daedalus in this build, and I'll be good.
Maybe even a shard.
Yeah,
I think Shard's so valuable.
Shard would be great, right? But you just start
Yeah.
transitioning into a right-clicking core.
Radiant's
Maybe you
bottom
do.
tower
Bottom
is under
wave.
attack.
Massive wave. Ember's gonna clear it, but the tower's taking a significant amount of damage. He just wants to deny the creeps.
Behind.
Smoke play from Costans.
Dire's
Triangle into the jungle. They want to try and retake the map, but there's no vision. Doubles already
Easier
in place.
said than done. Especially when there's
Oh,
a
they do
clock
get
working
the-
the
they do
front
get it.
lines. They do get the Doom out. It's onto Pota 2. They will lose the Invoker. Instant buyback. AMQ trying to get himself closer to Xeno's Doom.
They have to get back.
The vacuum does connect as well. The
Sunstrike!
Sunstrike coming out onto the Doom. 20 HP.
Yes, he did,
Assassinate.
What a
It's
blink.
not going to do it. He blinks out before the connection's there. The rocket flare flies in. And this man, he just shrugs it all off. Just a flesh wound.
They're going for smoke up. They want to go back for round 2. This fight is not over. Oh no,
The Alacrity's going to
Slark.
help them out here.
Shroud.
At least he
has an
gets to
ultimate now.
drop the Death Shroud.
Ember, no more remnants left in the tank. EMP will zone out
Yep.
the Radiant side, but the siege continues. Round 3. This might be it. They might just give away the racks for free, but the backdoor protection's up. The minions are coming in though. Are we going? Apparently we are.
If they can, actually, they're good to get the
Nice
attempt
vacuum.
there. The hook
Ooh.
shot doesn't quite land on the target because of the Forge Spirit standing in the way. The Alacrity buffed up Slark, going to work here, trying to take down Xeno. Xeno is so squishy when the Slark gets to work, but only 1,000 HP remaining. The Slark's going to go down. Leon Baby's going to get this kill, and it's a 4v4 now. But what can they do? 10 seconds for the wall up on the Darkseer. Morphling going straight to work with that BKB, tries to buy some time, tries to keep them close enough to each other's. They will lose the lull, but they're also losing the Ember. And here comes another set of cores, now chasing this Snapfire all the way back to base, but NTP, he cuts that escape short there with the Blink Vacuum. They do have the Morphling coming
Yeah,
in,
buybacks.
and some buybacks here as well. They are pretty deep inside the base. If they can punish this Invoker, it'll be worth quite a lot,
Can they
but
kill the
Pota 2, he's
Darkseer?
already away.
Red over at the bottom side. He's so low. They do have the Sleight of Fist. There we go.
Oh dear.
Very expensive to, you know, keep the melee racks alive. But overall, a very good defense. And you can see the gold swing. 3 heroes down on the side of Team Essence. It was a 3-for-3 trade. So despite the buybacks, you know, Karstens, they still profit the most in terms of the economy trade. This game has just been blown wide open. You can see like the Slug, very unfortunate. The perfect like layering of stuns, keep him
Yep.
down. Very, very well done. And you can see here in the replay, like this fight went on so long. It went on for like almost 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And this is because, you know, you're fighting so close to the base, and Karstens, they tried so well to, like, you know, keep Essence there.
Keep that Slark alive for such a long time, only to end up in this ultimate demise in the end. While we're fighting in the Roche pit here, Roche is low. Tornado flies out of the pit. AMQ is the only one inside the pit right now, and they're waiting for that Darkseer to get in. He's surging his way as fast as possible. AMQ
Oh, no,
does
the
force out the
BKB.
BKB for Xeno, but Azura looking to kill this Clockwork here, goes around it. Deafening Blast flies past him. Azura now hammering away versus the Slark, but he's got a puddle of his own, and he will get this Morphling on the run. EMPs are thrown out, trying to burn
no, he
more
has
and
no
more
mana.
mana. Nazura, he's completely drained out of mana right now. Gonna need some backup from his teammates. Is he gonna
but
get any?
Doom.
Xeno landing in the ulti, connected onto the Darkseer. And the buyback coming out from the Morphling. They are chasing more and more heroes here. Clockwork's low, but Leon Baby is a one to drop
Dieback on
first.
the Ember
Sniper
Doom.
is getting a double. Maybe if he gets himself
think
a
this is
triple, as this Morphling is so low right now, but he will die.
Oh no.
Another
That
vac
wa-
that
that
will
was
catch
a-
the Snapfire. Make it a triple.
When it rains, it pours. I mean, you know, that was the dieback on all these 4 heroes, and like I said, you know, I wasn't convinced with the Carstens Chen yesterday. I'm still not convinced, and this proves my case. So just like that, Team Essence, they will get the Roshan, and this should be the high ground. I just don't see a way back at the moment for Carstens to win this game. There was a timing, but now it's just completely gone.
Yeah.
Perfect timing as well with the vacuum. You know, you see all the Darkseer, he vacked the Morphling in, and he lost all his mana to that EMP. Very, very unfortunate. I think he, like, Morphling got a little bit too cocky as well. You know, going all the way to the back of the Roche pit, trying to enter a one-on-one duel with the Slack, just backfiring as a whole. So really, really well played. And despite the buyback from a full HP Morphling, there's nothing he can do. Essence was so far back already at that point. Look at the way they just repositioned. Before the point of that buyback, even Ember Spirit, he knew he was dead, he just hard committed trying, but he couldn't even get the clock kill. And this is it, yep.
Pretty much one of the last moments there that the Carstens side, if they won that fight, if they'd taken the Roche away at least from Essence, they could have prolonged this game a bit further. But now, with the sniper, with the, well, I guess you could say with the sniper, but mainly it is that Slark just on the high ground, just feeling unstoppable, invincible. Has that Aegis still for several minutes. Chains don't quite connect on the hero. He's able to Dark Pact himself out of there, but here comes Quota 2.
Wow, look at this tornado
connecting
EMP combo.
onto two heroes, but they forced him back. But Azura dead.
And there was a Hex as well on the Darkseer. He is massive. You don't see many Darkseers in this meta as well, because, you know, I guess people just learn how to play against them, but it worked out amazing this game, and the support rotations truly, you know, becoming the game decider.
Yep. They're just trying to straight up end this game. 45 seconds without the Morphling.
Oh, you wanted the sniper like a Maelstrom, right? Yeah, poof, there he goes.
Yeah, I mean,
The Gleipnir.
going all the way to Mjolnir. At this point, you can just build whatever the hell you want.
Media Hammer. That's what
he's gonna have a great time.
Oh, there's a Roshan banner as well, so this will probably be the end of the game. I mean, the Morphling. Oh,
Does feel like it. One last attempt though is given.
The Death Shroud.
Baby. He's already jumped around. Does have that Gleipnir coming off cooldown. But waiting for the timing to use it. It only holds their push for now. And nobody's dying. Not even the Clockwork. They're throwing out some more vessels. Rockets are flying in. AMQ jumping in between. Looking for that Sapphire kill. He'll get it. And on top of that, the Ember Spirit will fall. And he being gone for 60 seconds.
Defense of the
Ancient
Ancients.
exposed. Creeps are hitting and doing some damage, but they also got that banner. So that backdoor protection will never kick in. Carstens, they get the jump onto the Clockwork. Beautiful vacuum. And is this time for the first rampage? Are we finally getting it here?
Nope.
No.
Denied again.
Denied once again. It's NTP this time to take it away from his carry. But Team Essence, 35, almost 36 minutes into this one, they take the lead in the series.
Well, you did say there was going to be, like, you know, a lot higher game quality, and you weren't wrong. We got what we want, and this is only game one of this best of 3 series between these two Indonesian teams. Really, really well played.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like Carstens, you gotta accept that, you know, the Chen pick it was OP, but I don't think it's OP anymore. Especially like with the state of the meta and the heroes that you're facing against. I just don't see it.
I mean, they made some attempts on the side of Carstens to keep this game at least going their way, have a couple possible openings for themselves, still play to the Morphling timing, but I feel like they have to address so many hardships versus Team Essence. The sniper is, you know, we can't get to him. Do we deal enough damage fast enough? I think we probably do, but then Team Essence seems to have more of that damage on their side. Darkseer off to a great laning stage, has a great time. The Slark killed only once, ends up having a 24 KDA. It's like Carstens just, in the end, you look at it, it just feels like they couldn't keep up.
So who do you think is going to be the match MVP, if you had to say one?
So who's the MVP? I don't know. I won't give the Clockwork. I'm looking at that 27,500 damage. He's done for the team. He's played the sacrificial role. I feel like a support should get it.
Let me see. I think for me, with the way me and production have been going, this dynamic, I should probably go on like who I don't want the MVP to be, and then they'll give it to him anyways, maybe.
And is that Clockwork?
I think I don't want it to go to Invokers for sure.
Oh, we don't want to give it to Invoker. I mean, he did the most damage, not even in the entire game. It was actually Ember Spirit who did even more. But you can't really give an MVP to the losing side. So I think this game does fall back a bit to how the supports played out.
Could be the Slark.
Yeah.
Could be the Slark. I think Slark played pretty well this game, like going in and out. And I'm not sure if you saw like at the last team fight, he did try to stop his teammate from getting through by using the death shot, but he was just 1 second off. And that was how close it was between these teams. Often like that 1 second difference in who starts the fight was truly like game changing.
This is maybe a bit of a rough one here for Karstens. You know, you were looking to get a very competitive game number one. It was to some extent, but it just didn't feel like it was close to enough that what they wanted to achieve this game. How do you think they're going to change things for game number two? Was there anything that you picked up during this game that Karstens might be better off with?
I think don't pick the Chen, honestly. Like I feel like Karstens are just being held back by the Chen, no matter how much they pick it. Because I don't think that the guy is proficient enough at Chen in the first place. You know, with how much you need to do, you talked about how like you have to be like a world-class Chen player to make those kind of big plays happen. And I also mentioned how like based on the nature of the draft, you would need a lot of emphasis on supports that could actually, you know, enable your mid. And Chen never did that. So, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not the hero problem. Maybe it's like the way that he had a different objective in mind. He saw the game differently. So these are the things that can easily affect like Chen plays very easily, I say. All right, so there we go. It is a Slark MVP. Oh wow, production. We're actually on the same page this time for once.
Oh yeah. After doing a couple predictions there, finally got it right.
Finally,
but,
up to 10 of them.
This one goes for the Slark. You know, he has a 24 KDA, so I don't think you have to rightfully give it to him. He was active early on. At least he had the buffs from his teammates to do so. You know, Solar Crest, Alacrity. I think even better if you had, like, instead of a Clockwork, a support Mirana with Solar Flare, Akatsuki might have, the Slark might have looked even better. So MQ would have looked even stronger on the board in terms of numbers. But what matters in terms of numbers is they are in the lead in this series. And of course, game two is looming right behind the corner. So your quick thoughts until we throw it to a break, Hades.
I think none at the moment. It's just the same thing. I'm gonna sound like a broken record, but like just don't pick the Chen, just get something else. Anything else would be better, like something that's more suited to this fast-paced game. Because you know that Team Essence wants to brawl, you know that they want to rotate. Don't get the Chen. Like don't like, you know, just don't hamper yourself.
Yeah. I do think that maybe the Chen is something to start off with and see if you have a different first phaser to consider in your draft. But it is up to Karstens. What do they want to do once we get over to that after the break? But, you know, Team Essence, they're one step closer to clinching that spot to the final event, which is going to be played in Thailand and Bangkok. So, you know, the job's halfway done, but the job's not over yet. And also, for all of you folks out there, you know where I'm coming to. You know what I'm about to talk to you guys about. It is the QR code at the bottom of this screen. And make sure you scan it, because when you do, you're going to be prompted with some stuff. You get past those prompted stuff, you might get yourself an MSI monitor for yourself. So participate in the competition. But me, Hades, you folks, scan that QR code. We're going to go for a bit of a break and be back for game number 2. All right, we're coming back to game number 2 here with Team Essence versus Carstens Esports. Essence, they take the lead in this series with a pretty good-looking game in the end. I was doubting that Slark for a bit, but hey, it seemed to work out just fine on the side of Essence. But Carstens, we discussed that Chen was maybe a bit of an issue. Probably they might change their draft, or they keep the Chen and just change the heroes around them. I honestly think the biggest issue with this draft was that Doom coming into that second phase early without any particular hero that you're answering it with. So you can see the hero's still going to farm. He's going to have a good time in this laning stage with the pair up that he has. But what is he really answering in this game, honestly, was, I think, the biggest issue. They're playing against Slark, probably one of the harder targets for Doom to actually get anything off, because you always need to get the jump off first, and your cast point versus players at this high level, they usually get the press R faster than you get your Doom off. So that's just my 2 cents on that. I feel like you need to see the hero you're countering when you're picking a Doom into your draft.
I mean, I see where you're coming from, but I think the higher probability here, yeah, C team, you know, we love our laning phase. So I feel like I can imagine someone saying like, if it wasn't a sniper boss 5, I would have been fine. Like if it was any other hero, I would have won the lane. Yes. So you know that's very likely. That's a very highly likely thing that was going on in the team comms. So yeah, okay, hold on before I continue my rant. Yes, that is the QR code that you guys want to scan before the series ends, because we will announce a winner for MSI monitor gift. You know, depending on which region you're from. I'm not sure what model you'll get, but hey, be thankful for the free monitor if you're the winner, because we don't get it. I want one. And yes, so back to the game. As I was saying, yes, I actually, even regardless of that, I still disagree that I think the Doom is a very stable pick open, because right now it's Doom, Conquer, and Sankey. These are 3 heroes, right, that are priority. I just feel like they didn't really adapt to the way the sniper plays. I think they tried to go a bit too aggressive. But the thing is, when there's a sniper in your lane, and so when he's playing aggressively in your face, you need to like bait him out into this false sense of security and play on him, because this is something that Varish likes to do in particular. It's not even like hero specific; it's his playstyle. So you don't want to be like baited into it, and especially with that, you know, that scatter shot facet. It does too much damage.
Well, let's see what happens in game number 2. The draft is live. We're going to be showing it to you in your screens just now. As we're getting rid of that sniper right away. Carstens will get rid of that hero. And I'm still a bit surprised about the Tusk being banned, because they did do a pretty drastic change to the drinking buddies that was, I think, absurdly strong. The way that it worked, it was an even better saving tool than the snowball almost ever was in the history of Dota. So I think these big changes might even just take Tusk completely out of the hero pool. But there he is. There he is in the first phase bans.
I mean, that's where you see, you know, bang, take out the sniper. You know, respect Van, and they take out the puck. I think they do realize that the Ember Spirit pick is fine. It's really about adjusting the support duo accordingly. But the question is whether Team Essence, you know, has their coach anticipated these changes to the draft, because we did check with production. Carstens Esports doesn't have a draft, and I think you can agree with this, Panda, that 6-man, that extra strategic mind is very valuable as tournament progresses.
It certainly is, like, especially when you're talking about like longer series. Of course, might be a bit difficult with like BO1s and stuff. You make your quick research on teams and players, like what are their like most played heroes, what have they had success with lately, what is the meta like, what is a hero our team generally doesn't like playing against, if there are heroes like that. But that coach just gives you a lot of comfort, a lot of less thinking needed for the players regarding the draft, because he's going to guide you through what is good here, what is not good here, is that a hero that one of our players already plays. And our first phase already looks so much different now. You know, you've got yourself a Naga Siren opened up, probably one of the stronger supports in this meta. I would even say one of the premium tier supports, with that Deluge being so damn strong. So strong that it breaks Stampede on Centaur. Like, that should never work like that, but it does. And then, you know, they're just happy bringing up that Ember Spirit on the side of Team Essence.
Yeah, I think they anticipated it at this point. It's a refreshing change to see that, you know, the priority picks are being like played around with a little bit more, leaving all these heroes in the pool instead of just banning them for the most part. Like it wasn't too long ago where people were just banning like Wind Ranger, banning Luna, and banning Lina all the time. Like a lot of emphasis around the safe lane. But I think eventually people were like, played enough ranks games, they adapted to it, and now it's just basically between the mid and the supports. So the question is, how will Essence continue the draft? Because the Naga, like, how do you play against this? I haven't seen too many competitive games with the Naga actually.
Radiant team pick.
I mean, like, Naga's got a lot of armor, so physical damage is usually seen as a bit of a downside versus this hero. Her stat gain has been really high. That's also one of the big reasons why Naga Siren has excelled with the bracer meta and everything. Everything just kind of clicks together with this hero. The shard is insanely good on this hero. So just basically your song resets, you get to regenerate your allies' HP. I think you got like I don't remember the exact value, how much you got during the song, but it is a lot. So someone drops down to half HP, they're almost back to full. I wouldn't be too surprised if Karstens looks for some tanky heroes now. You're going up against Solar Flare. Ember Spirit's already gaining benefit from it. We've seen Invoker in this series, so prepare for Alacrity, get prepared for like Solar Crest carriers. Mirana could also be that one to do it, so I would get some beefier, tankier heroes. Dark Willow's probably not what I had in my mind when I talk about like beefy heroes. I mean, look at the guy. She's not exactly the embodiment of a tanky hero, but maybe Karstens is going to fill up on the end part because, still got a counter to the leap, a way to catch this Mirana at least.
And the Mirana is still a flex pick. But back to the Naga, there's one tiny final point is that after the patch, the song heal actually got reduced a little bit. I would say it's balanced, not nerfed. Because previously, before the patch, it was up to like 6%. So times 7 seconds, you're basically like, that's really 42%. Heal. It's a lot. It's almost half HP. So you weren't far off. But now it's been nerfed to 4%. So that's basically that's still like what, 25% of your HP to a third healed back. That's very significant. That's more than a mech.
Yeah. It's absolutely big, and that will help Timbersaw, which is this one beefy hero at least to get that regeneration up. But they didn't actually. I'm not sure. They didn't really target this Mirana pick in any way. So now Team Essence, it's your time to decide how much synergy you want here in this lineup. How much damage. I've seen Mirana's paired up with Kunkka. Very good lane combo. X-Mark Arrow is something you look at, working just fine. We don't see it being used a lot, but it's at your disposal if you want to. Another easy tool to set up a setup ability and guaranteeing an unreliable stun. That works. They both can benefit from Solar Flare. That's also nice. Like you said, it's a flex pick. It could be a carry Mirana where you can pick yourself. We've seen a lot of Mirana Nagas, most importantly, have been like a lane duo where you have the Deluge, the Reel in, Mirana with the right-click damage, gets a lot of benefit from that. So you could pick a melee support.
Mirana does okay. Sorry to interrupt. I think Mirana does. I think Mirana does okay into the Timbersaw, but it will affect the Timbersaw's skill build because we've seen that Whisper build where they just neglect the reactive armor stacks. You just go straight into full out Timber Chain and Whirling Death, and then you eventually get a Blink Dagger just when you nuke somebody down. So it's hard to say whether this Timbersaw is going to be that very tanky hero. It's really how the player wants to play the game and the team builds the composition around it. So this is where I think Essence you really want to see the rest of the draft before you hard commit. Because if you do play the support Mirana, then that means you need to play cores who can even be enabled by the Solar Flare for that matter. I don't think anybody goes with the Moonlight Shadow Facet anymore.
No. That's completely out of the question. That's why I was thinking, you got to consider Karstens either picking a flex pick to your mid lane and your off lane, because Puck would be another great hero to look at versus Team Essence. But then you'd need to know this Mirana is your carry, which you do not know right now, where the Puck would be great. It's okay in the matchup versus the Invoker. It's going to be fine, but you need a bit more information about this draft until you start picking a mid that could get, I wouldn't say countered, but you miss your capability of countering your opponents. They just swap those cores into support positions.
Yeah, it's starting to look more and more like a support Mirana. This draft is, I don't know, it's a bit mind-boggling, right? You see Ember, Mirana, and
you have last pick. You don't have to release that flex on Mirana.
Yeah.
Take your off lane now and Will be good. There we go. So just bring in the Mars, add in some team fight. Another nice way to combo up with the Mirana. Very good lane duo as well. Mirana Mars is very good at damage dealing.
Must support. Is there the possibility of Invoker support?
10 seconds remaining.
Close time, close time, close time.
Good.
I haven't seen an Invoker support as well, not even in ranked. I've never seen it like in the Immortal game so far. I like the TA, you know, it does imply that Cast and Esports, they do want to play a higher tempo game. Because at least from the previous draft, you could tell like they wanted to play something fast-paced, but they never really got to execute their game plan.
10 seconds
But with the
remaining.
current heroes that they have, I do feel like they have a way better chance, like at least 5 times better than the previous, than the game one.
Well, according to Dota Pro Tracker, Invoker is the second most played mid hero of this patch. There's a total of 6.5 thousand matches and support 300. So I think we have it there. We're probably not looking at a
Radiant
support
team
Invoker here.
ban.
I like the Luna ban. That was one that I was scared about. The extra vision for heroes like Ember, Mars. They need vision to initiate. Night vision from Luna gives you exactly that. Another hero that scales from this Mirana's ultimate. Plus, you
10
have
seconds
at least 2
remaining.
heroes in this lineup that could potentially build that Solar Crest. So that would be
5
really
seconds
scary. Or
remaining.
Mirana could just do it herself and make this Luna, Lina, whatever you're looking for, just this crazy right clicker. It's gonna take everybody else out. I don't know. I actually should have just brought up that they did ban the puck in the first phase, but look for a
Radiant team
puck-like hero that Karstens could have done with. But did that TA? Does that TA hero pick look good to you in that specific particular phase? Like picked it 18th. Usually you have to get like this big kicker of a hero. Do you like this TA?
Yeah, I mean 18 TA is something that you see quite often anyways.
10
Like,
seconds
It's
remaining.
not too early in the draft, I feel it's perfect timing, but it also shows your cards of
5
like how you want to
seconds
play.
remaining.
So that maybe like, you know, experienced players to be mentally prepared about how they know like even if they're winning the laning phase, the TA is gonna explode and they have to be very ready for that 5-man group up. So that's why I think, you know, Essence, when they had the Mars coming out, I think they're going the right direction. But I'm just a little bit more concerned about who is going to be the support duo, because either the Mirana or the Invoker is going to be like one of the supports. And there is a disturbing lack of reliable stun. You know, Invoker's Cold Snap, I don't consider that a stun. Tornado is a skill shot. Even Arrow is a skill shot. So I don't know. Personally for me, I think the Ember is still going mid. I think it could be a Mirana safe lane Invoker support. That's what it feels like. I feel like that would be a little bit more safe. But what I don't like from the Essence draft is that if you are putting the Invoker support, and Invoker is very reliant on levels, right? If you don't have a good early to mid game transition, what happens? You know, how are you gonna synergize? You can't. It's very hard to play from behind. It's not like you farm camps easily by yourself as well. You know?
Yeah. I think there are 3 good picks on the side of Essence. Maybe even Karstens could consider those as well. The Wind Ranger is one idea. The Bristleback on the Brood are someone that you can consider. But I'm looking at Team Essence very likely looking at Shadow Fiend as their last pick here. So Karsten's probably thinking about the same thing as well. They need to have a pretty early timing if they play the Timbersaw TA. They need another hero that enables them to play this lineup. The early game threat or even the laning stage exit threat needs to be out there. Otherwise, Team Essence will just roll them over because SF doesn't need a whole lot of time to start destroying that field. They already got the lockdown.
They have
need
heroes.
to get TA out of the play. So they're going to go for the Void Spirit. This is your tempo controller. I mean, I'm quite happy with this. I haven't liked Void Spirit for a couple months now, or maybe even like almost a year. But I think it's a mediocre pick considering what's still left in the pool. You're going up against Ember anyway.
I think it's okay. It's not. I agree with you. It's not the best. I would have preferred like a Storm Spirit or even a Viper for that matter, because Viper would have smashed open these heroes.
Yeah,
was a
or
very
any
good fight. It was
Spirit
very-
hero, right? Because Puck's banned.
Yeah, exactly. So
so
you
that's
need to
a
go
challenge.
back into the SF. They are hoping that they will smash Timbersaw, but oh, okay, you're gonna be let in on this inside joke that's been going on since yesterday.
Mhm.
Production can vouch for me. SF 0% win rate in this tournament. So please, guys, you know, yeah, Essence wants to go to game 3, I guess. You know, SF, it's not gonna do well at all.
All right. So guaranteed game 3A coming out of this series then based on numbers. I'm a bit surprised about that because Shadow Fiend is like one of the most played carry heroes in this patch right now. If the game is right, the hero looks so damn good. And doesn't really care about the matchups in the lane either, because if he does have a bit of protection from his supports, he'll do great. So I'm surprised that he hasn't won a single game so far here.
I feel like he never gets the chance to shine, because I know of that facet, like, you know, with the armor and all that. Usually you can take objectives very fast, but the thing is, he never wins a team fight. He has lost all his lanes, or even if the lane is somewhat okay. It's just the way that the team fights always happen, and I feel like you always need to build a team around this SF to play that kind of fast tempo game that you intend to play, but it never becomes like that. And also because, you know, I think in general, just this, maybe I'm not sure, but I just feel like C players, they just don't like the SF pick. You know, like they hate it so much that they played against it so much, they're like, okay, cool, we let it do, we don't care. I mean, it's very apparent in the draft.
Draft has to be right. Like, you could think about, say, Puck and Willow in the same team with you that could create openings for the Shadow Fiend. Naga Song would help the Shadow Fiend also get a whole lot more. Now it's really down to, like, how many people does Mars actually get into his ulti? Like, how many people are you arenaing? Because from the outside of that, you're going to get hit by the Requiem. They get feared. They get pushed into the arena walls. They're taking extra damage from that. And that could lead into some of those extra kills coming through. But is this the right draft for it? You're probably also saying that it's probably not, and it's not going to have the highest impact. Your face tells everything.
Actually, no, it's more like I just realized.
80s.
I just realized that this is an Ember Spirit support, and no, I just got flashbacks.
Ah.
I got flashbacks.
That's why he's got the chain gang on. All right.
Yes, so I literally just got flashbacks to like 7-8 years ago when we scrimmed against these guys, back when he was still in an Indonesian team, right?
Right.
This annoying guy like chains into a Sunstrike, and it's literally gonna happen again. This is a fast Exalt Invoker. Like it's so annoying because this hero, like the chain gang especially, like, oh, what do you do?
There is one player that I think it was one of the ones who was creating the Ember 4 meta. Can you guess who I'm talking about? It's not from this region though.
Saxa?
Nope.
SA region maybe?
SA region?
Huh. No, I'm not too familiar. Who is it?
Matthew. Matthew pause for Ember was the shit. Like, that was the stuff you need to watch, like, if that ever happens. I watched so many games of Matthew playing like these untraditional pause 4 heroes at the time. That's when he was really popping off into the pro scene. And his Ember Spirit was really cool. Now that you have Chain Gang, I think this is just brilliant for your support Ember Spirit.
Have they found each other? Hello? Sir?
He's not close enough for the immolation.
Yeah, but they were blocked by like 2 trees. Oh,
yeah.
Maybe the backstab comes in.
They walk into the low ground, and now they're going to get surprised by all of this activity here, but they're going to target the Mars instead and look for NTP to go down. Arrow flies in, catches the Timber Saw, but NTP will drop. So that is a first blood for the mid Void Spirit.
I mean, I was going to say that I felt like the Void Spirit was going to have a harder time in the lane because of the Aether Remnant, like level 1. It's not easy to estimate for the range creep snipe, you know. So usually you always go for like the Resonant Pulse. But that first blood made it completely worth it. And now he's going to be in good time towards a Wraith Band. Look at that. Out trading Pota.
Yeah, that's just Void Spirit things, right? But really high early stats, has great damage output, really just bullying this Invoker as much as possible. Still has the Quas for lifesteal. Of course, won't get himself up to speed, but hey, talking about going up to speed already, Dalul, he's dropped low here, but he's got himself a kill. Won't be able to get a second one with only level 1s and just their basic abilities to work with, but taking the TA down this early. A very good start here for the off lane, at least for Essence. Getting pulled in by the reel-in, though, Azura doesn't quite have the damage to take down the Ember.
Okay,
Close call.
I'm a fan. I'm a fan so far. I hope it works out. Then at least there's something fun I can see. I mean, he can also build into an Earn Spirit Vessel this game, you know, for the Timber Saw, so I really like it. Round 2.
Another reel
Oh,
in.
but chains into a spear, man.
Yeah.
Oh my god, the slight dodge, but yes, that is so cool. That is so cool. I like this. I'm a fan.
Yeah, this is what's been leading people into a lot of trouble. Reeling costs 0 mana, by the way. And that distance, you can channel it in. Look at that green circle. That is a big, big cast circle there for the reel in. I mean, this is kind of silly, right? Because you could just level 1 Meld Strike. Even if you didn't have Side Blades, you could just reel them in for a kill. And it'll be good with it. But Karstens are really on a roll here. Pota 2 goes down in the mid lane for the Void Spirit, as they also got some kills in the top lane. So 4-1 now.
Have you realized he hasn't gone for a bottle at all on this Void Spirit? He just ran into a Wraith Band, Bracer, which gives him, you know, obviously like higher base damage, being a universal hero. I love it, man.
That is the build.
I still see some Void Spirits, they still go for the bottle.
I mean, ever since I started seeing Void Spirit carries coming up, I was like, well, I've seen everything now.
Anything can happen. I've got a...
And they all went Battle Fury.
Now for me,
I
don't like Void Spirit Battle Fury. I just want to say that my team has lost qualifiers just because we picked Void Spirit carry.
Yeah.
PTSD is real.
It is something that I think still needs a bit of time until that's going to work out.
Uh-huh.
Or maybe a couple patches, I don't know. But potential is there.
You mean like no matter how many times Ice Frog adds in like, oh, the cleave damage does more damage, like 1% every patch or something like that.
Or maybe
still
the
man
clean
fighting
AoE
Quota.
starts to get bigger or something.
Oh, he get the ward as well. That's huge. And he's gonna tangle up. He's fine. Top lane is getting a bit spicy
feeling
though.
a bit intimidated by all that action, but yeah, they got the web thrown out, and then they reel in the Ember Spirit for Azura to get another kill of the Ember Spirit, but the spear just in time. And the chain up on the Naga Siren. Maybe they can kill mine as well. They will get the kill with the Slight, and TA does get a kill going her way. But without the refractions, NTP will be able to battle it all the way through here. It is a 1-for-1 trade in the end.
Ui, this lane very spicy, yeah? 5-4 already, yeah? Essence. Oof. Well, I'm liking this. You see, this is what I mean. Don't pick Chen. And you see, immediately, the game is so much better for like Karstens.
Yeah, it's definitely fit into their gameplay book here. Oh, nice body blocks there from Leon Baby as he gets a couple, one of them to connect on that Invoker. Not quite enough for the kill, but they're going to fight it all the way through. You've got to look at this mid lane battle. This is super tight between the two. But
yeah.
no resolved ending. They both live. And he does finally have that bottle up, so he'll get to regenerate.
Yeah.
Another reel in onto Dalol. Azura wanting this Ember so bad, but the sticks save him. The spear flies in. The creeps are coming in, but unfortunately couldn't push Azura under the tower. If he did, then that spear and tower doing the damage would have led them into a kill. Pota 2 goes down. Leon Baby will get a 3rd kill already. That's the 2nd in the mid lane. 3 in total.
Mid-diff.
Mid-diff indeed. Azura takes down Dalol, and TP's chasing 2 separate targets, breaks the salve. Just needs the spear to connect onto this TA, and that will do it. Well, not quite, apparently. The Tango regen will do good for him.
I mean, with all of this going on, the bottom lane also had their fair share of skirmishes. You know, like even the Dark Willow was brought below 50% HP at one point. They reel in again. Naga Siren.
Ooh, might actually cost the Naga's life. NTP trying to make a run for it, but Dalol with the body blocks will prevent the TA from getting into range of hitting the Mars again. He's just going to kill himself to the tower.
Oof. Yeah, and meanwhile, I'm hoping that we'll see the Invoker catch up. But we saw this the last game as well. Like, Invoker didn't have a good time, right? But he still ended up having the maximum impact.
Yeah.
Oh my god, regen rune. Are you for real, dude? Oh my god, that is... Hiya! This is so filthy, yeah. Well, at least it's not an arcane rune and amplify damage, right? It's just a regen rune. It's just a regen rune.
Yeah. His Shadow Fiend's just been destroying this bottom lane. Like, he's at 35 and 8 here on AMQ. whole lot that the Willow and the Timber Saw can do versus the Shadow Fiend.
Okay, so what do you think so far? You think you liking this Ember Spirit support pick?
It's pretty back and forth in this lane, right? He's got a couple kills. He's given away a couple kills. I mean, giving away those kills and they all went for the TA is actually so much better for Carson's. But I think we're going to see more about this Ember Spirit support when we start to see the Fire Remnant jumps in.
Dire's middle tower is under
This
attack.
one mid laner in specific, Mobai from, oh, actually gonna have to watch this top fight first, see if they can get this kill on
no mana?
Azura. Does have Lotus, does have Stick. Anybody coming in? They've got the Willow coming in for the rescue. Nice roots.
The tornado
Azura
connects.
sent in with the tornado, and Azura, he would really want to live, but the Lul's fighting back as hard as
No,
possible.
he can't.
Refraction comes out, and the Lul is gonna he's gonna have to turn around as Leon Baby shows up here. They will
Disaster.
take down DP on the side of Pota's right clicks. Another spear into the Void Spirit. TA dishing out
Oh my
big hits
God,
onto the Invoker.
Carstens.
Pota 2 knows he cannot fight versus this. And a level 4 Dissimulate to the face. That is the 10th kill in 8 minutes for Carson's.
I mean, actual disappointment, you know. You came to the top with all the numbers advantage and you don't even get the TA. It's a disaster.
But this one specific mid laner I was talking about, Mobai, now in the Alliance roster, which was in the Dandelions project, he was the only mid laner I saw picking Chain Gang. And I was like, what's up with that? But every game he played Chain Gang from the mid lane, he won. And he was making situations like he's going in by himself, the Remnant's in, chains 4 guys, they're all stuck in the root, and they're like, all right, so you just set this team up, followed up by a team fight ulti or any blink initiator, and they're good to go. Just clean house. So I hope the support one is also going to pay off. Apota 2 is going to get dove under the tower, deluged up and everything, but the Invoker will not
Big kill.
survive all that damage. Marish will take down DP. Leon Baby still under that sentry for the time being, able to get the jump out
They
though.
want to turn.
But there's the arena coming out from NTP, and they've got the Void Spirit where they want him, and that is a big streak, going straight for Delul's pocket. Varish has to fight versus mine, as that Naga Siren will take him down. Xeno finishes off NTP, and Delul wanting to fight it all the way to the end, and he still gets that kill.
The temple decreed your death.
See, isn't this the beauty of Dota? Instead of like all top, now it's all mid.
Yeah, let's just, set camp in the mid lane. We're all good with that.
Exactly, dude. You know, this is like if Thompson is watching this, he's like, yeah, these are my games. You know, I don't know why everybody's mid. Like, go do something else.
We had this term in the Finnish Dota scene where we're calling in the boyfriends to help.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, MQ, does it get that big Requiem onto the Timber Saw? It doesn't actually do a huge amount of damage, but the raises do even more than that, so...
Oh my
to
god.
21 Necromastery stacks now.
It's just like, what? This is our first SF win, potentially?
Potentially,
over
we'll
the
see
rune,
if they
over
can
the
get
rune.
there, though. Delul has taken the full brunt of the enemy's damage here. His haste rune doesn't do anything versus Deluge.
Song.
The song comes out. They've got Pota 2 exactly where they want him. They've got the reel in ready. You can run as far as you want. You're going to
And you
get
can
pulled
hide.
straight back into the action, so he admits to his fate. He'll drop himself to the Void Spirit.
But you can't escape their love, you know? You can run, you can hide. It doesn't matter. But well
But
done.
that looks so weird. Like, what is up with Deluge? Like, you're haste ruined and everything, get hit by Deluge, and suddenly you're no longer
Whoop.
moving at
Oh, no.
maximum movement speed. But they don't have the damage to go for Azura.
Red is about to see red.
Or, yeah. Mars goes out.
You jinxed it. You jinxed it, Panda. I'm calling you out on it. I mean, you said that, Void Spirit's not a good hero. He's 8-1 and 3.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's one of the rare games that actually see Void Spirit do well. Proved my
Dire's
expectations of the
structures
hero.
are fortified.
And despite all these kills, it is still an even game. Essence just playing the map better. Oh, Varish, DC.
Yeah, no matter what role you play on the Void Spirit, none of them are above 50% win rate in
Oh,
pubs.
fun fact. Back
Huh?
when like back in my previous team when we were playing against like the Vicious Soul team last year at the DPC, they couldn't make it to scrims for like this reason. Like he DC like this, and then someone says like, sorry, it's raining here, so we don't have internet.
Are they
Makes
playing
you-
outside?
I wondered that too. Like it's just a bunch of us like in the team in the team house, and we're just like hot damn, just check the weather forecast before you book scrims with them next time. Okay, that's what I said to me, and I'm just like, okay, cool.
Yeah, well, what can you do? Sometimes the rain, usually rain is the best friend of a gamer, right? Because you can just close the curtains and continue whatever you're doing.
I mean, I was more surprised that they were on this random island, Indonesia, Bintan. I think Bintan. That's like usually where old people go to gamble or something like that, or party.
Mm.
So to find out that AG was
Yeah, it's
based
like
there,
a luxury island.
yeah, kinda, for old people. That's a stereotype here, at least in Singapore. I'm not
I
sure.
mean,
Maybe
Dota players retire pretty early, so I guess we could also call any player above
they
23
were not
years
retiring.
old
They were
old.
working there. They were playing the DPC from there. That's not retirement.
But if they're older than 23, they're old.
I feel so called
They're
out.
already old in a lot of like many eyes of different organizations. They're gonna be like, "You're too old, sir."
You know what? There needs to be a demand for like old Dota players, old competitive Dota with like arthritis and like carpal tunnel and all this stuff.
Oh dear.
Yeah, dude. Like
Carpal tunnel meepo spammers.
begin the 40s division, like the 40s and above division Dota tournaments. Sign me up. not that I'm above 40, but like you know what I mean. And like
Alright, well, we're still sitting on a pause here, waiting for our Mirana to get back into the game. Of course, this is on the SN side that is leading the series, and hey, he has reconnected, but it is a 9-17 scoreline. Net worth is almost even. Slight lead for Carstens. When you look at that net worth chart, you're gonna see some interesting storylines there. That Ember Spirit has been close to his 2 other cores. Has been having a great game, but so far everything is looking great for Carstens. The game plan is still there for this TA as they fight versus the Naga Siren at the Secret Shop. Get themselves a kill going. And there's the
they
backup.
want to chase though.
Is under attack.
Sino and Leon, they both wanted to go in, but not on the high ground.
Yeah, they don't want to go in with no vision. Smart choice. Vision is everything. Vision wins games. And alright, they get the chains combo. Arrow. Oh.
Chains, arrow,
Oh.
sunstrike, everything used for Leon.
That is huge for Rurish.
Yeah, that's a lot of experience as well. Supports are going to be happy with this one. They spy there's a bit of a stack being built here.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Lol. Have to jump away.
But besides the SF who's not even there, how do you contest the stacks? Maybe you can like play around like trying to target the heroes instead, but the TA does this very, very fast. So this is a waste of resources. Yeah, see like
Dire's middle
like
tower
Mars.
is under
Push up the
attack.
lane, pressure the tier 1, get your blink dagger. But hey,
They
we
got the
found
web
DOTA.
connected onto the Ember, reeled in back into the river. Delol, no more mana, has to pop the magic wand, and here comes Red with the arena. Arrow actually catches Leon, he walks into it. Looked like he dodged it for a moment, but catches the arrow in the end, and with these kills, with these rotations to the mid lane, they have a 2k lead suddenly sprung out of nowhere on the side of Essence.
My god, Inject Varish, carrying his young blood on his back with those arrows, even sniping the Void Spirit who tried to dodge it, but there was the Bramble Maze as well. Really well done. And this is just Team Essence clawing their way back into this game.
Now they just got to keep this one up. Shadow Fiend TA still tied in net worth, both getting closer to that 7k mark.
Now it's so even out. Like, what happens? Like, I'm not gonna lie, I feel like this is a very underwhelming game for the Timbersaw. Like, he's going to a rod of Atos, and what happens next? Then he builds into a Kaya? Like, what is this itemization even? Yeah, okay, stack the Ancient, go for the EXP rune, but this is not the ideal, like, Timbersaw game.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he wants to build a Gleipnir on Timber.
Hey, Gleipnir is still a good item. You made him a little bit more expensive, but like a whatever, you know.
Yeah, did you see my rant on Gleipnir a couple of weeks back?
Oh yeah, I did.
Oh,
I like
yeah.
that tweet. I like that tweet as well because I agree.
It's changed the game quite a lot. The lull. Have Leon and also has the Willow on the other side, but able to jump out before they get any of their spells off.
Oh, that's so annoying. But you know, whatever. Okay, Timber's finally gonna get his ATOS, and maybe we'll see some plays happening soon. I mean, TA is also getting to this very scary point because after the Dragonlance, she's like a 300 gold away from her Desolator, which means that, you know, towers and heroes will get shredded very fast. And if she gets a few Deso stacks, you know, rest in peace to any support.
Fighting in the
my
river
God.
once again. Leon baby sent to the high ground there with the Dissimilate that will lose Varus' life. EMP
ATOS
does
debuted.
take
ATOS
away all
debuted.
of the mana from the Void Spirit, but the lull, he is dodging as much as he can. Drops down the Remnant. They're just gonna wait for it. You know, quick GG tree placed down. They will slice and dice the lull. The song comes out from the Naga as well. SF is there, but there's an arena placed down by Red. He's on the sidelines here. Pota 2 waiting to jump in. Roto ATOS connected as well. Ember coming in with a buyback
Mars
too.
buyback?
And now Xeno
Ember
is going to be
buyback.
forced away. Chased maybe even as Azura, Leon. They're trying to help out their fellow mid player. Xeno once again jumping out. The Red is dropping quite low. Can they get there in time to help him out? They got another set of chains and they will get Xeno. DP will just have to watch as their Timber Saw falls on the other side of the river. But that being said, you know, Delol coming in with the buyback on this Ember Spirit means that there's no longer a proper net worth lead here on the side of the Radiant team.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Very intense skirmish or like prolonged team fight happening over at the mid lane. It costed them the Ember Spirit buyback, but you know, yeah, it's this facet, dude. It's this facet. The lasting presence further reducing armor, and that's why towers will melt. And if we see more of this, you know, Essence, like, don't break this. Don't break the 0%. We like it the way it is. Do we like it the way it is?
I think we do. I think we do indeed.
Okay, so the state of the game right now is it's back to like even, but that's only because of that, you know, that buyback. So that kind of like hindered the economy of Essence for a little bit. But now I think both teams have decided, or rather they've understood that they need to chill a bit and start playing to the timings. You know, like one ATOS and a Timbersaw is not going to do you anything. He's also changed his item progression. Like he doesn't want to go into the Kaya anymore. He's actually opted to go for a pipe just because they realize that utility is truly everything right now. Even Mars, he's queuing up a BKB. He needs to survive all of these spells going on.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Survivability
attack.
is key. Both sides of maybe even bigger on the side of Karstens, considering most of their damage is, I won't say most of their damage is, but getting closer to the physical / pure direction above magical damage. Once you do get that pipe, then he's going to reduce almost every hero's damage on the Essence side. They've got some deep wards. They see the lull. Tempted to cut that wave.
No, I don't think they jump him that easily unless like the Dark Willow is closer and Tia is so far away. Yeah, going for the BKB, not really going for like that shard for the silence, although it could be very impactful later on because of how annoying it is, especially in these. Since I just realized that both teams they really like to fight in these choke zones. They're not afraid. So you know that's why like the TA shard would come in full value more than the BKB at the moment. That's why I think. At least it's also more cost efficient. I mean, you see Dark Willow just waiting for that one pick. But Essence not biting the bait. We already have the Mage Slayer and the Invoker actually opting to go into a Manta style. Huh. Okay. Yeah, I guess it's okay.
Radiant's bottom tower
A lot of things to disjoint.
Yep.
Good way to dodge.
Any dodge you have can always change the course of a fight.
Oh,
I
top.
don't know. ability.
Oh,
I'd
no.
say missing a spear.
Tower is under attack.
Hey, they still have the wall. Yep, they still have the arena. Never mind. Cold Snap is
gonna
in
be
phase.
there. Yeah, that's gonna be your TP cancel.
Lasting presence. Yeah, this could actually be an opening to go to Roshan.
They definitely got the damage. Now with that alacrity, just look at that SF go. That's a 0 damage item Shadow Fiend.
I think his next item could potentially be like you know, I would like to say the Daedalus or the Butterfly come out for him. Those could be very helpful. I'm not sure like what other items he can go for. It actually feels a bit tricky to itemize as a Shadow Fiend this game because of all these things that you have to be looking out for. You know, like the Remnant, you've got the Ensnare, you've got the Bramble Maze, you've got so many things to dodge, and this is without even including the TA into the mix. Whoa, 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 Blink Dagger! No, sorry. You still want to commit to the pipe.
Solar Flare is popped, but a huge nuke there from Xeno. Spear will throw the Timber Saw into the wall. Ares is coming in, AMQ.
Oh,
This guy's right-click damage is deadly. TA BKBs and runs away. But they're not done with the chase just quite yet.
the Requiem of
Oh,
Souls.
the Requiem comes down as well, and the Spear connects onto the Void Spirit, but is the damage sufficient? The
Yes, the
song
heal.
will intervene. Now mine.
What the heck?
Boys, can they take down this SF? Another Melt Strike from the high ground position.
Go, go,
Just
go!
not
Have no
quite
fear.
gonna be enough.
Void Spirit had 124 HP like per second regen earlier on during the song plus the regen rune. Look at it. Oh my, that's... How's that balanced? Okay, Atos coming out. They want to go... Ah!
Also
Oh, I feel like
Spear
the
in
Rebel
back.
Maze actually made it worse.
Not really doing any damage to the Dire side, so Red's just going to be sacked. Now trying to get that SF out. Stun connects onto Pota 2 and does actually get taken down here. Maybe even more. SF fighting for his life,
the
but he's
Solar Crest.
cleaning so many heroes here. And now it's just down to 3 versus 2. Mine trying to run away, and TA arrowed up, vesseled up, pummeled by AMQ. 6-0 on the Shadow Fiend. I did mention in the draft, was like, they're probably looking for SF and just cleaning this game up. And this
I
is
feel
starting
like
to look like it.
I feel like with how long the team fights went on, I think at some point Karstens were like, "Oh guys, oh shit, he has an Aegis."
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like because like the team fights were going on so long from the mid all the way back from like to the tier 2 tower. I'm just like, yeah, okay, SF actually has an Aegis. We're not like, why do we kill him?
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
I mean, I guess maybe they were a little bit too confident, considering like Song was used. They had all of their spells and HP back up.
Down the right Naga.
Sunstrike.
Arrow flies in, catches an illusion, another web thrown out as well, but here comes Pota 2 from the other direction. Cold Snap into the Raze.
It's impossible for Karstens to enter their jungle right now, not unless they smoke in and try to reclaim the map. Man, this Timber feels like he's not getting to play the game he wants. Like, I don't think you ever see a Timber play like that. I don't know. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? It's hard to tell. Because like there's some instances in this game so far where it's shown like it's working out, but now I feel like because he hasn't been like prioritizing his resources a bit, he's kind of like just falling off.
Not a whole lot to farm around the map, is there?
Yeah, Void Spirit took the wave. All he
TA just
look at his two
hugging
camps.
everything.
And even the Void Spirit as well. Like, the Timber Saw, you really want more resources by this time of the game. I feel like he throws out like, 3 chakrams and his spells, and he has no more mana. He just walks around like a creep.
Yeah.
Because he still needs to like cast the
something like
pipe as
that.
well. Yeah, he's like an overpowered creep at the moment, which is so sad. And it's not Flame, it's just like because of the resource distribution that has been going against him. Meanwhile, Azura, he's going to the Daedalus. He already has to blink BKB and all. He could potentially like maybe shred the Barana or get on top of the Invoker. Unless of course he goes back into the shot. He could afford it in
Just
400.
gotta try and get to there first.
He's showing up now. They want to hold this.
Trying to fight back versus MQ. Azura just lacking the proper tools. I'm gonna jump in.
They are
I got
trying
the
for the
backstab coming out as well, but is it enough? The spear connects onto the Willow. Sunstrike's there as well. And the song.
Oh, big
It
song.
will keep the Ember on his spot, but DP is down. Can they end in time to save Math? I was about to say Matthew,
Dalol,
but
Dalol is
Dalol.
dead.
But he comes instantly buying back with that Remnant down to the ground. BKB popped by the Mars. They're going to catch the Timber Saw. Feared up Leon Baby. Quick zap in to the front line. Retreat back to the high ground here. But now Naga Siren, the
What?
next one
Wait,
to get caught
what?
in the lane.
What are you doing?
That is a very good question.
Like after the song, they could have just backed down to the high ground, but they chose to commit anyways after killing the Ember. Like that was just, I don't know, just mistakes were made. Not sure, but very questionable call. And just like that, Essence, they have the, a very significant one for the first time in this game. Manta Illusion's blocking the arrow. He will get the pulse out.
It's just mainly the fact that MQ is still unkilled this game.
Oof. So I guess he's the MVP. I mean, one thing as well is that because of the shenanigans going on lane, his lane was left untouched. So he had a good time to scale and it's staying off. Oh no, they cancelled. This might be a Did you see?
The river, they're gonna take down the Shadow Fiend. And that's a lot of money here for Karsten. So they're able to pull that net worth lead down to a crawl, tie it up. 6,000 experience as well for the squad. That's a lot of levels.
Many gold, huh? And just like that, back to an even game. I guess, both of us jinxed them. I talked about how the whole team, they had a great and a significant advantage for the first time. You talked about how SF wasn't dying, and the caster's curse is strong in both of us. God damn.
It does start to feel like that, but is it just one mishap? They're gonna start doing more.
Discord error. Feels bad, man.
All right. Well, hopefully it doesn't take too long to get that one fixed. But at least we're running fine here on our end. Luckily, sharing our long distance relationship here.
Indeed. How far is it? Like, what's the
By the way,
flight time?
can we look at the graph? Can we look at the graph and look at that golden net worth? It is highlighted even. 53K, 280 for both teams. Absolutely even in gold right now.
This is insane. I don't
beautiful.
know. Yeah, you don't get that too often in Dota games.
No. There's always 100 gold difference, 50 gold difference, but exactly even, that is unique.
All according to plan. They have to fight really hard for this.
Yep. I was actually requesting from Knoxville not too long ago about the biggest net worth difference games ever in Dota history. And I know, like, in the top 5, we have one of those games. I think we're casting it with Bowie. It was like 123,000 gold or something like that. In a close qualifier match.
Wait,
Just
me?
think about it. 123K and the game is still going.
Wait, who and Bowie?
Me and Bowie.
Oh, you and Bowie.
Yeah.
Wow. 120k. Wait, what the?
Yeah. Pretty insane numbers. I still remember there was one in the Chinese DPC of a Team Elephant versus someone where it was like 150,000 gold. That, I think, is still by far the biggest net worth win ever.
I have not heard the name Team Elephant in a very long time.
For good reason.
Oomph. Alright, so now Karsten's taking control over the top side. Obviously, everybody's very anxious for the Roche. Laying out the Bramble Mace. If they can get the pick or the one pick off first, if you get the numbers advantage, maybe they get priority over the Roche pit. But neither team looks like they want to get too close. They're still setting up. We'll see if anybody has a smoke in mind.
Yeah.
I think the Dark Lord has a smoke. Oh no,
Maybe
Naga has a
using the
smoke.
Shadow Fiend as a bit of a bait. He wants to load up that Requiem. Quick scout into the Roche pit. Roshan not home for another 55 seconds.
He will go around.
Smoke getting closer. Void Spirit is in open territory right now, but the Dissimilate is perfectly timed. As he's able to get out, but the chains onto the Timber. Nice little bunk there from the Mars, but Mars, gotta be careful here. He wants to load up that
why did he
Requiem,
hold his
but is he ever
BKB?
going to get the chance to use it? And he just wants to chew through the Timber, the arrow.
Oh my
Might
god,
be
disaster.
sung, but you're not immune to damage.
What even? Why didn't he just press the BKB and use the wall? The arena. Why? Lag, I guess.
Yeah, lag, very likely.
Yeah, if he was using an MSI gaming laptop, GeForce 4080 RTX, he would not have had that problem. He could have gotten his BKB off in time. Wink, wink. Just one of the special prizes available for those of you guys who are considering turning up for the the LAN tournament live in Thailand. MSI Gaming Arena. And just like that, Roshan will go once again to Team Essence.
Oh, this Roshan's going to be easy pickings here for the Essence side. And give that as well to the Shadow Fiend. Nobody else is going to get their hands on the juicy Second Life. Just push out their waves, which are being cut.
Under attack.
TA is gonna opt to farm that Deso. They might actually, yeah, I feel like they're just gonna try and stall the push, but I don't think they can completely defend that lane of racks. You want to get the TA Daedalus, but never mind, screw it. They say they want to come back. I still feel like this was a wasted TP. You should have just let it go.
Yeah, potentially it is. At least the TA is back in the base. So is the Timber Saw, the ones with the TPs on cooldown.
Well, I think they did get to
for the
defend.
melee racks, trying to get the stun onto the Shadow Fiend, but difficulties getting there. Naga Siren does have the teleport.
They have to get back, right? There's no backdoor protection soon. Naga already cut the waves, but hey, never mind. Presence of the Dark Lord. Who knew? It's good. Affects buildings.
All right, look at that BKB popped by the TA. Has to go for a bit of a chase here. IMQ has his own BKB as well. Will be able to get themselves the big kills, but they got a lane of rack secured. That's the most important part here. And with a lane of racks falling, still only a 1,000 gold difference between the two teams.
Never refuse gold.
Pretty remarkable in a way.
TA is still very, very farmed. That's why I said, the time that she spent wasting at the back just trying to right-click the SF, you could have been off hitting creeps and you could have had your Daedalus by now. But hey,
Yeah.
better late than never. It's only say a minute difference between what should have been. But okay, we're going to see a smoke play come out from Essence. They want to force the issue. Could be a skirmisher that actually leads to another lane of racks.
Mars already blind, blinking forward, gets silenced, BKBs, gets the arena, but they all escape from it. The song comes in, and isn't going to interrupt anybody. Arrow flies in and just gets bonked off of the wall, so the arrow doesn't connect. At least on the hero that they wanted, but the Timber drops down to half HP. They're all stacking up right next to Leon. Feared up onto 3, Rod on 1, another kill going their way. And then take that Varish as well. Oh dear. All right, Essence might be in a bit of trouble here now.
It's just the Karsten's comeback. They have to buy back for this, right?
They pretty much have to, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he has Aegis. He doesn't have a BKB. This is a dead Dig SF.
He doesn't really survive against that amount of damage, and he is
needs
just
to
gone,
satanic.
and they just hunt them down one after the other. And this is a big win for Karstens. Keep themselves still up and running. Try to look for that tie in this series. It's not over yet.
Yeah. Now the gold graph swinging again. How many swings have we had this game? 4 times? 5?
Radiant's
Can we see the
couple.
gold graph, please? Yeah, I feel like we've seen a lot of like gold graph swings in this
Radiant's bottom
game
tower
2.
is under attack.
Carsten's fighting for dear life. You know, one lane of racks down, but they're not giving up. Oh, Varish Courier goes down, and they get the gem. That's huge. Say goodbye to your map control, and this game just became a lot harder for Team Essence.
Radiant's middle
It
tower
absolutely
is under
does.
attack.
I mean, I don't
Maybe
think
that Shadow Fiend 0% has a bit of a curse.
it does. I mean, I don't even think this was an SF problem. I just feel like Red, like the Mars, he initiated way too soon, and his team were not in position. And the thing is, it's so hard. You need to catch the Naga. You need to stun lock the Naga so that she can't like get, you know, pop off the song and just help
Yeah.
the team disengage or prepare to counter initiate. Too many counters for Mars at the moment. And this Timbersaw, you know, I said he was not having the most ideal game, but he has a Shivas. He's going to BKB next. He's gonna have a good time. And yeah, look at this
Radiant's
replay.
top tower is under attack.
Yeah, so there we go. I don't know. I think Essence, they need to, you know, reevaluate how they take these smoke ganks a little bit better. They were not on the same page. It was very sloppy.
Radiant's top tower is under
It
attack.
definitely hasn't been a clean game, at least here for Essence. Might be up a lane of racks, but you're 8,000 gold behind. Not a whole lot of buybacks available on the team either. Just the Poker and the Shadow Fiend. Maybe the supports too.
8k gold advantage. I mean, how the tables have turned. It's not like this game is out of hand yet. It's still very even despite the network advantage. If anything, it's just a number at this point. It truly is.
Closing up on the 35-minute marker here too. Naga split push. Starting to become really annoying to deal with.
Actually, the underwhelming hero this game is the Invoker. You know, I talked about how he had the Manta style in like about 20-ish minutes in. It's 35 minutes now. He has not had any item progression. He is struggling to get towards that BKB. So him and the Mars, they need the item progression very badly. Otherwise, this game is going to get worse. And you know, it's not like the Void where he can really get in their faces because of that Aghanims,
Has fallen.
where the Resonant Pulse
Yeah.
does a good silence. So you can see the BKB, it will probably be a game changer going into the next team fight if he has it by then.
Still hoping for their best that the Shadow Fiend will carry them towards victory, but that Satanic is one step closer to it.
9. I refuse. 0% win rate confirmed.
0% win rate. But
I
hey, you
believe.
know, statistics, records, they're made to be broken, right?
Dire's bottom
Not in the same tournament.
Never in the same tournament.
Yeah, it has to be broken by like the next tournament.
Well, tell that to that Alacrity and SF that's
is under attack.
hitting for almost 600 right-click damage.
Are fortified.
Wow. Banner's already taken out. So about to be taken out. Oh,
Oh, they catch themselves Azura, but the BKB comes out just in time. And the song reset is there. Remnant to catch the Mars from the back. Pushed into the Force Staff. Yule's up in as well to keep him alive a bit longer. Barish will go down, but did get to use the Solar Flare, so he's already done his job. Now trying
find
to
the Willow.
hunt for that Willow, and that Willow is just getting torn to shreds, but that SF could use some help here. AMQ on the low ground,
Yay, oh
having to
no.
fight forces out the Timber. Timber almost down to the crits here. He's gone, he's out. Double kill, easily picked up with the Naga kill. And now Porta2 will take down Azura. They will lose the Shadow Fiend, but do they have damage to follow it up anymore? Do they have everything spent? They see the TA buyback. They want to get out of here. Mars with the spear keeps them at bay. Right, at least he will have to fight versus this Naga in the low ground. It is a support, but they've lost the lull. Now he finds himself pretty alone right now. Porta2, he's unable to finish off the Void Spirit. He was close to doing so. Now
I
you're
don't agree
double
with
kill
the-
up on that that TA.
I don't agree with the SF on that butterfly. I feel the Satanic, he needs it like ASAP. That fight would have gone so differently if he just got into the Satanic instead. He needs to be alive long enough. The thing is, he's not. And yes,
And
it
he ends up
cost
getting
Constance-
isolated too.
Yeah, exactly. And he you know, it cost him, but it cost like Karsten's 3 BKBs. This is the third Roshan. Aghanim Scepter. So this would be very big. I think this is even bigger on the Naga because of the real environment. It affects like
Yeah.
spell immune targets. Like means it goes to BKB. So this would be huge.
Roshan has fallen to
There you have it.
No, they gave it to TA instead.
Yeah. TA teleporting around the map.
Did you notice TA actually blinked up onto the cliff just now?
Yep.
Trying for her dear
And
life.
TP'd home.
Yep. Did she TP home? No, she forced staff down, and then died, and then bought back. So I don't know if they can successfully somehow kill the TA like twice. There's no buyback. That could actually be Essence ending the game. So this game's still dead even after 39 minutes in. The swings don't matter.
Especially when these tier 4 towers are still up and there's a glyph available. Karstens, they are in no rush. They're in no hurry.
Looks like Essence, they just want to regroup first. They're waiting for the SF. They know that he's dangerously close to that Satanic, but dangerous also in the point where he does not have buyback. So the question here is, do you want to, wait for the buyback first?
Radiant are
Or do you just want to go all in into the Satanic and just force this high ground push again, which could end in a disaster? Well,
Alright.
that's our answer. They want
Hades
to farm.
prediction. How long do you think this game's going to go? 45? 50? 55?
I think 47 to 49 minutes.
Radiant are scanning.
Well,
Yeah, I think it'll end before the 50-minute mark. I don't think this is a 1-hour game. I'm not getting that kind of vibe. I feel like Karstens will, well, they'll slip up. Because you notice, like, even though they've had the advantage, they've never successfully crossed the river part of the map. They have never been able to like influence any impact into the radiant side of the jungle for a while now. I mean, besides that one fight, like where they got the gem, but that's it.
yeah.
Yeah, you have Aegis. You see, they're playing so safe because they do not have buybacks. And as long as Essence, they get the right fight, now especially with SF getting the Satanic, and can properly save with the buyback, this is still Essence game to lose.
Essence would love to get that 2-0 and be done with this. Register their place at the MSI Gaming Arena.
Alright, so the smoke has been popped. It looks like they do want to go, but this will be a smoke on smoke action at the top Rune River.
Now to jump in. They got the BKBs already popping early here. Mars does catch a pretty good ulti there, but TA's BKB will be able to protect her.
Oh, the Blink song! Catching 3!
Get done here. Oh, they're all stuck on the spot here. The Terrorize coming in as well. But there's already Q getting himself that immunity for now. And a quick slice and dice in that will take out at least the Mars. But who's going to be the next one to drop? Do they get the SF? 1, 2, 3, 4. One big Mel
You
strike.
have to help
in
the
end.
SF. Timber's too tanky.
It absolutely is, but MQ is surviving with that alacrity. This guy is dishing out insane amounts of damage, but finally, they're able to fell that raid boss. Naga Siren throwing in some more spears into the
TA might be dead here.
Sunstrike, but able to dodge himself out. Dalol buying back in as well. Mine trying to run away, but sent into the air with the Yules by Dalol. And there's a triple coming out from Azura. That's the Naga Siren.
Is TA way too
He's
tanky?
able to get out. Leon very low on HP, but can't fight all the way to the end.
That was a Mars dieback. And oh, don't tell me they found one more. Don't tell me they found one more.
Ooh. That was close.
Cutting things very close, yeah. But the goal lead has increased in the favor of Carsten's side. And I don't know, it feels very, very sad for this Invoker. Maybe if he actually gets into the, if he doesn't expand his buyback, he can all in on the Aghanims, sell the Wraith Band, and yeah, I think he intends to do that. Might even lose the lane of Rax in the process, but not the biggest loss. You play for everybody. Come up. Might even lose 2 actually because of the Mars being down. SF does have buyback now, but you can see the difference of like the timing. Like just because he went greedy and went for the butterfly first over the Satanic, it has actually cost his entire team, making this game so much harder.
Do with this high ground siege here. Tier 3 finally out of the way. 6 seconds there for the SF to come back up, and also for the Invoker. They're already backing away. Lane of Rax taken.
TA is actually going for a refresher orb. So, oh, that can be nice. Oh, they don't even lose 2 lanes of Rax. I thought they would have liked to force the issue without the Mars, but hey, that works. So, you're very happy if you're the Invoker. Now this means you have an Aghanims. You need 1 spear into the Cataclysm. That would be huge. Or if you even get an arrow. That's so huge for them right now. But we'll see. Karsten's already retreated to the high ground. This game has now equalized in terms of objectives.
Something has definitely taken a bit of a dip around 10, maybe 9 minutes ago. I'd probably say safe to say 10 minutes ago. SN starting to drop away that lead to Karsten's.
They're picking it out. They roughly know where SNs are. Oh, Karsten's, they smell blood in the water. They want to close out. They want this win so bad so they can go to game 3. And they will actually take the last tier 1 tower after 45 minutes.
Finally.
I like how this is a casual Wisdom Rune just lying over at the far right. It's just been there the whole time.
Oh man, I don't remember what game it was, but I was getting angry at people picking up the Wisdom Rune. And it's like, hey, wait a minute. Got your 14 and your 21-minute Wisdom Rune still lying here. Like, yeah, we haven't had the need to play this area of the map at all. Those are good
yeah,
things.
this is just the good thing about like proper 5v5 Dota. I think in ranked games, people will be screaming at you to pick up the EXP rune no matter what. Even if like your whole team's on the other end of the map, they're like, pick up my rune! Right, Essence will opt to pressure the opposite end of the map, hoping that they can try to deter Karstens from going for the siege. I mean, at some point, this TA has to fall off, but not yet. Oh my god. Amp damage rune.
That's a
Team?
big one.
Team?
That's an
Oh, no.
absolutely big one. It goes straight for the Void Spirit too. We're unable to take it away from the Void. Also the carrier of the gem. So no hiding from them now. They are attempting to make a push again, but I think it's just going to be Forge Spirits and Illusions trying to chew through the melee racks. It's going to be a difficult mission.
Ooh, blinking away looking for somebody. Has no one noticed this Wisdom Rune? Like, they blinked past it. Like, what's happening here? Going for the shot.
I don't know. Pulling off a John Cena.
This Song of the
Actually,
Siren Shard. This is so big for this is actually so big for Naga. She can buy it right now. Look at that. 8% max HP regen per second times 7. Oh my god. That's actually half your HP recovered just like that. You can actually out-heal like majority of the mass damage, which makes this game very hard for him. He needs to actually hit multiple targets with that shot. Well, how are you guys doing over there in the Twitch chat? Thank you guys for tuning in. Don't forget to link your friends up. This is only our second best of 3 series of the day. But it will be our last series to conclude who will be representing Southeast Asia to fight at the main event in Thailand. as we have one more series after this, which will be the last South Asia qualifier game.
Yep. Southeast Asia now, South Asia up next. That is, of course, if this game still goes. If the series still goes to Game 3. Currently, that is what we're looking at, where we are going. Oh, they're gonna go fight this one, and maybe they can get this TA out of the way. The Aegis is so low, they can't get to Azura. And the song for the rescue, TA lives. Mars might just die in the pit here, and this is not good for Essence. They're gonna bring in the numbers here, gonna take the fight. The Hurricane Pike, the dodges on the high ground. Are you kidding me? How does Azura still survive after 2 separate initiations already onto him? And now Zeno on the run away from Delol, fighting closer to the pit. They're all backing away. They already got some damage out of them there with the... What was that? Was Mind's buyback, and it was just the Naga who bought back. So I thought for a moment that Mars would buy back after his death, but no, it was on Karsten's side.
Yeah, he did. Mars didn't have enough money for buyback, and TA looking to try and snipe one hero.
That was the luckiest TA I've ever seen.
He used up his whole years of luck.
He's trying to kill Varys. Varys got to be careful not to walk up there close enough, and they're going to try and get the jump. But the Guardian Greaves coming off just in time and able to survive. But Pota 2, he's going to get pushed away, and AMQ has the BKB up in the lane. The Requiem.
No. Disaster.
Doesn't do anything. Varys is trying to kite one last leap. That's all he has. That might just be all that she wrote as they spot the Mirana. Gem down on the ground. But the game's not over yet. There are still buybacks, and buybacks coming off cooldown. Mars has already respawned.
Can you imagine, like, if the Mars had gone in like even 1 second earlier before the TA was starting to walk out? You know, back when there was still the Dark Willow, he could have caught 2 heroes into the Cataclysm, and that would have been so much better for them. I mean, regardless, it was still a pretty good fight. Just that, you know, Age is gone. And now just like that, Karstens, they will look to try and assert their dominance and force the buybacks out. They have the bottom wave pushed in. This could be a lane of racks. You know, will Essence make the call here to defend?
Got it onto the high ground here, but TA quickly getting caught. Ashura dropping down to 1200, still has that Aegis. Disarm onto the Void Spirit. Red, low on HP. Song comes out that will catch the Mars, but the Arena still doing a bit of poke damage. The Remnant flying in as well. And they will get a nice heal. The Cataclysm takes down the Willow. They will lose Red. He comes instantly buying back into the fight. Invoker, Pota 2, he will drop as well. And now Red looking for angles here. Mind dieback on the Naga Siren. Azura about to drop, but just refuses to die. Blinks away from that tornado. This is just something quite unbelievable that the TA gets out once again. I'll get to the Willow. DP will die back too. Now you're gonna 5 versus 3. You gotta use this for your advantage here, Essence.
I want to say it's a 5 versus 3, but technically they have 4 lives on the side of Karstens. Wow. How this TA is alive, he's using up all the luck he has for the rest of 2024 somehow into this one game. Clawing on for dear life, but with the 5v3 advantage. Can Essence actually do something here? They need to make something happen here.
It's going to be a tight race. 60 seconds without your supports. You're going to have to rely on damage alone. AMQ starting to hammer that tier 3 tower. The lull, making sure that Leon is not going to be sniping his backline. If it jumps out, Azura's BKB'd up already. They're not interested in hitting her for now. Get the jump now there onto the TA, and that's the Aegis, but that is the Requiem.
He just got his refresher though. He needs fast fingers.
Really have to make this one work out, but they just got stunned up, and she is dead and does have the buyback, but AMQ wants to get the lane of racks at least to secure themselves some structural damage inside the enemy base. Sure, but the runaway, the root connects
Oh,
again. The
Timber
Cataclysm
Saw.
is there, and they have lost 2. Another buyback coming in. They're going straight for the tier 4 towers here, but then there's no more buybacks remaining. That's all of them gone. Have they overextended?
The whole team of Karstens is up. They need to help the SF get out. Hello, he's
trying to
probably
make
give
his
his life
way
to
out.
this.
Ember sent up in the air. Maybe he gets out. Shura. Let's get that fight going, but the refresher's already popped here by Red. They get to isolate the fight a bit more. The Void Spirit about to die. That could be Karstens. Maybe that lifeline is gone. Shadow Fiend buying back. AMQ coming in with the teleport with the song already active, but AMQ is already here. They're able to get themselves that Void
EMP,
Spirit back to the
the
fountain.
TA,
TPing straight
the
back
TA.
into the fight. They're going to take down Azura. That might just do it. Essence, one step closer. And it might just do it, but they are low. They're running on resources. They're going to make it every single moment count. They're going to take down Leon as well.
Oh my
and
god.
onto the
Hearts are
tier 4 they
dropping.
go. Xeno getting pushed down, thrown into the air with a tornado. And the Timber Saw's got nowhere to go. They're going for the Ancient. They're going to end the game.
Oh my
and they
God.
will take it. Essence, 53 minutes in. And they take the 2-0 sweep. Karstens could have done it, but they fall flat. Moments where it matters the most, Hades.
I mean, what can I say? Net worth does not matter in these kind of games where this is constantly swinging back and forth. And I did say it was Team Essence's game to lose. You know, despite all those wins, I never felt once that, you know, the Karstens were really fully in charge of the game. It's just because of the way they played the map. But wow, but even to lose like this way, this was just unbelievable. Like, this TA was having one amazing game, but I don't know. Like, I'm speechless. That was an amazing team fight at the end. It was amazing how they forced the buyback out of him, despite having the ages. You could tell he actually backpacked the refresher to try and get his BKB out in time, but it's just not fast enough. This Mirana, the perfect arrow timing when it really matters.
It just falling flat in the moments where it really matters. Karstens, though, they're going to be kicking themselves a bit here because they were turning that momentum to their side. Their lineup starts to show a lot of that strength that they have. And Essence, maybe their team fight was really just down to the jumps that they were able to create. When does the Mars get his ulti off? Is the TA inside it? Does everybody get to blink out of it? But there were moments that just that one hero staying inside that arena gets speared up, and that just could be your win condition. And it was enough in a couple fights. But that Roche fight had me on my toes, literally. I was standing here just staring on my screen. How does that TA not die twice in a row? It's like 200 HP, and then
2
the
hits.
Hurricane Pike play after. But I just see SF dishing big hits. He connects the first one, and then it looked like he missed 2 in a row. And I'm just like, how did he just not die?
Really like well played from both teams. It's rough for Karstens because that could have actually gone to game 3. I think we felt it at some point. We knew that it could potentially go to game 3, but that final fight, like I think the Mars played his role very well there, especially in the last arena he cast. He used the refresher. He couldn't isolate a specific target, but what he did was he isolated the 2 cores at the back when the song came out, meaning that the song could not actually disengage or even like help them counter initiate. It was just nullified purely because of that one spell. So big stuff from the Mars, really well played from Essence. What a series. What an amazing game. There's no better way to close out the Southeast Asian qualifiers with other than this game.
Well, taking some clips out of this game, let's take a look back at some of the earlier phases of this match. How do you feel like I honestly thought this game would be over like quite some time ago, honestly. Like looking at how well Essence was keeping this game competitive, the way that they got the first racks, they were still 9,000 gold behind, even with a lane down. Sorry, Karstens being a lane down. How did they just not get to convert that into their victory? Like, looked like, I mean, they won the game at the end, of course, but like, how couldn't Essence maybe end that game earlier? Did Karstens just grow and get better?
I think like it just came down to the item timings, right? I said it a few times already that SF didn't need the butterfly. He should have just gone into the satanic, because the way the fights have been going on between these two teams, they have always been prolonged fights. It was never like a okay, we're gonna end this fight in one wombo combo kind of situation. And both teams were never, they were never negligent when it came to buybacks. So that's why I felt like this game dragged on a little bit more. Ours, the way they could have played this game a little bit better, I felt like they were too scared. There were times where, despite winning all these advantages, they never pressured the map the right way. And yeah, maybe, the TA, as skillful as he is, with the team fights, I feel like something they need to address was, maybe manipulating the wave of Delirium a lot better, especially with the TA traps. That could have made that decision making a lot easier instead of playing so safe.
For Carsons, though, they're out of this tournament. They won't get to play into the LAN. Must be feeling a bit down after losing a game like that. This wasn't the easiest game to lose in the end. Like, it starts to feel a bit bad for them too.
I mean, it is what it is. At the end of the day, it comes down to the experience. You're playing with, you're entering this series with that disadvantage. And yeah, well played to the SF, Well, the curse is broken. Our first SF win here at the MSI Gaming Arena.
That's worthy of applause. I mean, that was just one of those moments that can break that 0% win rate. Again, I just looked at the draft and I was like, this Shadow Fiend just looks like a perfect pick for them. And they went for the SF. I didn't think about it for too long, just went straight for that pick. And I was like, yep, I really like Essence's draft, how they built this together. Because it has everything that they need. Everything is pretty skill-based as well in this draft. You need strong individuals on all of these heroes. And some have to play the sacrificial part for others to shine.
You talk about the sacrificial role, it's definitely the Marana. Barish, he's no stranger to this Marana support. You mentioned his Army Geniuses days. So, don't forget, this is Barish was one of those Marana players that shined really amazing. They were very, very impactful on the Marana support, and you can see his experience coming in, the arrows, the synergy, how to move around. Sure, we never saw too much of the solar flare, but just the way he was playing around with the team and the itemization, loved it. This is a great utility Marana game instead of the maybe something a little bit more greedier, no 4-staff was needed, that kind of stuff, or even a Gleipnir, Diffusal, so many items he could have gone for. But yeah, that's all I can say. And I think credits to Pota as well. He didn't have the best item progression for the longest time, but somehow they were calm, they were composed, and they were able to fight despite that massive disparity in the net worth.
We're just gonna wait until our winner interview is ready. We're gonna be jumping into that next before we start talking about our final series of the day. The SA qualifier, the SCA qualifiers. Apologies for that. Basically done at this point. We have our SCA representatives out of these two teams, so pretty hyped based on what we saw today. Of course, the first series maybe looked a bit, somewhat one-sided, but I'm glad that when I was talking about the high level of play here in this second series, I think we really did get to that. These were some pretty exciting games to watch.
Indeed. Okay.
All right, well, we're going to jump into the interview. We've got a Varish on the side of Team Essence. Hey, Varish, congratulations. You and your team, you get the spot to play at the Thailand LAN. How do you feel after that victory, man? That was a pretty hype series to watch here from our perspective.
I mean, team was kind of feel good, I think, because, the second game was kind of tough. But in the end, we still made it to Thailand. So, yeah.
I mean, you guys, DB, and of course with the load, you guys have been playing with so many different teams in the last couple of years. You've been grinding qualifiers back and forth, and now you finally get your path in. How does it feel, playing with guys you've been playing with for a very long time? You have the synergy, you've got the chemistry. Do you feel like it's really easy to perform with the players you have in your team right now?
I mean, yeah, of course. For me, it's always feels good, to play with someone that I know, especially with DB, also Dalul, because I've been playing for I think almost 3 years with DB, yeah, and I mean we're just like to play each other. I think. I mean, as a team, as players. So yeah, we just feel good.
Yeah, that's the most important part. I wanted to ask one more question before I throw it to Hades about that game too. It was pretty hectic and pretty back and forth. You got that one lane of racks cleaned out, but you were 9,000 gold behind. Did you guys feel like you're playing from behind, or that you're starting to lose faith in your draft, or how did it look from your perspective?
I mean, to be honest, it's just because we took some bad fights. I think, yeah, like it's just the way how we fight at some moment is just bad for us. So that's why we are a bit behind. But I still feel like we can still win the game. You know, like it's not that we are losing a lot. So yeah.
All right.
Okay. So yeah, I think this is just the final question. Like, do you have any expectations for yourself? You know, when you guys play in Thailand?
I mean, for me personally, yes, I have my own expectation. But you know, like, as a player, you should just try your best to play your best game. I think. Yeah.
Okay. Terima kasih, Bang. You know, congratulations again, and good luck to you in Thailand. I really hope you guys do well. I really think you
Yeah.
guys could use the break. And yeah, thank you so much. Any questions from you,
Alright.
Panda?
Nope, I'm all done here. Thank you, Varish, and congratulations. We'll see you in Thailand.
Okay. Thanks. Bye bye.
Well, there we heard from the man himself. Varish I wouldn't say he looked super relieved in the end, but you know, victory is a victory, and getting that spot, I'm pretty sure the guys are very happy that after all these qualifiers, I looked at their track record, has been a rough year, but whatever they can get into, it's gotta feel good.
Exactly. I mean, I think for, I can only imagine from like a team perspective. You know, like when you've been so close to making it to tournaments and you finally make it to like an international tournament. It's always a feels good moment, especially when you go to a land, you get to enjoy the energy, you get the experience of it. Well, hopefully. Now I'm really excited to see how the land is gonna look like in Thailand.
Yeah, I mean, waiting for that, but waiting to also see who is the second winner of a potential MSI monitor. Richard F. Zaldivar, congratulations. You have won yourself an MSI monitor for yourself, a nice 27-inch screen for yourself. So congratulations. We're going to have some more prizes coming up later today. We got one more series, which is going to be the South Asia qualifier final series. So Hades, quick thoughts before we throw it over to a break?
Indo Dota never disappoints. Bear that in mind. All right, onwards for that break, and we will catch you guys for the South Asia qualifier. You definitely don't want to miss that. And of course, don't forget, I think we should be having one more monitor giveaway after this for the final series of the day. You don't want to miss it.
Absolutely.
I'm Hades. That's my man Panda. We'll see you guys for more MSI Gaming Arena Dota after the break.
All right, welcome back, folks. We've got one more series for you here at the MSI or the MGA, MSI Gaming Arena. It is time to look at the SA qualifier here. And we're not talking about South America, we're talking about South Asia here because, you know, SEA was the last of 2 series that we just watched ending up 2-0. Now it's time to look at what SA has to offer. The 2 last teams competing for 1 spot, and now that we know 3 out of the 4 teams, this one will be the last to clinch a spot. My name is Steve Panda, of course, joined by Hades. We've been covering the games today. We've got one more best of 3. What are your thoughts about heading into our final series here?
Well, I think it's going to be a very, very intense showdown. Obviously, to see who will be the lucky team to represent India and the South Asia region. And, you know, there's a lot on the line. I think for some of these players, it's a first-time opportunity to play at a LAN. And maybe for 1 or 2, it is a chance to go back to a LAN for the final time, potentially. Or, you know, just to reminiscence and you just revisit the LAN experience. I mean, I don't know about you. I haven't been to a LAN in a long time.
I mean, I've seen my fair share of LANs so far, but it's always got that magical feel to it, right? The planning, the going to, the moment you open the doors and get in for the first time, and just be like, all right, we're really doing this, aren't we? It's got that special flavor to it. So, you know, when you're on stage, when you're playing, I don't have that experience, right? I'm just a guy who's like looking cuckoo in front of the camera, but I'm not the one who's been playing on the field, you know, with the stress, with all that kind of like a mixture of feelings that you go through, of a large variety. So I'm happy for whichever team is going to be taking this series because it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a lot of guys.
Mm-hmm. And speaking of an amazing LAN experience to all of you viewers out there, especially for those of you who may be visiting Thailand to tempted to go and watch the MSI Gaming Arena live in Bangkok, or, you know, you happen to be based in Thailand already, they will be doing giveaways for the offline viewers. You know, you're giving away an MPG 341 CQRX QD OLED monitor, a nice gaming laptop which comes with a 4080 RTX graphics card, and of course the MSI Switch, the Claw Aim. This is also applicable to the online viewers, so it doesn't matter if you can't make it to Thailand, you still want to tune in for the actual live stream. I believe it's going to be happening about 2 weeks from now, so you don't want to miss it.
Yep, on the 19th of October. That is Saturday in 2 weeks. That's when we're going to start things off with the semifinals. And, of course, the grand finals day on the 20th on Sunday. So do make sure you tune in for also the streams, but try to get on LAN, on locale at the Queen Circuit National Convention Center for that $15,000 prize pool tournament that's going to be taking place. But let's start talking about our teams here. We do have our matchup soon ready to start. So, actually, we'll talk about the matchup in just a second. I want to remind you, which Hades just also mentioned about winning some prizes. For today, this is your last opportunity. So tune in to that QR code that is on the screens right below Hades' lovely, lovely face. Scan that QR code. You can win yourself an MSI monitor for yourself. It is also shown on that screen right there. There's a beautiful looking screen. You can get or win for yourself. We've already given away 2, and that is going to be our 3rd. And that is only active during this last series. So once we finish the last game, that campaign offer is no longer available because it's going to be given away to somebody. But our matchups here. I mean, I looked at some of these rosters playing for this particular matchup, and I have to say, there's not a whole lot of names that I've ran into before. So a lot of firsts for me here.
I mean, No Chance is the most significant name on this roster, right? Like, this guy's been around since the glory days of India Dota, when there were still, you know, a lot of teams over there, and when even Entity was still an Indian team. So, you know, this guy, he's one of the OGs, you know, leading this bunch of new players. But these guys, I think they will surprise you, especially Archmage. He's been very, very impressive so far throughout the qualifier, and I'm excited to see how he'll do, because like, not just about like this grand finals, but if this team makes it, he will be one of the players I look forward to seeing compete against the other Southeast Asian players. And there we go. Look at all these happy faces. Although we've got one man who's only showing us half his face. What's up, guys? How y'all doing? Hope y'all having a good time.
I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure they are. You know, the guy with only just half seen, he's in with the social media trends. You know, that's the new way to take selfies, right? Only show up just a portion of yourself. Leave the rest as a bit of a mystery, just like the Dota itself. But they and their opponents is right here. It is the Titans.
Yeah, this is the team where, Master Instinct, he really impressed yesterday in his game. Very one-sided wins for both these two teams. So it's truly going to be a clash of titans, no pun intended. And I was a little bit biased towards the Titans in their match yesterday because I felt like, you have the more anime names you have, how bad can it be? Although I do understand that Quick, he had a few fans inside the Twitch chat where they were saying like, hey, this guy, he's the one who is the real brains behind how this team really functions. But I don't know about that. We'll have to see. You can be the judge of it too. You can have an opinion on this after watching them play. After all, this is a best of 3. If one team gets steamrolled in this game 1, there's still a game 2. What's up, guys? Wow, full black. This guy's casting from a cave. Would be playing from a cave.
I mean, this is giving me somewhat Davai Lama vibes, to be honest. Like, remember he was playing on the DBC? He was like, the more they started winning games, the more light he would slowly start to shed into his room. But, it was a thing. It was a thing. We just picked it up, like, he's living with the trend. So, you gotta have role models, right?
Gotta love player number 2, man. This guy is always coming around with, like, the heart shape for the stream. Then you've got like player number 4 who's just like, I have to brush my hair in slow motion. It's like, he's the real Rizzler on the team, apparently.
Oh, the Rizzler. Yeah, you gotta have one of those at least in your team. But
Exactly.
Is Riz gonna be enough to take down your opponents in Dota? Because you might want to talk to me some about those drafts that they've been playing. Is there some specific heroes, maybe a contested hero between two teams that we might be expecting here today in this best of 3?
I think what you can expect is, some no chance experience shining. I mean, this is a guy who has played at some of the highest level MMR pubs. You see his name from time to time, in one of those YouTube highlights. And then at least for the rest of the team, I would say it's still very little. There's very little that's out there about them. MNK and Archmage. These are the 2 names I would say look out for. I would say they follow these drafts where we can expect a DK ban for sure. I don't think any of these teams actually like the DK. They don't want to play against it specifically.
I mean, I wouldn't if I had to go in my pubs. Like, DK is just obnoxious.
I don't know. I feel like it's overrated. I feel like the hero, after a while, you just realize it consumes so many resources, but the impact it provides is just very lackluster. You talked about high risk, low reward. This is a high investment but minimal reward.
But it's still a reward, right? So. Yes, that's what we can look at. But then again, they banned the DK, so we didn't have to talk about that hero anymore. The Puck, the Sand King, the Dark Willow, so it looks like a pretty standard start for the draft. I'm just curious about that Dark Willow first phaser, because at least the tournaments that I've been covering, Dark Willow is like, it's either picked 23rd or it's ignored in the draft completely because of the place the hero is in right now. I mean, we're seeing the new rise of Dark Willow since the nerf of Bedlam, but it's just a very hero-specific hero to pick, You need to have at least 1 or 2 on the field to actually feel comfortable just picking a hero. Like Spirit Breaker, one that you just want to counter it directly. Morana's another that you might bring up the Dark Willow against. But outside of that, first phase ban?
I mean, a quick rewind to what you said about, the rise of Bedlam. I thought it was the decline of Bedlam. I remember when you could cast the ultimate on your teammates and stuff like that, but ever since they removed that, I feel like Dark Willow's just never been in the same place.
Yeah, that's what I tried to say. So it was
okay. So
it was when people figured out the potential it had, and then the Bedlam was really strong, and then when they nerfed it, nobody wanted to pick it up, and now it's coming back in. I'm seeing more and more of these Dark Willows coming slowly back into the meta, but only as a 23rd pick. Otherwise, it's a no-go. So that's why I was curious about that first phaser, why they got rid of it. But yeah, you get the gist of it.
Yeah, I do. Don't worry. So
Dire team
yeah, I think it's only the South Asia region, by the way, that actively bans out the DK because they don't want to deal with it. And one thing I do point out is that No Chance, the last game they played, which was super one-sided, they played the Vengeful Spirit offlane, which is, I love it. It's a good favorite of mine.
Yep.
I don't know if it's S tier, maybe it's like an A tier hero. That's where I categorize it.
Right now, looking at Primal Beast is probably the best hero you can pick up right now. There's no SD, no counter to it. There's no Enchantress with your enchant. You can't, no one to dispel your onslaught off of. These are your two heroes that you want to get out. Clockwork might be a response, but we'll see if whoops are decided to pick it. Well, there go for the Clockwork, so I like how they throw a bit of a wedge. Not a wedgie.
Very
though.
nice. Ooh. Actually, no, the wrong reaction. It's more like this is a good thing. I mean, the clock is a very good opening. Like, you know, the pause 5. I don't know. I'm never a fan of like seeing clock come out first, because what happens if like they pick like
Hades
two
is
ranged
a fan of
heroes?
wedgies. All right.
No, I was just getting flashbacks to high school. I mean, I wasn't receiving any wedgies, but. Oh. You mean you ever read those comics, Captain Underpants?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm into that.
Those are the ultimate favorites. Those are the people of the childhood.
Right.
Only the Gen Zs and Gen Alphas won't get that.
All right. So we got the Clockwork out here. We could pick up some heroes that are good versus the Cogs, Snapfire again, and an idea to bring up here. Maybe another fast right clicker, just to clean up Cogs, get a bit of extra gold out of that. They bring up the Doom though, which also was pretty fine here. It's good versus the Clockwork, sure. Doesn't really mind too much about the hero, but then again, this comes back to my point of like, what is this Doom for?
I mean, his ultimate locks down a lot
On
of
who?
heroes.
On
Any.
who?
You look at the meta heroes. You can leave a lot of them open in the pool. And we've seen Dooms where they just isolate the Luna, and because you cannot lifesteal, yes, you get some damage out, but you're constantly on the clock, and you're just a target. You're an easy target. You can't cast anything. So that's why I like the Doom pick. I feel it's good, but you have to have a draft that actually. The whole draft has to be balanced. You have to make sure that there is synergy. The last thing you want is like having a Doom and a Chen again, and then you just end up realizing that I can't play the Dota I want to play.
Yeah. I guess we'll have to see how it performs in this particular game. But they ban out the Snapfire at least when the Clockwork's on the field. Now with the Pango out, and that's a really good ban. So you get rid of the Medusa at least. Get yourself a freebie.
So they get the Luna. Is this our first Luna game?
I think it is actually. Yeah, we've seen quite a lot of Luna bans come out, or just has been completely ignored. So yeah, this should be our first.
Yeah, that's the surprising part, right? Because Luna is still a very strong hero. Like this, especially this how she's able to brawl in the lane, maxing out the Lucent Beam and the Eclipse and all that. And not to mention, you still get the glaives for the flash farm in the jungle. There's just so much that this hero offers.
Yeah. Yeah, with the protection of that Doom in your team as well, there isn't really a lot of breaks in the current meta, not even itemized towards it either. So it's like it does feel like it is very well protected now in this draft. Because if you think about like if you get doomed as a Luna, what do? You don't get glaives, you can pop your BKB, sure. Your right click is decent, but it's built off of your Moonstorm, which means that you have to be casting either Eclipse or casual Lucent Beams to build up your damage. So when none of those are being hindered, this presents a pretty good opportunity. I'm thinking when I see this Gyrocopter, this has to be a support Gyrocopter in my eyes. Like if you're playing this as a core versus the Doom, that spells like ultimate confidence if you want to pull that off, because Gyro is again another lifesteal dependent hero, which Doom just takes away.
Yeah, I'm very surprised. I'm just taken aback. This is the first Gyrocopter game in the MSI gaming arena. I don't see that. I don't even know why you would pick it second. I understand if you picked it up like third or fourth, like maybe there was a clear rationale behind it, but to pick the Gyro into the Luna and Doom, that speaks a lot. And now you've got this Magnus coming into the play. I am naturally biased against Magnus too. I hate the hero in this patch. I think it's at best, and I'm being very generous here, a C tier offlane hero, or even like just a core hero in general. It's like it's not in the top half of the priority list. It's just so far down.
You could say that it's unreliable, but it still has a good skill set and it has great late game scaling, always piercing through BKB. So there are some perks. So yeah, I wouldn't put it D tier. I would say maybe C tier at the lowest, maybe B plus at the highest. Somewhere there are two facets in Dota that I really dislike at the moment.
it's the puck curving like orb facet,
5
and the
seconds
second one
remaining.
is the reverse polarity facet where you just the anti-synergy facet. Like I don't know what Ice Frog or whoever designed it, what they were thinking. They must have been drunk or high on something.
I mean, the last game I cast a puck outside of this tournament was the... What was the orb called again? I don't remember what it was. The curveball. I saw it won a game, and it was actually damn good in that particular game. So I was like, yep, you can make that
10
one work if you are such a
remaining.
talented mid player. But reverse polarity actually works well with puck coil, because it's gonna stun everybody.
I mean, it stuns me too. Have you ever seen like have you tried using the puck curveball like facet on your own before? Have you tried it?
I've tried it, yeah. It's a bit
I hate
wonky.
it. I played one game with it. I didn't realize it was vector aiming. So I tried to go forward and I would just end up like the orb just like go back behind me. I'm just like,
Radiant team back.
oh no, what did I do now?
What did I do?
Or-
What have I
Yeah,
done?
like what do I do? Or like I want to try to use the orb to last hit the range creep and then curves away from it. I'll just be like, where are you going?
Dire team
No.
back.
You're gonna get some
Yeah.
pretty interesting lane matchups here when you think about, is this like Gyro Magnus we're gonna be seeing in one lane? You got Clockwork, Shadow Fiend. You could do some souls farming, at least not too long ago. But Magnus Gyro, I mean, it's a very brawly lineup. You could just max out Shockwave, then you could really punish the Luna in the lane, which is why I actually like this Magnus here.
You mean
won't
the
be able to get
404 build?
10 seconds
the
remaining.
404, yeah, very likely you could just go that because you don't have anybody who benefits from the empower. You can just go straight up Shockwave and be a nuisance with it.
When you put it like that, okay, fine, I see it happening. Especially since you can always like push the Luna away from like, for example, the lead sheet. I'm assuming it's going to be the Treant Luna because the South Asian teams, they really love the Treant
Yeah.
for his for his laning presence. There's an emphasis on laning, so maybe it's not like it's not just a Southeast Asian thing. It's just an Asian
Yep.
thing.
Yeah,
so
and it's good, like, you don't need that Mask of Madness early on
5
Luna because you have the Treant
seconds
Protector, right? Treant can, especially when played on the Dire side, this is of course a Radiant pair up, but on the Dire safe lane, you have the 2 camps right next to your tower. You can stack those up. Luna goes to farm them, drop the leech seed there. You're healing the Luna while she's farming them up, so it's just a win-win.
Oh, but that's usually a very risky play because Team Whoops, they also like to rotate from time to time. Like they'll bring the whole party to no chances lane just so that he can have a good start, right? And then next thing you know, if you have stacks there, there's an SF on this team, there's a Magnus on this team. They will clear the stacks for you. So
They are flash
maybe
farmers.
yeah, this may not be the game where you have to stack. This is the game where you probably have to emphasize a lot on brawling for sure. I expect the top lane the off lane to be a very, very that top lane to be full of fighting. Okay, this is the first OD game that we're getting. OD has always been banned in the South Asian qualifiers as well. The fact that it got let through. Now we get to see why they're scared of it.
I'm pretty curious about this OD. I mean, it is a pretty good OD game when you look at it. Like, this sets up with so many good heroes on your team. With Rubik, the Treant Protector, OD with the Prison, can hide somebody from the Requiem if you get lucky with that is. But it sets up for so much like just killing power in general because it like gets Luna get close for the Lucent Beam. OD itself has some very good targets to focus on this game, plus the mid matchup. OD is notoriously good versus the Queen of Pain.
It's also good against a lot of these other heroes. Can you imagine? I don't see how an SF like man fights into the OD that easily, and especially when you get into the Ags, how tanky an OD actually can be.
Yeah.
It is deceptively tanky. And if you've never played against it, or if you don't have enough damage, it will destroy you. You realize that you're just wasting your time.
So, drafts on paper. I'm gonna ask you for a tier list ranking here, all the way from S to F. Give me a grade for Titans. Give me a grade for Whoops. No need to give any explanations. Just give me a tier.
Yeah. I think Titans, they have A tier draft. On the other hand, because of the Magnus, I think we have like a B+ B draft. Even though you have like the Luna and Doom, because it's such a farm intensive draft, right? You
Yep.
do realize that like I know you said no explanation, but to me it's because Whoops, I don't know. That win condition is so difficult.
It's pretty hard to play this game, especially with this Shadow Fiend versus the Doom, right? If Doom ever spots the SF in the fight, you don't have any protective item against that. You're just gonna get doomed, and SF just can't stay in that fight, you know? So it's a lot riding on this Queen of Pain. If Quap gets doomed, she is also just as much dead. Like, she loses her capability of moving around, getting in and out from fights, repositioning, hitting the backline. All of that is gone. But that puts a lot of pressure on the Doom, right? He needs to hit either one of these two targets as soon as possible, because that opens up the game for the rest. I think that makes it easy when you have an OD in your lineup. Bubble up somebody, walk up next to it, land your Hoof Stomp, for example, or War Stomp into the Doom. So it's like, all right, easy mode.
Time to see if Mr. Master Instinct will be able to really live up to his name.
Was perfect.
Master Instinct. Or it's Maestro.
I just love how you go like Mr. Master.
Mr. Master
It
Instinct.
sounds a bit like, have you played Fallout 4?
Unfortunately not. I played too much Dota.
Yeah, because this is like, do you know Fallout?
Yes.
So you know Codsworth.
Yes.
Yeah. So in Fallout 4, they made a really cool thing, which I've always been a very big fan of, which we'll get to in just a moment, because we're already fighting for first blood, and that's going to be off of the Rubik here. So Archmage with the mid Quap is already going to spill that first kill in his name.
30 seconds to
That's a
battle.
great start. for
Easiest bottle of his life.
Quap.
They
Yep.
get 2 bounty runes incoming, and poof, instant bottle. You can just sell the tangos. Like, why do you even buy tangos if that's the case?
Oh yeah, that's a great start. But yeah, about Fallout 4. So they would implement with Codsworth, if you wrote your character name accordingly, they had a list of names Codsworth would pronounce if that name was correct. Say if you had like Anthony, he'd be like Sir Anthony, or like Mr. Anthony, or something like that. And they had such a big list. There's a 10-minute YouTube video where he goes through all of the names on that list. And you know, like he would definitely go like Mr. Master.
I mean, credits to the person who actually took the effort to make the 10-minute video, because that's a really long time to go through a list of names and everything.
Yeah, but it's really good. And there's a couple, you know, there's a bit of profanity in the mix as well with a couple names, so I'm not going to go into those. But there's a couple funny ones. I'll actually link it to you. It's good humor.
That no goal for you.
Alright, so let's see. Laning wise in the duo matchups, I'm thinking top lane very even. You know, unless stuff like this happens again and the Ruby gets farmed. Ooh. Thank you for linking me the video, Panda.
Yeah, you see the thumbnail.
Oh, I don't have my second monitor, so that's why I have it disconnected. Yeah, that's why I can't see it yet.
Alright.
Yeah, but I saw the Discord notification.
But you will see it at some point. But you know, getting that kill off of the Rubik here, pretty good for the Shadow Fiend to get a kill right away. And Pinkman also taken off of Todoroki's courier. Is that Jesse Pinkman, you know, cooking something here in this game with that gyrocopter? Maybe he is.
I mean, hopefully
From
we
an
get to see
actor
his
into a Dota
development.
player.
Who's Jesse Pinkman?
Breaking Bad.
Oh.
Heisenberg.
Okay, yeah. I never knew the name. I just know Heisenberg. Oh my god, I'm a failure.
Jesse Pinkman.
Now I want to like go and rewatch.
Brilliant character.
Surprisingly,
Scuffle
this
here.
Queen of Pain OD lane, Quap is winning. Skill issue. Mid diff.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to dodge the Scream with the Astral Imprisonment, especially when it's such a short range ability, right? But I think this might change in a bit. You know, Odie has 16 seconds of a cooldown. Quap has 7 seconds of a cooldown. So even with your maximum mana dropping, you're still going to get quite a lot of benefit off of that Scream of Pain. Plus, your farming pace is faster than the OD, so maybe this matchup does shift a bit. Zonarch in the top lane. Doom survives only thanks to Pasol going for that quick lift. Bottom lane as well, a Battle Luna dropping really low on HP, being chased by Magnus and by Pinkman. They've got themselves another rocket barrage and a shockwave, and they're gonna go for it. They're gonna take him down, and they're gonna get quick as well. And no chance gives no chance to the Titans with that double.
I was waiting for you to say that.
We've had our ways with words today.
Lots of puns. Just the
Yeah,
way we like it.
We had the entour. earlier on.
You were waiting a long time for that one, weren't you?
I
Ooh,
wasn't.
Queen of
I
Pain.
think it was literally first game. Asol gets hunted down by the Heartbreak Kid.
Shawn Michaels. Hey, my guy. So maybe I should be a Titans fan this game instead, even though they're 0-5. Oh, Queen of Pain, are you dead? Fairy Fire doesn't want to take the risk. 60 HP. That one really would have come down to who had the first right click.
Pretty
Just
much.
for the EXP advantage. But okay, Archmage gonna go to the Bounty Rune, so he will be healthy in time for the Water Rune.
Worthy tribute.
Yeah, get that double regeneration going their way. OD might just end up walking in, but Master Instinct might be in a tough position. While MNZ hunt down Zonarch with the help of the Heartbreak Kid. I'm just gonna call him that from now on. And there you have it.
Archmage.
That was expected to happen. Odie actually wanted to play aggressive versus Archmage, but doesn't quite work out. Pinkman also finds a kill. 8-0. Todoroki does get the first kill on the board, and maybe a second one as well for Pinkman. One more hit, one more Lucent Beam, but a bit too far away.
Very, very close. Oh well, it is what it is, but 8-1. We're really seeing a lot of brawling going on in all these lanes.
Yeah, and a 2K lead already as well for the Dire side, thanks to the kills that they have been picking up this early on. One thing I'm worried about is like when I see in my pubs a Shadow Fiend on the opposing side and he has like over 30 Necromastery stacks, that Requiem becomes an insane threat.
Oh, report the clockwork for drawing the NC aggro away. SF was trying to pull and then the clockwork dragged the creep away instead. Oh, it feels bad, man.
They got the stack though.
Not what you wanted though, because now the SF is forced to like kind of farm in this very awkward angle when you could be like getting the creep wave under your tower by now. So instead, they have the double pull on the easy camp, so not the worst. I do hope that they're gonna try for the bottom lane. No chance. He's really looking for the skewer into this, the shockwave into the skewer.
Yeah, HBK coming right behind him here, and he's got the cogs ready. He's got everybody inside it right now. Todoroki and Quick, they're gonna find themselves a quick way out of this one.
Skewer.
But no chance. He's just gonna skewer them away from the safety of that tower, and that's gonna be already 10 kills up on this Dire side with Todoroki dying for the second time, the Treant for the third. Archmage has to fight Basol and Master Instinct. The rune is not there though. It's gonna be a race, but that Astral Imprisonment's gonna be up again. Okay, Master Instinct doesn't want to fight for it. I think he might have caught a glimpse of maybe they got info that Pinkman is missing from the lane. You know, no chance. Tries to catch Quick in the bot lane. HBK shows up once again. Pinkman is coming in, helping out with the right clicks here, using that easy camp for his flak cannon, and gives Quick high fives the tower as he dies.
Oh dear, I think they've realized that Luna cannot show in this lane anymore with how many heroes they're constantly bringing to this lane. This is what I meant, like they will always bring heroes to no chances lane, because the stronger he is, it'll be easier for him to do all these callouts and dictate the tempo of the game. He's already like 900 gold off from his Blink Dagger, which is so fast.
Yes, insane timing. Blink, man. OD does get the kill on Pinkman, but does he get the kill on Archmage, who has to back away? Master Instinct in a 1v2 and gets a kill.
Ooh, absolute nightmare. Like, what do you even do at this point? If you're this Luna, like, sure, you can try to farm. I know you mentioned, like, with the Treant, you probably won't need, like, the Mask of Madness and everything, but, he doesn't feel safe. You've got
They're
this
not playing
level 6
together.
members.
Yeah, that's the big problem, right?
I think even when
and if you do, then you just abandon that bot lane, which you already have. They have a deep ward placed down right on top of the Watcher here. So they'll
they
they'll
see the
see
Luna.
all of Luna's farming patterns too.
Yeah, so Magnus is gonna be able to farm like basically like he's got 5 camps open to him compared to the Luna where you maybe have like
Oh, look at mid.
4.
Master Instinct last time he got the turn, but now they bring in 3 heroes, making it impossible for this OD to fight back. Quick also taking a bit of beating here from Pinkman. Does have that level
Rubik is
3
there as
Rocket
well.
Barrage available. The
Ooh.
Sonic Wave, and that's a big one. Absolute annihilation. Bringing it up to 14 kills now, and
Dude,
we've got a triple
regen rune.
core net worth lead right now.
And he has the
So looking
regeneration rune as well. Archmage.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh my god, he's having an amazing game. He had no chance. It's gonna be very tight
Everyone
for a
at this
match
point. You
MVP.
look at the support's net worth; they're only a couple hundred gold behind the OD and the Luna. Pinkman
And
here
they're
to
gonna
steal the
clear.
stacks.
Can you spell disaster? Holy shit, this is detrimental to like their comeback in this game. It may not even happen because the stacks have been stolen like that. They're everywhere.
Yep, this is an absolute DISASTR. Disaster. Doom
They do
comes
get the
out
Doom.
though. It's onto the Shadow Fiend. If Zonar can just keep up that damage from the Scorched Earth and a couple right clicks in, nice body block, saving it for Todoroki, and he just submits to his fate. To be honest, if he kept on running, the Mud Golems might have had something to say about that, but he did not know. He did not know.
And the whole time
Left
this
onto
was
the Queen of
happening.
Pain. Another Lucent Beam available. Archmage does get the blink off in time, though.
Radiant's bottom
The whole time this
tower
was
is
happening
under
as well,
attack.
Magnus was free farming. He finally has his Blink Dagger. He's going for Manta style next. Ooh. Oh, I thought he would go for utility or maybe like, you know, the usual harpoon kind of thing. But this works as well, I guess.
Yeah, Manta is just overall the best stat item if you're planning on dealing physical damage.
I like how he was 2-0-2 at first, but now he's just gone maximum points into the Empower.
Radiant's middle tower
Just
is
so
under
that, you know,
attack.
he'll be able to farm so fast. It's like, he basically has a free, he's like a Sven right now with massive CC. I want to see like that Blink RP used for good right now.
Where's my pension?
5,000 gold ahead at the first 10 minutes of play. Luna struggling to get some farm going. Todoroki's away. Master Instinct gotta be really careful as well. If this OD dies one more time, I feel like they cannot stop the snowball anymore. Good save there. Not just a rocket there with the prison. But at the
Sonic
same
Wave,
time, while
dude.
that happens, Sonic Wave is used, and the old OD ulti too. Archmage able to
Oh, no,
blink
it's not
out.
enough.
And now Pinkman
Psych.
coming out as well. Another prison to save his ally, but no chance is going to be on the other side to greet Pasol. Coming in for that OD. They have an RP available, not even needed here. And no chance he's got Blink available. They don't need it. They're just going to clean them all up. Get 3 kills, get T1 mid.
OD standing for oh dear
Are fortified.
right now.
Oh
because
dear, indeed.
yeah, 18-4, 7,000 gold lead.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Whoops, they're running away with the lead, and they're taking the stack again. Like
Yep.
they're just going in and be like, hey guys, you know, thank you for, you know, this stacking service. You get a tip later on.
Mr. Oh dear.
Radiant are scanning.
MSI might get doomed up here for Zonark. Shows up out of nowhere, drops it right on top of him. Quick. It's not fast enough on his feet to catch up to the Shadow Fiend, and he's doomed, but running. Waiting for that magic one to come back up. The hook shot from HPK. They get to turn things around, and Zonark, he thought he had that kill solo, but it's not going to be enough. And now Quick, he has to drop the Overgrowth to keep the Magnus and the Gyrocopter at bay. Throws the blood grenade, so he's not able to blink on the Magnus. And Todoroki, that's a pretty good eclipse there. Takes down HBK, but it's already run out by the time he gets close to the Gyrocopter. Another Lucent Beam into the bubble. A couple bounties there on the ground, too, to pick up. They'll take anything they can get.
That's still a big kill. That's still a big kill for the OD. He's getting a little bit
Radiant's
more
tower is under attack.
like gold on the map in the form of kills, but
Yeah,
I don't know.
Keeping up, I guess, is the word we're looking for.
Yeah, you know, stay positive. PMA.
Tiamat.
Feels bad for the Luna, man. After they put their ward down in the bottom side, they even put a sentry to block the camp. So Luna saw it and he's like, I don't really want to be here and waste my time. So now Archmage happy to just keep shoving out the bottom lane.
Top.
Orchid going to top. Ooh, did they catch him?
Pretty good dodge there, but stolen
Oh,
skewer,
stolen
and
skewer.
you're gonna get
Nice
pushed under the
RP.
tower. But the RP comes out with the power right-click damage. It will take down Basol and Quick. But Todoroki, Master
Mag's in
Instinct,
trouble.
they're both here. Gyro gonna try and you know, sacrifice his life for this one, but that's a fresh Orchid up on the Queen of Pain. Master Instinct will be
found the
taken
Luna.
down. Luna as well with a hook shot. Oh, the damage is gonna be sufficient. You don't get the stun out of that hook shot, which was too far away, but just a bit of extra there. And that Scream of Pain finishes the rest.
Oh dear. This is not looking too good now, is it, sir? What to do? What to do? This is a rough time. They're not looking so
Yeah,
good,
it's like-
sir.
All of your lanes have kind of fallen apart. It's very tricky to get your package together here if you're on the side of Titans.
It's only 13 minutes in, and a solo crest is already done on the clockwork as a Paulus 5 before the 14-minute mark. That is insane.
Yeah, he's a very, very healthy, very fit boy.
I mean, Doom is so desperate to get some form of like sustain or like items. Like he's just trying to rush the pipe right now. He can't even go into the Midas, and he doesn't farm Ancients that fast as well. What's Klopp going for? I think she has an item on the way.
That was the Orchid revealed, right?
Oh no, but he had revealed the Orchid in the bottom lane when he was shoving out the lane before he went to take the Twin Gate. But now he has like what 1300 gold. You know, he can opt to go for the shot, which is up in 30 seconds. You know, he can go into like a BKB, the Kaya Sanj, even the Dagon build. The world is his right now at the moment. He can do whatever he wants. But 11k net worth lead at 14 minutes in, that is insane. Oh, Doom! Bring around the Rosie, trying to survive.
Yeah, the Rocket's still coming in. Doesn't really do a whole lot of damage to this Doom. Gotta be a bit cautious. There's a lot of traffic in the top lane.
I think they want to go. I see the smoke play coming out from... Whoops. OD.
Surrounded by multiple fires right now, getting brought back in with the shockwave. Rocket's gonna follow to connect. Todoroki with the boys trying to turn things
big.
around. They keep
RP.
the invaders away, but no chance. He's looking for the angle. He's looking for the blink angle. There's the nice RP into the shockwave. Beautiful
Overgrowth
combo. They're down to
coming.
50% though, but is it gonna be enough?
fear.
The Requiem from the low ground and the stolen RP. It will take down the Heartbreak Kid. Assault will take that one to his name, and the Doom is on the Queen of Pain, so Archmage is gone too.
Wow, 2,000 gold swing. I don't know. I'm not a fan of that RP. I think they could have taken things a little bit more patient. Either that, or you just go for the 5-man RP straight away and just skew them as much as you can. But very, very hard to play there. Just the whole team out of sync with each other, and
now
now
the SF.
Seraphine dies as well. 7,000 goldie. That's a 4,000 gold swing. It might even be more. They see the gyrocopter. Oh, they're turning around. They've overextended. Kind of.
Oh, they certainly have. Todoroki with a double kill already. Master Instinct. It's dropped quite low, but no chance.
No chance he's hanging
Did
around, so he's out.
Yeah, he didn't see his teleport animation. Plus, his blink was on cooldown.
Oh, they went for the
Down the
Rubik.
gyrocopter. Push him into the river. Rubik looks like he's going to be done for
They have
here
a Sonic Wave and an
already.
Orchid soon. Ooh, goodbye, Doom. And tiny comeback. Okay, Manta style coming up on the Magnus. I mean, the bright side for Titans is that they open up the map, you know, the mid tier 1 going down, the triangle, and the enemy in the die side jungle are all basically a bit more vulnerable. You have more options to play the map. The question is, you know, Doom, what's your next item? Looking for the Blink Dagger, not the BKB. Also good, but it means that he has a lot more pressure on him to get these, like, you know, War Storms to set up a good team fight.
Yeah, I don't think they can play this game without the Doom Blink. I think it's a must-have necessity this game. Like, if he goes without it, how do you initiate? Rubik lift from somewhere that requires vision to do so, so you'd have to be under your own ward. Same thing for the Dream Protector. You're gonna know where your opponent is to even use any of your abilities. So that Blink Dagger will at least give an opening for the rest of his team, even if he doesn't find a target to do him right away.
Let's see. Luna's going to the Dragonlance first. I don't know how I feel about that. I feel that the BKB would be a slightly better option, or like an infinitely better option right now with all the spells that are coming out. We saw what happened when the Treant had a good chance for the Overgrowth, but the Fear came out at the right time from the Requiem. Alright, whoops, gonna claim themselves to free Aegis. Can't afford to play too cocky anymore. They do need that secondary life.
Yeah, very much needed here. That Shadow Fiend is still a pretty classy cannon.
Radiant's middle tower.
Though you do have Hurricane Pike with a Mask of Madness.
That should
You
help.
have to remember that this hero is, with all of its might, with all of its strength, it comes with its
Oh, the smoke,
weaknesses.
They know, they know. Guys, hello? They still want to go back in.
Archmage. Oh, the hook
Disaster.
shot. Goes out first here. Catches
somebody.
Silmark.
They catch the Rubik.
Silmark's gonna be out. Now going to the next one. I think we'll lose the Rubik.
I mean, a bit of space for Luna. They're picking him out as well. They're just like, hey guys, our bottom lane. And they're bringing 3 heroes across the map, or 2 heroes, to try and flush the Luna out. But is the Gyro and the Magnus enough? It should be if they commit the RP.
Dire's bottom tower
But no
is
chance.
under
Off to fix the wave instead. Doesn't want to let that tier 1 tower take too much damage. Queen of Pain and Gyro, maybe you two can, you know, cycle.
Dire are scattered.
Yeah.
Yep, they're picking out the
Is
call.
there any saving grace item coming here for Titans that could maybe change the or turn the tide?
I think it's really all in on the BKB. And you pray to God that this Treant Protector can maybe get a Blink Dagger so he can start with the Overgrowths a lot sooner. They need to start the fight on their terms, not so much like counter initiation the whole time. But if you look right now at Titans like the OD, he's actually going to the Midas because he's praying for the late game now. That's all they can hope for. Ooh, going to the top side. Lincoln Sphere coming out on the Queen of Pain very, very soon in 300 gold. And the bot, they will get the tier 2. I think the OD may not see this coming. They see the orb fly out, they know he's there.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
See what comes out of this one. The gank squad is coming right behind the Gyro and the Queen of Pain.
But the smoke play. Everybody's off the map. Oh no. Oh, the Doom. Immediate TP reaction. The Solar Crest keeping him alive for a while more.
Chaotic fight there. Archmage already going down. Another
Oh, the
for Zonarch.
RP,
But there's the
Requiem.
RP, and look at MSI just hammer away. And that's going to be a 4th casualty. Triple kill for no chance with the Magnus. You know, they
Beautiful
gave it a pretty good effort there to start things off, but unfortunately, it's just always not enough.
Yeah. I mean, beautiful wombo combo. We see it for the first time. And yeah, you can't ask for anything better. But this is one of the weaknesses of like Titan's draft, right? Because, you know, you don't have like a hard nuking hero. OD is not really at that stage where he dishes out these buckets of deeps. So it's all in on basically like Rubik and Luna to actually like finish targets off after you get a dupe. That Queen of Pain took way too long to die. Enough for the Clockwork to hook in and for the rest of the follow-up. So continue to farm, I guess. Like play the map and hope to get whatever resources you can. The Midas is almost up after this camp, I think. Or actually, no, one more. Oh, Meg. He's looking a bit hungry. Might find a few heroes.
Alright, well, they're going to just push in that Treant Protector deeper into the river. Trying to go for a TP out. No, probably be lucky in doing so.
Oh, the Lincoln's reveal. OD. Oh no. Goodbye, sir. Good enough. You missed a hook shot, but whatever. A kill's a kill.
Oh.
Radiant's middle tower is
I mean,
under
I
attack.
talked about Archmage being a significant player for this team. He's really showing off why he He's a force to be reckoned with. 34-12, 14,000 gold advantage the way of Team Whoops.
Radiant's
They
middle
are
tower
truly
is
giving no chance
A
to
beating.
Titans. There's no breathing room. Like Luna is like, look at Luna, how safe he's playing, trying to cut the waves.
Yeah, and
Oof.
even with those tier ones up as well, there isn't really a safe place Todoroki will find himself in. So I think it's like maximum one creep wave. You have to teleport back. That TP scroll also costs money, so it's not a great business plan.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
He will try to go out the left extended jungle. But it's very hard. Luna is taking all these resources on the map. You still need like at least 10 minutes before your Midas truly kicks in, and he hasn't even gotten in yet. He's about to get it like right now. I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark. Like, this is not a good scenario. The walls are closing in.
I just watched Infinity War last night.
Such a good movie.
Such a good movie. Yeah, I started Endgame and I was like, I gotta finish that at some point after the workday.
Amazing soundtrack. It
The
doesn't matter how.
soundtrack, yeah.
Huh? Oh,
That is something.
I mean, I was about to say, like, it doesn't matter how many times you've watched it. It's just a good comfort movie because of how good it is.
Oh yeah, it's like absolute cinema, as they say.
Mm-hmm.
Archmage, the 80.
Amp damage for the SF. If he gets that lasting presence, whoo-hoo, they can go high ground super easy here. And I think they do anticipate that hero's around
Honestly,
the Luna.
I think that they can maybe even end the game at that point. They're not taking the easy route in. Zonarch is actually standing ground there, but here comes HBK, instantly jumping the OD with that Orchid, but can they finish him off with the Sonic Wave? Yes, they can. And meanwhile, the other side, Shadow Fiend is getting killed and does explode. That will also lead into an Eclipse here, dropped by the Luna. Todoroki quickly teleports out. The Overgrowth will buy some time, but that's just the Luna escaping. Everybody else is dead. They did kill the Shadow Fiend, but, quoting the great Breaky CPK, but at what cost?
A bit unfortunate. If Magnus was in a slightly better position, maybe he could have gotten more heroes with the dying Requiem. That one would have been really, really impactful. But okay, he's gonna get some decent damage out for the tier 3 siege. Actually, it looks like they want to commit more heroes. They will get the tier 3 tower, I think. Luna has no Bikini, no Eclipse. What do you do here? Well, they're not even gonna get the range tracks. SF is up in 15 seconds, but it's very likely they will play for the tier 2 tower top. They have a lot of time.
They're really, really hard
Do
now
they actually
to
want to go?
optimize against that.
Harpoon.
Yeah, quick Orchid there up on the Doom.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
All right, Luna, what's your next item? The Phylactery. They're praying so hard that he can get a bit more damage items, and maybe they have a chance, the inkling of a chance to like come back into this game.
Fit for a queen.
Pinkman. They have the vision top. They know the Doom is there. Look at the ping. The instant ping from the gyro. They want to flush him out.
Ward on the stairs. They see where Zonarch is going. And the trap has been set. And the trap will be laid out here. Just a quick blink onto the Doom.
Reactions.
Rockets flying in. They are bringing in reinforcements here. Not going to be foolish enough to jump on high ground here with a 20k lead. So far ahead of everybody else on the side of Titans. At least the Luna is keeping up, but nobody else is, so that doesn't really help the situation.
Radiant's top tower
Trying to
is
catch
under
Quick here.
Immediate blink out. I mean, you need it. And that'll be the last outer tower down on the side of Titans. Feeling a bit more and more vulnerable as each objective falls. They may not even have the room to get the EXP rune. That's how bad it is at the moment. 21,000 disadvantage.
Stuck in their base. Slowly but surely losing the game.
But Luna's still farming. No, Luna.
Mushi's famous words, like when you start to turtle in your base, you're losing the game.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta try and get out of there somehow. At least the Luna is getting closer to that level 20. But that's gonna have to be one hell of an eclipse. That is the ability that turns the game around. Has to be a unison.
They're gonna try
Scanning.
to get get this Luna, but I don't know. I don't think they get him here. There's no way. He's not even going for the Lotuses, but they are pinging it out. They know that he's gone to the right side of the map. He's actually gonna try for the EXP Rune Steal. Is he? No, no! Don't push out! Oh my god!
All right, I mean, there was an opportunity to be gained there, but not
Roshan
sure
is up.
if...
They can do the Roshan right now.
Yeah, they could. That's going to be another immortality here to be picked up by Team Whoops.
Is there a smoke? Because if Titans go now, they could actually get there in time. They're not fully set up on the side of Team Whoops.
All right, well, it's an Aegis. That's a banner. Be coming through the top lane towards the lane of Rax. They spot Master Instinct first. Unfortunately, heroes have to work as vision providers, but hey, Master Instinct, you just got jumped by a clockwork. How do you feel now?
Not too
Rocket
good
the
because he's
follow,
already
and
dead. He does have a
there's the-
buyback, however.
Those are big nukes. Those are definitely some really big nukes there for the OD to deal with. And there we go, MNC to march on the high ground here. Backdoor kicks in momentarily, but it's off once again.
Presence of the Dark Lord,
banner.
my man. Lasting presence. Look at this tower fall. Oh my god.
Yeah, you're
Living
not
up-
doing a lot with that living armor, aren't you? Those are over 100 damage hits by the SF from that 480 damage pool that you have.
Very, very nice +3 from the living armor, by the way. Totally helpful.
Yeah. Would hope so, at least.
Are under attack.
Oh, that's 6 armor, by the way. Oh, you mean the 3 heal per second, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Oh,
there
he
we go.
caught the Luna.
This might just be the beginning of the end here. Luna did get the BKB off, but the damage is overwhelming right now. Eclipse, they also got the overgrowth. They will take down HBK, maybe even take down No Chance, but Master Instinct does get the ulti off and takes the Magnus first. Archmage on the side, but MNZ, he's
Oh my
just
God.
right-clicking them down,
Dude.
one after the other.
Dude. Oh
It's
my
down to
God.
3 heroes now.
Every hero has -12 armor. Don't chase the SF, guys. Leave him alone. He's big and strong.
Boys are having a bit of fun here.
I'm just looking at this
Titans
guy.
not so much.
Like, I'm just looking at MNZ. Every time a hero dies around him, I just look at that number climb, and he's just like spanking every other existing hero to join me in the underworld. Like, oh my god, dude. And they're gonna take the tier 4s down.
Middle tower has fallen.
It's already one gone. Focusing on the next one here. OD getting pushed straight back to the fountain. Quick fountain regeneration and walk back in. Just focusing on destroying the buildings inside the base.
They're gonna get the tier 4, dude. They actually are gonna get the tier 4 at this rate.
Yeah, and maybe even going straight to end the game right after this one is done. 600 HP, 300 glyph to protect the tower.
They still have an Aegis. And he has a Daedalus. Oh my god, the butterfly is almost done as well. He has it now. 4 hits the Verubik. Oh my god.
I mean, it's a 30k difference already. It's 1,000 gold
Look at
per
this dude.
minute
Look
pace.
at this
Sonar
dude.
goes down as well, and they're just annihilating them inside their own base. The Ancient is exposed, and it does look like Team Whoops is going to be closing out this game, but can they still hold it with 3? Get a bit of hopes high here. MNZ, Aegis is gone. That's at the cost of the Eclipse.
He has a disperse and everything.
And there's
big
the RP. It's got
damage.
everyone into the Sonic
Oh, wow.
Wave, into the Requiem.
They wanna go.
And all you can really say at this point is like, all your friends are dead. And that is game number 1 in the bag.
Wow. No chance was given. And what a stomp, dude. many wombo combos. I enjoy casting a good wombo. Or rather, I get to like experience it. It feels very nice.
Oh yeah. Did you see the Shadow Fiend all chatting? FF.
He's so happy, dude. Every time someone dies, I just see it, like the number keep climbing and climbing and climbing. And the Luna walks up to him, just 2 hits, boom, minus half HP. Does not feel good at all.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, you're playing up against heroes that are like notorious pop stumpers, and this fairly felt like one of those pop stumpy games. You know, you have Queen of Pain, you have Shadow Fiend. If you don't shut down these heroes, you're not going to shut them down at all. They're just going to be massive throughout this entire game, and that's exactly what they did. You know, 35k and 31k damage. Of course, you know, Todoroki, he absolutely tried his best here with this Luna, but you got a couple interesting picks here in this draft that probably just don't feel too right. I'm guessing that is the Rubik and the OD. Not really the best Rubik game. And then they also had that OD, which I think like it was a bit of a spicy type of hero to bring in. It's not everybody's forte.
It's a feels horrible moment when, you know, you don't get to play the draft you want to play it, and you just realize that you've lost all 3 lanes. Today, I just want to point out, today is also the day that somehow SF is 100% win rate. Something is wrong. You know, I guess yesterday, you know, it's not me. Skill diff, not my problem. You guys, you guys are the ones who messed it up. But like, wow. Finally, I get to see how the SF is supposed to be like on the winning team. So I'm very happy for that.
Absolutely, yeah. Whoops, they look solid here. They look like a united front versus the Titans. But hey, when you have a common enemy, it brings everybody together, right? But anything that really stuck to your mind throughout that game from either team, a specific play or something like that? As we're soon going to roll out those highlights, was there a moment that you were like, "Wow, that's pretty cool"?
Yeah, the wombo combos, you know, the RP into the Requiems are always going to be good to watch. And even the hook shots from time to time, they were pretty good, like really good timings that they would either like disrupt the enemy team fights and like initiations and stuff. And even this team fight, this was a pretty good one. This is the moment where I felt like he could have gone for the blink RP right there, and the team would have made it in time. But you know, he hesitated. Instead, he went for that. He got Astraled up, and he had the skill off cooldown as well. He never even got the chance, and Rubik even stole the RP. So this was like you know, a bit of hesitation moment. The team was like, we're not there yet. So maybe there could be tiny changes to communication that could have made that a lot better and the game a lot shorter. Something else that also stood out to me, maybe don't pick Doom, Luna, and OD, because then who creates space? You can't expect Trian to be going around like ganking for you or like crazy, like, you know, creating impact around the map. There was just 0 pressure on the map because you have 3 farming cores that require farm. And if you lose the lanes, who's going to set the tempo? So a bit of balance would be nice.
You're just stuck in that position of like nobody's getting anything in this team really. You know, they're hard locked into that 2-1-2 laning setup. Nobody's moving around the map. The supports can't leave because their cores need farm, and we're in total agreement with that. Just,
exactly.
There's nobody to set the tempo or control the tempo, unlike on the other side where SF activates pretty early. Queen of Pain, that's your tempo or your snowball that you play with. And, you know, no chance on this Magnus. You know, a couple pretty clutch plays in the laning stage really, you know, schooled his opponents.
And I think it's like, besides the 2-1-2 thing, it's people tend to forget that, especially with farming cores, you know, good enemies will also take away the map from you. So it wasn't even like a 60-40. At that point, like 10 minutes into the game, it felt like they had lost more than 70% of the map. They were just isolated and just confined in one area. It felt like they were on quarantine at that point. So, okay, you know, before we ramble too much, the match MVP, who's it gonna be? Is it the SF or is it the Magnus?
The drum roll goes
Queen
for
of
Archmage. So, Queen of Pain with a pretty clean game here, the highest kill count as well. It's a nice. Well, if it was 1 death, would have been up at like 33 KDA, but you know, that 1 extra death won't be going into those stellar numbers. But nevertheless, a very powerful performance. The mid matchup, of course, you know, the Quap was beating the OD. Usually it goes somewhat the other way around, but you know, maybe the Masochist is the way to go to just beat that matchup as well. You know, you are doing damage to yourself, which hurts you versus OD, but at the same time, you scale pretty fast, you farm pretty fast, and I think you farm even faster than the OD does, which just, you know, it lets you overtake that OD at some point. But yeah,
I mean,
well-deserved MVP.
I think the Queen of Pain did solo kill the OD, if memory serves me correct. And at the same time, you know, you can tell that he really understands the hero. Because instead of going for that blind Dagon build the entire time, he adapted the skill build, the itemization accordingly, which was, you know, getting the Orchid and going to the Lincoln Sphere. He understood enemy timings very well. So yeah, overall very well played. And I gotta say that Gyrocopter also proved to be a pretty interesting pick. I mean, look at that. Arcane Boots into a Lotus Orb, and somehow, poof, he's like 7-2-31. He was everywhere.
Yeah, he was born to be that lane dominator. He definitely played that role in this game number 1. But, you know, game number 2 is looming right behind the corner. So maybe a good moment for us to also throw over to a tiny bit of a break. It's potentially, if nothing changes, you know, it could be the last game of the day. Just a quick reminder for all of you folks out there, look down below the screen right now. We have that QR code for you to scan, and you have a chance to participate in our competition to win an MSI monitor for yourself. It is the last one that's going to be given away today, so make sure you join in the competition and maybe you win yourself a nice gaming monitor for yourself. But Hades, it's time to go for a bit of a break and see what comes out of the second game with Titans versus Whips. Seeing what unfolded in game number one, it's going to be a rocky road here for Titans to bounce back in, but nothing is impossible in the game of Dota. Can easily get this series tied up and force the first game 3 of the day. But what are the steps that we need to take here, Hades? What do we need to target? How do they need to change in their gameplay? Because they were really losing that laning stage hard, and when you're playing in a game where you lose all your 3 lanes, you know what's coming.
I think, having not picking, like I was saying, not picking a 3 farming course is the best. Especially since, we saw that these guys, even though they were so far behind, they still wanted to take fights. So these guys, they have a killer instinct. And I'm pretty sure they've identified by now that if they have like an OD who has to go into a Midas at 20 over minutes in, something is wrong. Doom.
Yeah.
Usually wants to go into a Midas, never got the chance to go for a Midas, ends up with a pipe. Something is wrong. Luna, who needs to be farming, the jungle glaives and everything, gets chased away from her side of the map to the opposite end. Something is also wrong. So, somebody has to be fighting. I'm pretty sure your trend at some point was at the shock Pikachu face going to be like, so what do I do
So
now?
this is the draft we're gonna play, huh? Like this is the way we're gonna play it, huh? But you are absolutely right. Like there definitely have been moments where if you cannot capitalize with those farming cores early on, it's getting to the territory of like, should we just tap out and go in game number 2? Our plan did not work out because there isn't a plan B to fall back to. You'd have to force your opponent to make so many mistakes that they have to lose count. It's just almost undoable in some cases.
Well, I mean, hopefully we get to see that they put up a good fight. Whether it's a win or lose, I really want to see a good fight. I'm not so much about the one-sided game because it is potentially our last game of the day. So, you guys want to stay tuned because if this game, really ends the series here, this may be your last chance to win yourself that MSI monitor. See, 27 inch, is it? 27 inches? Also 180 hertz monitor, 0.5 refresh speed as well. Very, very fast. Great colors.
Faster than mine. I'm going at 144, so I'd be jelly to get that 180. But you're not allowed. Maybe I am, but just let me get my phone quickly.
Wait a minute.
I don't know, but I'm gonna give it a shot. And
is this what we call the Viking supremacy? So even though I'm like banned, you're just allowed in?
No, I didn't actually participate, Olga. I want to leave the choice for all the people there watching. Get your chance to win. We already given 2 of those monitors away, and that's going to be the 3rd. So as you heard the man, this could be your last opportunity. So get that QR code scanned in right now. We are heading over into the draft, of course, for game number 2. Momentarily on your screens as well. Whoops versus Titans. This is the moment to make it happen. You've got your backs against the wall. You have nothing to lose anymore. Of course, this could be your last game, but you adjust accordingly. You pick comfortable heroes. You get that killer instinct combined with those comfortable heroes, and I think you've got yourself a game set up here. But give me some examples here. What do we want? Do we want full-on early game here for the side of Titans?
Maybe not, because then that could backfire. That's like implying, what if you lose the laning phase and you can't fight, then you just end up losing the whole game as a whole. Right, so maybe something with a bit more balance, decide who actually farms and who likes to rotate. I think if you just stick to something simple, get the spirits. If you have to, pick the puck, just leave it open. If they ban the puck, then go and pick something else, pick the Queen of Pain away from them. You can go into the Ember, the Void, the Storm. So many heroes you can, potentially draft around. I honestly don't think that prioritizing the siding picks are as important in this particular match, just because the nature of the game shows that you just need that mid hero to actually just go around and do things. If you notice, the offlaners have usually been, happily farming and just taking over the enemy side of the map. That's enough. That's your job. It is the mid laners who have to basically dictate the tempo, but we'll see.
That's why I'm really curious about the lack of Wind Ranger picks in general, because that hero gives you strong early game. She was considered an early game carry, but now with that Whirlwind also gave you that late game potential. So I'm so surprised that people aren't picking up this Wind Ranger more, especially if there's like an SD ban in the first phase where it just becomes such a great first phase pick. Just in general, like looking at like TI numbers, the top 5 heroes in the first phase were Sand King, Wind Ranger, Doom with the most picks. Then we had Shadow Demon and Dragon Knight. So no DK, probably no SD, at least no Tusk coming through this first phase here.
I think it's also because of the recent patch, the balance patch, that maybe some people are a little bit more skeptical in picking heroes like the Wind Ranger or even the Lina. But to be honest, it's just a few hundred gold difference. Like, how bad can it be? Like, I still think that the Gleipnir is a pretty decent item. It's just balanced.
It's still broken. It's no matter what the cost you're looking at, it's not balanced. It's still broken. I heavily disagree with you. It is not
10
balanced.
seconds
How
remaining.
okay? How is it not balanced? You know, you increase the cost, and the stats don't even give you
5
as much
seconds
value as
remaining.
before, right? Like,
If they don't increase the price by like at least 1,200 gold, it's not fixed.
I don't
Gotta-
think Gleipnir even does that much damage to begin with. Like, yes, you have the Maelstrom, but it's not like super amazing. You know, like there's so many.
It's not the damage. Like, you know, the stats are great on the item. Secondly, you can cast an ability into fog without even needing to see where your opponent is. That is busted. And then it's AoE on multiple targets into fog. That is also pretty busted. So either it would be you need to see the target you're casting it on. Like say you're under a ward and you can cast that AoE. Make it single target like a Rod of Atos would be, but still have the Gleipnir effects on it. Or give it the Scotty treatment and just increase the price of that recipe on the item. Like there are so many ways you could fix that item, but
Dire team
I will
Enchantress.
not die on that hill. I mean, it's an item that I just feel like I'd be happy if they just removed Gleipnir, to be honest. It's
Or
too
you
much.
make you need like more anti-Gleipnir
Dire
items, then
team back.
maybe it won't be as busted anymore. Like you
Mm.
know, for example, like items like Blade Mail. You know, I wish there was such thing as like an upgraded Blade Mail. You know, if it took us a while to get like Vanguard upgraded, I'm pretty sure Blade Mail deserves a little bit of love.
Give us level 2 Diffusal Blade back, and I'll be smiling.
10 seconds
Did you
remaining.
actually like it? I feel like I never saw too much of like level 2 Diffusal Blade until it was like super
5
late game.
seconds
So it
remaining.
didn't feel like an amazing item.
Radiant team back.
Depending on the hero you played, right? I mean, some just had to refresh it
Radiant
to get
team
more
pick.
charges in to be able to kill heroes, like Slark, for example. Maybe Spectre from time to time might do it, but mostly like Slark was the hero that you usually
Or like
picked it up
PL
on.
back in the day.
Weaver, PL were the those were the ones.
But now it's a different meta. Now it's Gleipnir's the item everywhere.
10 seconds
Unless
remaining.
by the time Kez comes out, which is in November, a month from now, it could potentially be like some
seconds
new
remaining.
item. You never know. Ice Frog could just decide, guys, Act 4 is here, play new patch, new items again, and then we just have to, and every single caster is just gonna be like, oh god, we haven't even had the time to test this yet. What are we gonna do now?
It happens from time to time. But hey, we opened up with the Clockwork for Titans, so this is already a good lane reinforcer. Now I want to see a range core paired up with this Clockwork in the same lane. While whoops, you know, you got Enchantress, you got Gyrocopter, you have 2 range heroes.
10 seconds
Both of them
remaining.
basically have their own type of scaling. Gyrocopter is a lane dominator. Enchantress is your
seconds
ultimate
remaining.
late game pseudo core that you can bring in. So I just want Titans to bring up a range core. Most preferably Lina. Another would be Wind Ranger. Go for the Shadow Fiend yourself. Something like that, you know? But Doom is in the pool, which I think they might have to wait on that SF for a bit longer if they wanted to pick that one up.
Lina, just do it. Like pick the power pick. Like what's the worst that could potentially happen?
Yeah.
I'm glad that this time, you know, wait, did it ban in DK? Oh, they did. Okay, never mind. I was looking at the Radiant side and I was just thinking, oh, okay, you know, maybe they decide like they want to pick DK up for once instead they just permaban it. Like, why? It's not even that good. Like, dude. Red
Dire
Dragon, that's it.
team pick.
Oh, okay, they heard me.
All right.
Ember
all right.
Spirit. You don't need to pick a farming mid. Just pick the Ember. Do your thing. Just don't follow the low Ember yet. Let's
Yeah.
just take it mid.
Let's go fight, huh? Have a
Go
good
fight,
time.
go fight, ah.
10
Yeah,
seconds
the Ember Spirit's
remaining.
perfect for that. You don't need to hit too many creeps. I'm only just talking
5
about the
seconds
early
remaining.
creeps in the laning stage, of course, but just hit heroes. You'll have a good time. There's already a good
Radiant
upgrade.
team pick.
What else are we getting in there? We're getting the Weaver. So there's our potential range core. I haven't really seen support Weavers these days, but I've seen offlane Weavers and carry Weavers and 5 Weavers. So it's 1-3-5. Place to put the hero.
1, 3,
The
5.
offlane Weavers have been pretty interesting because they're the ones who like
I've only seen
fight.
one.
5
I mean,
seconds
it's a
remaining.
Gleipnir carrier, right? So I can see it as a 1. As a 3. If the team dynamic is where they like the offlane to carry the game, then sure, why not? But as a 5, it's very draft dependent if that's the case. There's so many offlanes which just shit on Weaver, especially like that level 1
Yeah.
to 3 phase
He-
where Shikuchi has the longest cooldown. No, thank you.
Yeah, the Shikuchi is really the downside of the hero, but if you can outrange your opponents, if they have a lot of melee, for example, or in a scenario where you have a stun as your laning partner, it is a really good combination with this Weaver. That is a pretty scary one, though. If this ends up being our carry matchup, the Lina definitely looks really strong in terms of all phases of the game, while the Weaver only starts to look good if you're even with your enemy and or maybe even above your enemy in terms of farm. Then go to the late game. Weaver can absolutely demolish heroes, but so does Lina. So this is a really, really good pickup here for Whoops.
Yes, the Weaver is a little bit more tricky to kill because you have the time lapse and all that. But Lina has the highest burst potential compared to these two carries. You know, you could just like go out the way, land a light strike array or collect, bang, 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 and just like that, you lose your Ember Spirit. So you have to be very careful. Mars pick coming out as well. Woohoo! Things are looking a bit scary for Titans in terms of the draft.
Oh yeah.
So what are we seeing here? Like Timbersaw, we're gonna see like the Kunkka pick. Kunkka is honestly not too shabby over here if you know the matchup well enough. Or let's see who else is available. Please don't go Night Stalker. The last time I saw a Night Stalker in the South, like in the South Asia qualifier, it was so one-sided. It was so bad.
I mean, you could always still Monkey King, but
Vengeful Spread offlane is still pretty good.
yeah, Venge is alright. Just really fallen off of the meta, but yeah, it's a good pick. I have nothing
I
against
feel like
that.
it's a good way to like reposition the
Well, I got what I wanted. I got the
Weaver
Shadow
forward.
Fiend I was hoping for, because that's paired up greatly with the Clockwork, and they already picked their off lane, so you can make it safe and just ban the Doom, because you never know where this Mars is actually going. Could be like a mid Mars.
10 seconds remaining.
That Doom open. I would still
Nah,
ban it, even if they see their pause 3.
5
Doom
seconds
has no
remaining.
synergy in this draft. If they picked it, like if I was Whoops and I leave Doom in the pool, it's because I know for a fact that, you're
How
gonna
come,
do
though?
okay. Because they need to farm. SF needs to farm. Doom is not a hero at the front
Radiant
lines. Yes, you
team
land the
back.
Doom, but then you're usually like running around like after you
SF
isolate.
can't participate in fights anymore if he gets doomed. He just dies.
You mean like Doom for Whoops or Doom
Yeah,
for Titans?
Doom for Whoops, yeah.
Radiant team back.
I mean, this is only if like it's gonna be a Mars mid, right?
Oh, not necessarily. You can put your Lina into mid. Put your Lina as the carry. You can put you could put the Mars into mid. You could also play support Mars, which is also just fine.
10
Plus 4.
seconds
Also do
remaining.
that.
Maybe, but
Or you're
Lina
gonna
and
support
Mars
Doom.
Mars and
5
Lina to a certain
seconds
extent, they
remaining.
still need farm. Even if it's like a gyro core with a Lina, these two heroes will need a lot of like stacks, a lot of farms. So having a Doom on top of that, then it's just a repeat of game 1, in my opinion. And I would like a bit more like something reliable in terms of stuns. Or someone to at least start the fight. Because if you look at Whoops, besides the Mars arena, you have no other form of initiation. You can't expect the Lina, Gyro, and Enchantress to run in. Like Titans, you have the Clockwork, you have the
Dire
Ember
team
Spirit.
back.
It's pretty easy. You have the Weaver to kind
Well.
of like, bait people.
Time to bust out the mid faces Void then for Whoops.
Hey, that's actually not that bad. The Void
I know,
time zone.
I know.
Have you seen
It's pretty
it offlane?
Yep, I've seen it mid. I've seen it offlane. It's pretty good. I mean, very
It's
complementary
amazing.
to the Lina and the Mars and the
10
Gyrocopter in the
seconds
team.
remaining.
And the fact that you don't need a lot of farm. All you need are 2 items, and you're
5
basically set for the
seconds
entire
remaining.
game.
Yep.
But
And
but
that
if
late
you're
game
if you're a
scaling
farm core.
is juicy.
Dire team pick.
And if you're a farming core, maybe you're not a fan of that. For the sacrificial players out there, it's really good. Like I was watching Jackie playing a pub with that faceless void time zone thing. Whew, I was very surprised. Dude was like basically as rich as a support, but he had so much impact.
10 seconds remaining.
All right. One thing that I'm worried about here: they banned the Morphling, they banned the Spectre.
5
There
seconds
is room
remaining.
for Whoops to just pick Husker and just destroy Ember mid if Titans don't pick up a mid hero now. If it's not a flex pick, it just directly locks us in with Shadow Fiend, Ember Spirit, and then the third hero would be another core. It kind of has to be a core that they're going to bring up. This is most likely the offlane we're looking at. Put the Clockwork and the Weaver into the support roles.
Radiant team pick.
Indeed. So they lock in the Kunkka. This could, you could play Lina, Mars, and then the mid Husker just destroys the Ember. Dazzle, Earthshaker.
Oh, this is nice.
There's the Monkey King, but it's on the other side. I was thinking Titans could have maybe done the Monkey King, but that was before the Shadow Fiend came out. So That is a pretty nice pick.
Monkey
However,
into the Ember. Ooh.
No Chance Mars, Archmage, Lina. MSI was the carrier, right? Yeah.
Yeah, this is
Yes.
very, very nice. Oh, they just haven't swapped around the heroes yet, but this is looking very, very nice. I like watching the MK Ember matchup because it can really go either ways. It's such a high skill matchup, and the margin for error is so small.
Yeah.
Wait, what is this Lina skin? I've never seen this chest piece. Why does it look like a spoof of Shazam?
It actually does kind of look like that. It's a pretty interesting one.
It does, right? It looks like the Shazam colors as well.
Is that even part of that original set? I don't think it is.
It's not. That's why I'm like, where did this
Huh.
set come from?
Well, I'm gonna have to look at that when we get into in-game. What is that called? Because I think I've run into that one before. But how do you think about Titans draft? Did they address the early game?
Yeah, I think it's a lot better. I think it's also, they have a lot of utility. You have the boats rum, the ghost ship. He can build on ways into like the blade mill. He can frontline a lot more efficiently, and it benefits the whole team. You can imagine like it makes the SF tankier if you also like get the boat right on top of it, and if you even go with the tidal wave, the disarm is very, very annoying. It could actually buy you some time, especially against like this Monkey King.
Yeah. Well,
You think it's possible? We'll see like the tidal wave, pushing the Monkey King out of the Wukong's command.
all right. Well, let's see what comes out of this game because it is the deciding match here. Very likely as well, based on game number 1. But Titans, it's totally up to you. You can tie this one up and go to game number 3. That neck actually is the Imperial Ember. So that's a rare item, which I'm curious about because I don't think I've run into that one before.
Really? Okay, wait. I'm Lina.
Imperial Ember neck and Imperial Ember arms.
Huh.
Because the head is the fiery soul of the Slayer, and then the
Wait,
dress
where-
is the infused dress of the Bewitching Flare.
Oh, this is because this is when the Crown Fall Treasure 1. This was released this year. That's why it still looks like relatively new. Okay, okay.
All right.
Yeah, I guess this is a weird time to also say that I like some of the South Asian qualifier players, like the sets they've included on the heroes. Very, very
The
different.
battle
Like,
begins.
they have different tastes for sure.
Oh, they definitely do.
Oh, Reaver takes the rune away. And you're gonna
Yoink.
get 3 bounty runes.
Yeah, that's a
Wait.
quick steal. Takes
Does he have a
away.
Blightstone? Oh, he does have a Blightstone. Hello, Pinkman? Pinkman?
All right, Pinkman is a bit deep here.
Uh,
All raises used though, so he's very heavily slowed down here. And the right clicks might just do it here, and there we have it. So quick, he's gonna bring up the first blood, and it's for the Titans.
why would you not give it to the SF? He had enough of the raise as well, but I think maybe he was worried about the mana for the lane.
If only you had that aura activated, level 1 presence of the Dark Lord, and you get an instant extra minus armor. Probably not as good as having raises, right? But still quite funny if he did actually have that one picked up.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. They sniped the SF's courier. Did he get it? Oh, he got his regen in time. If he didn't get his regen, this would have been a huge disaster in this lane because Clock doesn't have regen.
I remember one time I made a really silly laning build, so I actually played Shadow Fiend, and I had a Clockwork in my lane versus a Mars. And I went no raises. I went Presence of the Dark Lord and all stats. And oh boy, did I do damage to that Mars.
That right click build.
Every right click felt so satisfactory.
Oh, hold that thought. Zonak in the bottom
Zonar
lane.
going down, MSI. Oh, he miscalculated
you
that
go.
one, so he's going to have to use that Boundless Strike to finish off the Kunkka. So he'll get that tie scoreline there. Get a kill going in the bot lane.
Well, they're gonna trade between this Weaver and HBK, but that's why you have the Nature's Attendants. Middle lane's a bit interesting because Lina might actually end up dying here.
Ooh.
Or never mind, he
That's
just
her
got his bottle.
instinct, pretty close to getting that one, but yeah, the bottle's gonna save her life. Archmage is gonna be alright for the time being. And now, of course, yeah, you were talking about the mid matchup being, you know, Monkey King versus the Ember. But ends up being the Lina versus the Ember. And actually, Ember has been getting quite a lot of these trades to Archmage's direction. Still, looks like the Lina is still pulling off ahead with a tiny bit of a lead.
Dire's courier has been killed.
What's gonna happen here?
It's a lot.
You know,
couple of
now
courier
that
kills.
the Lina and the Ember, like they both have their bottles now, right? It's gonna be who can really harass and poke as efficiently as possible. Although Ember is still, you know, behind in terms of levels. This Lina has had 6 denies compared to the 1 deny on the Ember, and that's because, you know, melee versus ranged hero things. No Chance is so happy with this. Look at this wave. I forgot to mention that Pinkman and No Chance, they like to control this lane very well. They always play a lot of emphasis on blocking out the hard camp.
Yeah, certainly enjoying his time here with this Mars.
Huh.
Especially considering that he wasn't getting a huge amount of CS early on, but now already gone past the Shadow Fiend. SF does have that 1 point in the presence.
They want to isolate him. Oh, Todoroki.
See what they could do here quick. Also taking a bit of a couple hits there in the top lane.
He's actually okay. Fight to hit.
Necessarily, Mars drops low, but not enough for a kill. No Chance. He's waiting for that spear to come back up. He's got a 2-second cooldown. Pinkman, just a bit more damage maybe with the blood grenade and the spear. All right, he blows the blood grenade and the Shadow Fiend is
SF?
low. He's going
SF?
for the hunt. He's going for the hunt, and
Oh,
he
no.
misses. Doesn't get the
Unluck.
connection, but he's got the bonk if he wants to use it versus quick. Frozen a casual right click. That's about it.
Radiant's bottom
Dude,
tower
he
So
is
be
so
careful
low.
with the raises.
Why is he-
He's got a couple stick charges. He's looking for another spear. He's thrown in the
Playing with
bomb.
fire.
Oh, now he's stuck. Yeah, that was a valiant effort.
I don't even know if that was like
Radiant's
a good
courier has been
sacrifice,
killed.
but one thing for sure is, you know, the Titans top duo, they are ridiculous. You have to be so careful. But Regen's coming in. It's just 3 tangos though. This is just enough for like 1 full HP. Regen. It's not enough to sustain anymore. Well, please tell me you bought more Regen. Okay, he has 3 tangos. Also, meanwhile, on the way back home, Lina versus Ember. The matchup continues to, you know, grow apart, even if fortify.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Just looking at the Weaver.
Oh, Konka at the
Strolling
bottom.
all the way back home, and that leaves the Kunkka all by himself in the lane. So Zonarch, nowhere to go. The Jinky Mastery level 2 is going to be enough to take him down. And also mid lane, trying to make a rotation. Pinkman did drop nearby the Ember Spirit. Put that ward right behind the tower, but Master Instinct also was starting to feel a bit sus. So, you know what's going on here? Puts his own ward down. So Laguna and a couple right clicks, but it's not. Oh, okay.
He's fine. He has a fair
Level
fire.
3 Dragon Slave will finish him off. And, you know, No Chance there's a bit of a disconnect, so
Lina versus Ember.
it's an auto pause.
This one's a classic matchup. I would have liked to see like the MK into the Ember spread, but this is fine. Maybe that's why like in
This
the
is
last
fine.
game. Yeah, this is why in the last.
Are you sitting on the
draft-
fire saying this is fine? Or?
Yeah, pretty much,
It's
pretty
actually
much.
fine.
I think so. I'm glad you understand the meme. I mean, like, I guess that's why in the draft, you know, you saw like Spectre and Morphing as the last bands. It's like, I think Titans, they have a very good understanding of their opponents. They knew the Lina was going mid.
Pinkman.
Mars.
Gotta be careful with that.
Enchantress is
hits that
coming.
you're taking here. No Chance also walks in, and they're both just, you know, taking hits instead of delivering hits here versus Quick and Todoroki. Todoroki does have mana for the raises,
Chicken
and
is
they're
coming,
just giving
chicken
away
is coming.
these kills here.
SF?
Pinkman might even die as well, but HBK coming in from the back, it will take down the Shadow Fiend. Enchantress also, does he have another set to throw? Well, not really. Quick is
Yeah. He already gave the
fast on his feet.
He already gave the sweet chin music to the SF, so SF just accepted his fate. He just stood there and died. All right.
Yeah.
Pinkman gets a free trip back to the base. Might even think about going to the mid for bottle refill. Nah, probably not yet. but the 7-minute rune is coming up very, very soon. MK and Konka is like a solo lane, so this gives like Enchantress a lot more room to go around the map and try to make even the Ember Spirit's life more miserable.
Trying to go on the hunt for the Mars here. 3 versus 1. The cogs are placed in between. Tanks are raised, tanking so much damage and no chance. Hasn't got an opportunity at all to survive that amount of damage.
Dire are scanning.
This SF having a great game. 4 to 4.
He sure is. You know, that laning stage has really been built for him now. Second in net worth.
I mean, who knew that picking heroes that could fight, would give you a better chance against an opponent who wants to fight you.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Oh,
attack.
Pinkman. The chase there with the rocket, the follow. Pasol goes down to MNZ. He's going on a bit of a deep dive there.
Oh, the damage.
Todoroki
Oh,
will
this
get
actually,
the reply
this is
there with
pretty
the
big.
raises, but it's still a 1 versus 2 here. MNZ wants to fight all the way through with his Jingu stacks. Also has some healing lotuses.
And that was actually pretty close. If there were more of the skeletons, then SF actually could have died to the Enchantress, the level 3 enchant. Next mark. Tung.
Kunk is just on the absolute receiving end of this Monkey King. Constantly getting smacked about that Jingu Mastery.
Dire's
What can
top
you do?
tower
It's melee
is
versus
under
melee.
attack.
Bound to happen. Now, 3 heroes towards MNZ. He's very deep in. He's greedy for this kill. And it's going to get surprised a bit because Quick is here. Pasol from the other direction. Oh, they managed to pull him out from that Jingu. He finds 1 kill. Can he find more? Can he survive? He's got a stick. He's got the Lotus. He's got a lot of minus armor on him right now. Todoroki goes down as well. And MNZ tried to fight it all the way to the end. Oh, he canceled that right click on Zonarch and he goes down. He had that right click going off, but he wasn't sure if
Meanwhile, in
it
the middle
actually
lane, there's no
connected.
more mana left on Ember Spirit.
Archmage.
Oh, the
the
one.
Dragon Slave, not quite enough. Is there a Siege shot available? Yes, there is.
Big one
But the
charge.
chains comes out.
Oh, Enchantress could be dead here. Never mind.
Say,
Clockwork.
Pasol also shows up. Quick taking some hits here. And another bug being sent out there. Oh, he just took down the Ember on that Dragon Slave. And now they're coming to retaliate. Todoroki looking for that Requiem. Doesn't quite get it off, and he will never get it off. As Pasol also going to get taken down by MNZ.
Wow, they got absolutely shafted by this Monkey King and his staff. Oof.
Bottom tower.
Now he's turning blue. Level 2. I would say this MK Gleipnir.
Dire's top
Definitely
tower
Gleipnir.
is under attack.
Piss Panda off.
All right. 2 to 4 trade-off there. Team Whoops, getting back to their form from game number 1, but Titans, they have a long, rocky road ahead of themselves. At least it's going a slight bit better, but losing that Shadow Fiend there probably hurts them a bit more than they'd like to admit.
Wow.
Keep an eye open on those movements there.
Pretty decent stacks with the Lina. Nothing like super amazing. Titans, they do have vision on this. Ironically, they have a baby Wukong ward.
Yeah. Oh, just loving that instant replay. Master Instincts failed him. The most crucial moment there with the Dragon Slave coming out of nowhere. It's like, oh, I've just burnt to a crisp.
Yeah, it's just the one, dude. It was just a big one. That's it. Cool. Nice micro from HBK. Really impressing me so far with his gameplay. Maybe he could have played Trent. Let's see. Oh, nice
But
dragon.
they're going to turn this one around. Look for the kill on HBK, and he lives. MNZ getting pushed back by the cogs, but he's got a very powerful boundless strike to throw forward. Takes down Quick. Pasol is going to have to back out, and same thing for the Ember Spirit. Going to be left empty-handed.
Dire's top tower
I
is
mean,
under attack.
what can you do? They
Dire's
are fighting,
top tower
and
is
at least this
falling.
time it's not as one-sided. You can see that Titans, they're going around, they're taking all the right initiatives, but it's also about like the timing, and you have to learn to take your fights a bit more carefully instead of just like forcing the issue all the time. That's
Yeah.
never gonna work. All right, bottom lane looks like
What
we'll see
is the
another
key
brawl.
to happiness? MNZ finding out Zonarch. Sol on the other side. Rocket is going to connect, but the Ember also shows up. He casts his ult right away. Able to take down the Kunkka. There's something else going on here. Todoroki running away. Master Instinct
Dire's
around.
bottom tower is under
The
attack.
Sol right behind them.
They really want the Ember to come. They're even fortifying the cart. They want to share the damage between the tower. On the strike onto the Weaver. Still has a time lapse, so he's not going to be too concerned, but he also won't be too pleased.
Well, Mars is also very low on HP at the top lane, but he's gonna drop the arena on top of the clockwork and look for a solo kill and the bonk to the face. Meanwhile, Requiem does go off in the bottom lane. Todoroki will take down Pinkman. MNZ looking for the closest tree to climb to.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Looks like, you know, whoops, they don't want to hang around this part of the map. They kind of just want to like shift their focus.
Oh, they cut
away.
down the tree.
Oh,
Okay, we found
Oh,
a
no,
bit
but
of a
he got rid of the
surprise here
damage.
in the tree here.
the raise. It's fine. That's a very, very big kill. That's wow. That's about like 500 of a gold going away to Todoroki.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Tower's also being sieged. You have to jump onto Archmage. Does have a dispel. He's coming in as well to protect that tower. Archmage, LSA stunned, connects onto the Ember.
But not
Ember's
enough mana to like get any more
Yeah.
damage off. Like you threw out the Laguna Blade, but you probably didn't have enough mana for the Dragon Slave, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower is under
It's alright,
attack.
just trading some hits. But you know, SF still keeping up pace. You know, you might have died 3 times, but SF's net worth's pretty good.
I don't think like No Chance is very confident on this Mars SF matchup because he's playing very different compared to the past 2 games that I've seen him play. Like his Venge, his Magna is very, very different.
Yeah, usually when I when I see SF, I usually pair it up with, you know, like Marcy. Just run people down.
Dire's top
Oh yeah,
tower
those are
is
nice.
under attack.
I remember
Yeah.
the good old days as well of the Lina carry with the Marcy support. And you can see like a very flexible Marcy pick.
Oh,
Marcy
yeah,
needs a bit more love.
Definitely pretty good here. Fighting in the bottom lane, but people just zipping and zapping out.
Oh, the missiles
Time-lapse
chasing the rocket.
is connected onto Pasol. Todoroki on the other side. Arena comes out as well from No Chance. There's the
Poor
Wukongs.
SF.
They're going to clean up that Shadow Fiend's life. Kill for Pinkman. Master Instinct.
Dire's middle tower.
Oh, Lina's actually going for the Axe Rush. Is this a thing? Grants Lina unobstructed move and increases spell damage and magic
Yeah, the
resistance.
spell
Like,
lamp cloak.
yeah, but is it really something you want to rush? I don't know. I haven't seen too many
Ah.
Lina mids. I always seen like
That's-
it's just Tender Spirits. And
That's
Invoker.
going to give a nice little buff to the Laguna Blade. Or rank 2 does like 1,000 damage, right?
I guess.
Has been killed.
Just want to get a cheap version of a Dagon.
Another fight coming in. Oh, nice spear. No chance. He heard me. He's
Get
mad.
done here. Both onto No Chance. Nice stun there from MNC. The Dragon Slave will help him get this kill. Astel.
Ember trying for that flank. Are they still going? Here comes the rocket. Oh, nice spear.
Yeah.
Into the
That
stun.
spear
Into
beautifully
another stun.
connected, and
Whoa.
they don't take any second chances dropping
Oh.
that Laguna Blade.
Oh my god. That was so painful to watch. Poor Ember.
Poured into lightning crisp.
I don't think he was expecting that. Well played. Well played from No Chance. I'm sorry I ever doubted you, Mars. Bonk.
Apollo gonna get hit by the rocket in the mid lane. Oh, they only had vision to see where the Weaver went. Now they're gonna try and get a bit of a setup here onto the Monkey King, just without the ghost ship.
Radiant's top tower
It does
is
look
under
like
attack.
Kunkka's life is gonna be forfeit.
I know I said that you need to fight, but neglecting like 3 waves and a cart, you know, to complete your blade mill to go and force a fight
It's a bit
mid.
rough.
Yeah, that's not what I meant.
A golden thread.
There's a very huge difference.
Someone missed the memo.
Yeah. You still need items. He's walking around with a chainmail and a broadsword. Like, what's he gonna do? Maybe he needs to get a helm of iron will to complete the set, you know?
Yeah, maybe. The RPG inventory.
Yeah, exactly. What's that game we know where you're all like medieval knights and like fighting with each other in
Jousting?
first person? No, not jousting. Like there's this game where you're all like medieval
There's
knights.
a ton of those, you know, where they're just battling it out. But yeah,
Yeah,
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that one was like Soviet Wombo made a video of. That one is that game. It's really funny, like especially when you have like the voice, the voice proximity on.
Yeah, there's also one with the bard, and you can just hit them with the guitar or the lute.
Yeah, I love it. And those are really funny, like these kind of games. It's such a pity you don't see these kind of games like in Southeast Asia. Like it's not very active here. All right, so whoops, they're gonna close out around Zonarch, who still doesn't have his blade mail. Maybe he can buy it now.
Missed on the spear, but the
Buy your
LSA
blade
is going to
mail, you
be
idiot.
there, and maybe they have the damage, but the rum buff has arrived. Zonarch is a bit tankier, but he's not really that tanky. Nobody's coming to the rescue of this Kunkka. SF didn't have a teleport ready, so couldn't get the full team ready to go.
Oh,
Now
thank
the
God he
Gleipnir
bought his
ready.
blade
He
mail.
sees Todoroki
Dire's structures are fortified.
right on top of you. That's the Monkey King. And the LSA follow up the hook shot just a
God.
little bit too late from Quick. Now the Clockwork's he's gonna meet the same fate. Now with 3 heroes gone, Master Instinct is nearby.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Doesn't look like he's gonna be able to catch up with Alina. Oh, chains
Oh,
do
Alina.
come out there from Master Instinct with the help of Pasol. But the
Solar
Archmage,
Crest.
is he able to get out of this one? Looks like he might just survive with the Weaver. Still going for a bit of a
Wow.
dive, but they've lost Master Instinct. Pasol takes down Archmage with the Shikuchi. And
That's
that will be the
1,000
damage
gold.
that they required. They do get the dust to connect onto the Weaver. And now really it's just a race to the finish line. But Pasol not moving
Oh, they
anywhere
found him.
yet. He might have had a chance to just insta teleport away. Quick goes down to the Heartbreak Kid.
Time
Nice
lapse.
time lapse there, dodging the stun there. Pinkman just needs to get the rocket to connect,
No
and they need to
chance.
see him one more time.
Oh, he does. He's giving up. He's like, nah, guys, I'm not doing this shit.
MT though, he's high on his tail, and they are gonna go all the way for this one. And no chance steals that kill with the spear. But what can you do? I mean, this feels like there's such a huge skill disparity between the two teams. What do you think? What's
I
on
think
your mind,
I
Hades?
don't know. If Titans was watching the stream, I don't know, I just feel like they took things a bit too literally. Like they need to fight. I just think there's a balance, you know. Like you have to trust your player instinct. You're playing Dota. You've played so many games. You know that when you should be fighting, and
Yep.
now we're back into this one-sided stomp.
Yep, that's what it pretty much feels like. It Todoroki, Zonarch, both gone. 28 kills already, 20 minutes in, 11,000 gold ahead. And it starts to feel like maybe that door is slowly starting to close. The window of opportunity has been
Man,
slammed
might die
shut.
to the vessel. Oh my god, 15 HP.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Pretty lucky gyrocopter there as well.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Trying to still get to Master Instinct in time, but not in range for that stun.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They're coming out of the base though.
Yeah,
Might have
SF
to
keep it to the
turn
mid lane.
around instantly though, but they're just gonna give HBK away. And MNZ wants to fight him alone. 1 versus 4.
Oh my god. No, not like this. Not like this.
They killed the Shadow Fiend in mid, but he's not gonna get that balance strike off in
Oh,
time.
but they get the Monkey King kill. That's another 1,000 gold.
Oh,
That's
all
a
right.
swing. They just have to kill the Monkey King another 10 more times, and it'll be an even game.
All right.
The perfect timing.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Just as I say that, and it comes out the Monkey King. All right. All right.
You're a blessed son today.
Indeed, by Wukong. I mean, I am born in the year of the monkey, so we have that affinity going on. Ooh, the shard, the shard. If only there was like a little bit more damage there, that would have been a Diet Weaver.
Diet.
Okay, so now Kunkka, it's nice that he spent some time farming. He's actually on the route to getting the pipe, and then I think with the pipe, they stand a better chance of at least, you know, taking these fights a little bit better. If they are a bit more selective with their fights, I think Team Titans actually have a very good chance of still coming back into this game. It's just very hard. You just have to be very disciplined right now.
The catch in the mid lane. Combining their stuns, the Laguna Blade flies out. Master Instinct down for the 5th time. Another one for the Archmage.
What's Lena's next item? Blink Dagger. But what's after the Blink? You just go BKB? Do you want to go into like your own Gleipnir, Octarine Core? No chance. Slithering in on this very, you know, giant-sized hero. Sneaking around, but not sure who he's gonna find. Oh, they put the ward down. They don't know there's a sentry there. I think they saw the ward.
Potentially they did, yeah. It's just being a bit problematic here for Team Whoops to actually get to hit those towers.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
MNZ is going to clear out the top side. You know, could easily just gate towards the bot Roshan. This is what Team Whoops can do. On the side of like Team Titans, you know, start clearing out the top lane. I'm not sure why you're boxed in. They're playing a bit too afraid right now because, you know, from their perspective, they don't have too much info besides that cliff ward. The triangle is completely like taken over. So this is the part where they really need to start sweeping the map. Yeah, that's what they'll do. Hopefully they find the Monkey King, and then it will be like a lot easier for them. You know, when I wasn't joking when I said like they just have to kill him like 10 more times. They really need to.
It's one of those games, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Once is not good enough. Twice, it's not good enough. 3 times, it's not good enough. Gotta do it so many times in a row. The Dire Scan is on point for the Roche Pit, but taking the Twin Gate now would be suicide. They're not even looking to contest. They hope that they can get that T1 away from the top lane.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Okay, so now a free Aegis with the Monkey King. They will get to the top lane. Oh, but oh, great clockwork. Flare, they spot this. They would have heard the audio if they were like just panning over.
Watch, and here we go. MNC is going to be right here with the 2-man stun into the arena from no chance, and they cannot get out of this one, Requiem or not. Maybe one gets out, but the other doesn't. The hook shot won't let him escape, but the Ember Spirit is gone. At least he's so weak right now.
That was so cool, actually. Oh, the Gleipnir forcing out the BKB. This is actually high ground.
That's actually, yeah, that has to be
it, right? And they have the Wukong's command as well for the high ground push. So
point blank range missed spear, but you know, those are the hardest ones. We're trying to annoy them from the back line. Pasol with the LSA. Stun connected right on top of him. Zonarch dies. And onto the SF they go with no BKB. Titans, they're going to be down 3 members on their team. Ember just trying to take them for a bit of a walk. They are going to chase the Ember.
Oof. No chance to fight
so good.
And of course, MNZ is just waiting in the base with open arms. Still has the Aegis for 3 minutes and a half. The creep wave is here. Do they have a Roshan's banner? No, they don't. Oh, that was the first Aegis. Yeah, they don't have.
Yeah, in game 1, we did have that second Roshan fall around this time. That's a pretty early one, but this one just only had that first Aegis picked up. But hey, the lane of Rax being secured. No chance, jumping straight in, followed up by Archmage. Good night, Quick.
Yeah, at this point, the game is actually just over, unless somehow, you know, Team Whoops, maybe they dive too deep at the tier 4s or even the Fountain. Like, I'm not even exaggerating at this point, because it's a 21k goal at 26 minutes in. It's overwhelming. The Enchantress is richer than the Ember Spirit, and he's really played a very good Enchantress game.
Yeah.
Dragonlance, Hurricane Pike on the way.
Pretty excellent game there for the Enchantress. But then again, you know, in a game like this, the supports start to outshine. Mainly because everyone has done such a great job. It's hardly easy to just, you know, highlight one specific player. I feel like it has been a team effort.
Mm-hmm. Picking out the ward, I think they know they might start to converge heroes here. The Mars looking to sneak around, but he doesn't want to show. Okay, he's taking care of the creep wave. They want to protect the ward. So yeah, you're just left in this tiny like bubble.
A golden thread.
If you can even call it like protected, like there's just this zone you can't cross. Oh, and they smash the bug before he can even run away. This is so sad to watch.
It is a brutal beatdown.
Yeah, they can
Titans,
probably
they just can't seem to mount any kind of offensive or even a defensive. Well, he's trying to taunt them into the base at least with these voice lines. But, you know, there's a price to pay for that. That's at least the BKB of Todoroki. Now on the run away. Master Instinct is just dying to this Enchantress. And those spears, they will connect. You cannot disjoint them with the Remnant. Now, no chance. In the middle with the Arena. Has caught two with the Clockwork dropping. And Quick, looks like his life is forfeit pretty much. And Todoroki dies in front of his own fountain to the Monkey King. And there we have it.
Oh, GG.
We have our final teams for the Thailand Bangkok finals here at the MGA. Team Whoops will be the final to join that squad.
Actually, GGWP, like what a game. It started out real slow, but you can see, like, you know, once you had fighting heroes, it was relatively even between both teams. But it was just about being more selective when to take the fights. You know, just because the team Whoops are looking to take a fight, it doesn't mean that you have to react. So I think this is where like experience is mostly a thing. You really want to make sure that you're not too reactive. You also want to remain like, you know, just calm and composed, realizing that hey, this is not a good fight. That's what like real Dota 5v5 is all about. That's right.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This was a real team effort on the side of Whoops. I think everybody just understood what they needed to do in these two games. Don't make any complications. Play a solid game of Dota, and or play a solid series of Dota in this case, and everything clicked well on the spot. When one team looks this good, it's hard to really highlight a lot of good plays on the opposing side, but I guess, you know, skill disparity may be playing a bigger role here between these two. But I think that also comes through that experience, right? Like, just as you were saying. So it is hard to put up some positives for Titans. This was a better draft. This was a better execution compared to game number one. They were on the board first. They got themselves a couple pretty good kills going their way. But as soon as Whoops started to do any faster moves than regular, the Titans did just couldn't keep up.
Mm-hmm. So I mean, don't be too down. If anything, it's a great learning experience. I actually look forward to seeing more from from Titans, like in future tournaments, maybe in future open qualifiers. You never know. This is where you learn and then you get better. It's not the end of the world. There is no cap. There's only so much more to learn, especially in like 5v5 Dota. You can only learn so much in ranked games, honestly. Ranked games will only teach you like how to press buttons. But end of the day, huge congratulations to Team Whoops. Well deserved, and no chance will get a chance at a LAN. And I'm pretty sure he and his teammates, they must be so happy. These are the highlights here.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically a dream come true for a lot of these players. They finally get to play in a LAN in front of an audience and all. That's something that a lot of players would, you know, just dream about in their wildest dreams. And whenever they start becoming, not even thinking about an esports career, but just, you know, play competitively in a game that you like so much. And then you really start this path towards becoming a pro. And when you already have one who in your team that's already been playing at a reasonably high level, it gives everybody a lot of confidence.
Exactly. And, you know, this is something which I feel that it's, you know, I wouldn't say it's dying out. I don't want to put it that way, but I feel like it's something that we don't see as much anymore. For maybe because we don't have this kind of community, you know, tournaments. Like Battle Cup is just basically dying out. But I do hope that somehow we'll find like more players who like to just try this 5v5. Get a feel of what's like. Feel that passion for why we really like this game. Don't just watch the screen. get the actual experience yourself in these kind of tournaments. That's what, that's why a huge shout out to MSI Gaming Arena, MSI for hosting this amazing tournament, and we get to see like all these like lesser known regions showcase the talent that they have.
Yeah, in general, just every tournament organizer out there that is helping improving the scene for players, for individuals who want to start careers or at least give it a go or give it a try. These type of tournaments are the perfect place for that. So we all give our thanks to that. But then again, talk about Whoops being the last team. They had a bit of a different region qualifier to qualify themselves towards the main event. They're going to be going up against some pretty tough teams. But honestly, based on what I saw in this, if this was the finals of the region, I feel a bit hopeful. I feel like Whoops can actually, they could really kick some butt going into the main event.
Maybe not kick some butt, but for sure it will be a battle between a lot of skilled players, and it might even help some of these players get noticed. You never know. I noticed there was an LFT in No Chance's name in the in-game client, so we'll see. Even MNZ, like him on the carry role, really impressed me as well. He did he did really well to shut down the Conquer by himself, and you could see immediately the comfort from the Enchantress to just ditch the lane and immediately like gank behind the tier 1 tower from the twin gate rotation. I think it's because like when you have a really good carry player that understands that when he's okay to solo the lane, that makes a very big difference to how supports can actually like thrive and properly play the game to create that early to mid game impact. So yes, I see why he is the MVP. And the way he was playing, really good, well done.
Oh yeah, this Monkey King was a really solid pick in general. It just looked great. I was like, this is obviously going to be a meta pick that can do very well against many matchups, and in the right hands, can be a devastating force as well. It's not always the easiest to play. You can easily mess up your early rotations, like if you don't get that first kill when you make your first move onto a side lane, your game could be over, just as simple as it is, Your opponent mid is just going past you, and basically just throw your game down the drain. But MNZ in this case, from the carry position, didn't let go of his game. So well done in general. Also some pretty good stats at the end as well. 17, 3, and 8 here as we look at the remaining stats of the last played out game. Of course, Archmage, solid, always having that Lina going 11, 1, and 10.
I mean, that's why I say the Lina pick, something which I really hope that we had seen a little bit more today in the Southeast Asian qualifiers. Just a quick thing to note as well. I'm pretty sure you noticed that there were some differences in the bans for the South Asia qualifier compared to the Southeast Asian qualifier. True, SA, we had lesser games. There's only 1 BO3 compared to the 2 BO3s casted for Southeast Asia. But overall, I mean, at least for me, even from yesterday, when it was the semifinals and the quarterfinals, I think there is going to be a bit of adjustment for Team Whoops in the way they approach the picks and bans. But they are the only team so far today to pick the Gyrocopter support like twice in a row. So you can see the flexibility. It is nice to have these like different parts of the region, just kind of like have these ideas to battle against each other. And this way the region gets to properly go. So I'm very happy.
We're all happy with what's been going. We're still waiting word on our winner interview.
Who's it gonna be? Are they all dodging?
I hope not. I mean, it would be nice to hear from at least one of the players some of their thoughts about the series today. I mean, obviously this may be. Well, we're waiting for confirmation.
Oh.
So apparently production is just whispering into my ear that apparently we're not available. We can't get any of the players for the winner interview, so we're just going to say congratulations to Whoops. But we can take a look at the brackets in just a moment and see what are the final pair-ups going to look up for the main event. That's going to be shortly on your screens as well, so we can discuss more about those head-to-heads. But Hades, I mean, we can already just bring it up here, the 4 teams going through. Who are you rooting for? Do you have a favorite out of these 4 teams? We didn't get to see Please Report Timbersaw play today, but it's a pretty tight looking stack.
Wait, Please Report Timbersaw. I don't think they played today.
Nope, they didn't. That's
Yeah,
what I
yeah,
just
that-
said.
Oh yeah, sorry, I misheard that. I heard like they played today. I was like, wait a minute.
No. I said
Like, I
how do you
mean-
feel about them because they didn't play today?
I mean, that's my boy right there, dude. That's my boy, like Masaros right there. Of course, just record it.
I knew it. I knew you were gonna bring up Masaros.
Dude, of course, man. Like the first Thai words he ever taught me was literally how to say fat F. So like every time I saw him, he'd be like, "Ui," like "Hia un," and then he'd be like, "Ui, Singaporean." Yeah, because like I never knew that like the Thai people apparently Singaporean fruits suck ass and are too expensive. So that was a cultural change for me. So but,
Right.
no, regardless, I think that Masa and friends, there's a lot of Masa's a smart guy. He's a great guy. I'm very excited to see him, compete at the LAN. Oh, we're gonna have the brackets
All
now.
right, let's go and look at the brackets and see what our matchups are going to look like for the MSI Gaming Arena. These are also from our SCA playoffs bracket. As you can see, the games we played out today was the middle grounds. We had Imman and Friends versus Smith Avenue Gaming, and then Team Essence versus Karsten's Esports. So Myth Avenue Gaming and Karsten's Esports will be going through to the main event. And of course, from the SA playoffs bracket, where we also, of course, they had a bit of less matches. We only had one here on our stream today, which was the one that we played, Whips versus Titans.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm very surprised that that there's so many teams, despite because just the region in general, there's so many qualifiers going on right now, which goes to show how active Dota 2 is in Southeast Asia. So for me, coming from this region, I'm just happy to see that the game is not dying. And this is the South Asia qualifier. It was really nice. Even if not the MGA, I wouldn't know that there were players from Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, specifically, and it's good. Hopefully there'll be more tournaments like this where I can see more qualifiers, and I would like to see them learn. I think to me the best part about it is when I can see the amateur teams sort of transition into competing against tier 2 teams.
Mm-hmm.
And then from there, it's all about who gets the right opportunities and networking and blah, blah, blah. And poof, next thing you know, you've got upcoming talent.
Yep. Yeah. The business path onward, obviously. But
Exactly.
that's what we get to see. So yeah, those three teams plus the Timbersaw gang. Please report Timbersaw, the one that also goes through. But yeah, I'm excited to see how these four teams are going to be faring off in the main event.
Mm-hmm.
That is going to be happening in 2 weeks. So on the Saturday of the 19th, 2 weeks from now, it's going to be the first day of the main event. And of course, on Sunday the 20th is the main grand finals day. But Hades, one last thing. Who won the last monitor?
Oh, it's definitely not me or you.
I mean, I wish, but let's see who it is. Our last MSI monitor winner is going to be Amir Nahid Morshed. Thank you and congratulations. You have won yourself a nice 27-inch FHD 180 Hz monitor. Will be sent your way. Congratulations. You are a winner. But Hades is not. So you can see from his face that he's a bit gutted because, that monitor is probably better than what he has, and it's also better than what I have. But, Hades, we're at the end of the day. We've done our casts. We've watched some great Dota in the region. We're waiting to see what happens in the MSI Gaming Arena on the 19th and the 20th of October. What else is there on your mind before we wrap up the show?
Well, good luck to all the teams. Thank you to MSI for giving us this opportunity to cast. It's always been great casting with you, Panda. Good luck. Hope you get some sleep later on. And shout out to the production team as well. Thanks for staying with us for the journey. And hello to the viewers. Don't forget, drop my man Panda here. Follow on his socials. Give this man some love.
Hey, thank you so much, Hades. Make sure you also follow Hades Cast and, of course, MSI Gaming. Put that on follow on social media, also here on Twitch. But we're going to say thank you for now, folks. We'll see you in 2 weeks in Thailand. But until then, folks, take care of yourselves. Good night and bye-bye.
Thank you, production team. Thank you, Paul. Yes, he's been awake for more than 24 hours. See me in 2 weeks. Also, now you want to see me. Hey, GG, yeah? Bye, guys. Have a good rest, Panda. We'll catch up next time.